go ahead and call this meeting to order. Clerk, will you please take the roll call?
Certainly. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes, and here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
7-0.
So next we'll have the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you remain standing once the invocation is finished. This morning we are welcoming Kevin Llanos with the Police Chaplaincy. He'll be conducting the invocation for us. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Carbasi, for the invitation. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this day. Lord, we thank you for your blessings and your mercy. And God, I just pray right now for the city of Fresno. Lord, I pray that you would put your grace upon this city. I pray, Lord, for wisdom and guidance for the leaders of this city. And I pray, Lord, that you would hear our cries, Lord, and may we seek you with all that we do and glorify you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Councilmember Soria, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we'll move on to the approval of today's long agenda. Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
There are, first, a few announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators on Zoom, and we do have closed captioning available through the city's video on the website. We also have our in-house Spanish translator, Amelia, and she'll go ahead and let the audience know her services.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos. Esta junta tendrá interpretación simultánea disponible en el lenguaje de español. Si necesita acceder a la interpretación, si me puede ubicar hacia allá atrás del cuarto para poder entregarle un dispositivo si aún no lo han recibido. También siéntase libre de participar si es que gusta tratar con el concilio, que también vamos a interpretar los comentarios. Muchas gracias.
And now some changes. Item 1D, consent calendar item 1D, file ID 221214. Approval of appointments to the Planning Commission. Brad Hardy was removed from the reappointment of the Planning Commission. On consent calendar item 1K, that is ID 221257, regarding actions related to services at Maxiel Parks and Mariella Brown Community Centers, the end date for Maxi Parks contract will end June 30th, 2024, not June 2025. On consent calendar item 1V, as in Victor, ID 221262, regarding appointments to the Women's Commission and Historic Preservation Commission, the appointments of James Sponsler for Historic Preservation was removed from the agenda by Councilmember Arias. And the following items were removed from the agenda and will appear on the agenda for August 18th. Consent calendar item 1M, that is 221295, regarding funding for Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative Program. That was moved by Vice President Maxwell. Consent calendar item 1N, file ID 221181, regarding Emergency Solutions Grant funding. That was moved to the next agenda by Vice President Maxwell and Councilmember Arias. 1Q, that is ID 221182, regarding to Orange Avenue and Central Avenue intersection improvement project. That was moved to the next agenda by Councilmember Arias. And finally, we have items that are being moved from consent calendar to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. 1R, that is 221253, regarding regulations for urban water conservation. And 1T, that is 221251, regarding a revenue contract for bus advertising services to Lamar Transit. Those are all the changes I have for the agenda.
Thank you, Clerk. So I'm going to go through one by one to my colleagues and see if there are any additional changes to the agenda. Councilmember Soria.
No additional changes. I just want to make sure that for items 3E and 5C, note that I will be recusing myself.
Okay. Councilmember Carbasi?
There you go, try again. One more.
Pull 1S.
1S, please.
1S. Is that a remove from the agenda or pull for discussion? Okay, 1S. Councilmember Arias?
No further items, just want to note for the record, I will be recusing myself from item 3E as in Edward.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez? None. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, I want to register on the consent calendar a no vote on 1B. And 1R I was going to pull, but that's been pulled. And 1M, I was going to, had some questions about it. I know that Council Vice President Maxwell has pulled 1M. And you will bring it back at another time. Could I ask why you were pulling that?
There's a lot of organizations in there that I'd like to do further research into.
Okay.
You know, it's over $1 million. I want to make sure that I know where all those dollars are going and how they're being used.
Okay.
If you'd like, we could leave it on for questions, but I still would like to ultimately move the item to a further date.
So are you okay? Because I had some questions just about the advanced piece part that I wanted to ask. If you're okay about addressing that later today and then pulling it, I'm perfectly fine
Sure,
with
if
that.
you'd be supportive of
Yeah.
continuing it ultimately to a further date.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with removing it or keeping it on contested.
So that's 1M, we're going to keep on contested.
That's correct.
And 1M goes back on the agenda but is contested consent.
Thank you, thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld, what was the first one that you pulled?
I didn't pull one, I said no vote on 1B.
B as in boy,
B.
thank you.
Yes. That's
Council-
all the.
Council
the mar-
President,
That's all the
it-
marijuana one.
Sorry, Councilmember Bredefeld. Council President Esparza, if 1M is going to continue, I'm going to recuse myself from that item.
Okay,
Just want to enter that into the record.
Thank you.
that sounds good. Councilmember Bredefeld, that's everything. Council Vice President?
No further changes, Council President.
Okay, and no further changes on my part. Can I get a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any opposition to approving the agenda? Seeing none, agenda is approved, 7-0. At this time, we'll move on to our ceremonials, fun part of our day. We've got a handful here, and we'll begin with a proclamation for Junior Council Member of the Day, Sebastian Arambula, and that's sponsored by Councilmember Carbasi. Oh, there's an amendment here that's not listed on the agenda. So a proclamation for Junior Council Member of the Day, that's Sebastian Arambula Reyna. And again, that's sponsored by Councilmember Carbasi. Welcome.
It's on, so you can talk. So you gonna hold it? Yep, there you go, and it's already on. It works. There you go. So is it okay if I start this off? Is that okay with you? Can I borrow that? Let's give Sebastian a round of applause. Thank you. So I'm going to say a couple things he may not understand, but he will someday. It gets really easy to get caught up in the building with all the politics and the craziness, but in reality, we come together to try to do things for the future. And sometimes, when you're in the middle of everything, you stop and you meet a kid like Sebastian, and you realize this is the future. And when you look at that hair, that's John F. Kennedy hair right there. So, I got a chance to know his mom, Kathleen, who lives in the district, and we had some issues that were happening a couple years ago, and we got to know each other very well. And then I got to meet Sebastian. And so sometimes you meet someone, you're like, this is the perfect junior council member, because maybe someday Sebastian will be on this council and then move up, and gosh knows what he'll be able to accomplish for his community. So Sebastian, can you tell us how old you are?
6.5.
6.5. And then what grade are you going to be starting next week?
First grade.
And where are you going to go to school?
Faulkner Elementary School.
Which is now what?
Tatarian.
Yeah, all right. So he's very much a Northwest Fresno kid. And then I'm going to have your mom say a couple things, and then we'll go with you, because moms always go first.
So Sebastian, as a 6.5-year-old, is very curious, and one of the things that he is most curious about is how our world works and how our society works. So it is always helpful when he meets people like Mike and the rest of our council members, and he's met quite a few of them. And he asks me at the end of the day a lot of questions that I think are super important yet grounded. And so I was very grateful when Mike offered this opportunity, because I think we do absolutely need to invest in our future, and that's starting our young people off early, learning about our government and how important it is in our world, in our lives, and our voices. So today is Sebastian's Day, and
Yeah, so today you're running for office, so tell us what you stand for. Say anything you want to say, Sebastian. Anything. You want to thank your colleagues?
what is the most important thing you think people should know about you?
Well, you like dinosaurs. We know that. See, he already got votes with that right there. Okay.
Can we say thank you, and then we can continue the meeting?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to hear a lot more about Sebastian right now. Clerk, would you read the proclamation into the record?
Certainly. Whereas Sebastian was born February 8th, 2016, and attends Tartarian Elementary School, Sebastian has just graduated kindergarten from Miss Tafoya's class, excelling and creating a bond with math and art. And whereas Sebastian is heading into the first grade and is confident in making more friends and focusing on schoolwork. Not only does Sebastian consider fellow students as friends, but cherishes the friendly bond between teachers and even new principal, Michelle Markarian. And whereas the roots of community service and care shows Sebastian's ability to help around school and as well as his own neighborhood, making sure it is free from litter and everyone is greeted friendly on the playground. And whereas Sebastian has several healthy interests at a young age, including basketball, soccer, swimming, and riding bikes, his special interests in all things involving Legos, dinosaurs, and Star Wars. And whereas Sebastian is also getting involved with the community, attending some political science lectures with his mother, Kathleen, and serving a most exciting honorary role of Director of Complaints with Fresno's Real Pride's Board of Directors. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council do hereby recognize Junior Council Member of the Day, Sebastian Arambula Reyna, in the city of Fresno.
Ready? Thank you.
All right, congratulations again, Sebastian. Very fun opportunity. So as we transition, we'll move to next proclamation, and that's going to be for Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, and that's sponsored this year by Councilmember Arias.
Hello and good morning. As the council knows, I don't do too many proclamations. I tend to want to listen to all of them instead of having to do them myself, but every once in a while, there's such a small and important community that needs to be lifted up and valued as part of the intricacy and the diversity of Fresno that it's important for me to, do these kind of resolutions. So today, we're celebrating the Muslim community, and with this, we have Sukaina, who will take over shortly. But I just wanted to add a couple of points that during the pandemic, this Muslim community, like our other religious communities, played a critical role in making sure people were safe during the pandemic. They not only opened their mosque doors for service and to take care of people, but they actually did food distribution, they provided care, they checked in on their neighbors of all religious and faiths, and they were part of the solution. And they weren't, pushing against the advice of the public health, experts. Instead, they rolled up the sleeves and started helping presence across the city. And that's the kind of faith community that we value in our city. It's a kind of group of leaders that we need to lift up, because when we're in the middle of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, everyone has to be part of the solution. And, you know, it teaches us that we may live in our own neighborhoods, pray in our own, you know, buildings and mosques and churches, but at the end, we're one city, and what happens to one of us happens to all of us. So I want to thank you for your work during the pandemic. I also want to turn over to you now.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Arias. Thank you to the other council members who have joined us and the entire City Council for this proclamation today, and for everyone who's come out for support. So we'll just share very briefly a few words, and I'd love to hear from some of the important organizations and change makers in Fresno that have been doing great work. But we just wanted to acknowledge, in this moment, of course, we see continued marginalization against Black, Indigenous communities of color. We see continued anti-Black racism, and we also see continued Islamophobia. If you've been following the news, you know there's been another rise in violence, lives lost to continued Islamophobia, hatred that is senseless and rooted in the same kind of white supremacy that we see other forms of racism also rooted. So this acknowledgement is a great step forward to recognize that the Muslim community is also part of the communities that is making an impact, that is building bridges, and really helping to create a world where all of our families can thrive, all of our families can belong, and that's part of what we're here for today. We also want to recognize that Muslim communities have been part of the fabric of Fresno and our entire country since the time when enslaved Africans were brought here, whom 30% of were Muslims, all the way to Nagi Deyfullah, who is a Yemeni American Muslim from the Central Valley, who was a strike captain with Cesar Chavez in the United Farm Workers Movement and was the first person killed as a part of the United Farm Workers Movement. He spoke Spanish, he spoke Arabic, he spoke English, and he was part of the bridges between communities and part of the people who stood up for justice so we can have the types of rights that we have today. We'd also like to acknowledge the mosques and imams in our community that really make Fresno's Muslim community so rich and diverse. So we have with us Sayyid Ali Qazwini, who is the imam of the Islamic Cultural Center of Fresno. We have Masjid Fresno, which is across Fresno State, Sheikh Ramadan. We have Maideen Islamic Center, where you'll hear from about today, with Sheikh Dabit. We have Masjid Al-Aqaba in southwest Fresno, beautiful building in southwest Fresno that's a vibrant part of the community that was led by Imam Ali Shabazz. We have Mercy Center, which is a newer organization, and we have an Islamic school, Valley Crescent. We have Muslim Community Association led by youth. We have Muslim Society of Central California that provides free healthcare. So our community is everywhere and woven into all parts of our beautiful community. Finally, I just want to talk about CARE and the work that we do with the diverse Muslims. So CARE is CAIR, the Council on American Islamic Relations. We protect civil liberties, so if anyone's faced discrimination, harassment, hate crimes, any violation of their rights, we'll be there for you. We provide free immigration services to our immigrant communities. We do a lot of work to help promote policies rooted in justice for everybody. We register, mobilize, and get people out to vote for elected officials that are standing with our values. We focus on youth development, and we really want to make sure that we're creating a community that has all of our shared values. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues, and you'll just hear briefly from Hina, who works on programming, a supporter of the new Afghan community, and also some of our youth work.
Thank you so much, Sakena. My name is Hina Fatma, and I'm a lead community canvasser with CARE. I work with our local team to ensure that the Muslim community has the resources they need to access CARE's services. We provide programming to address vulnerable community through events such as Know Your Right trainings, which provide important education on an individual's rights when encountering law enforcement at airports, in schools, and workplaces. We also provide immigration clinics and services in Fresno, as well as support individuals who have faced Islamophobia, hate crimes, discrimination, and racism. We have offered bystander intervention trainings to help ensure that community members are able to step in and step up for each other when they witness harassment of any form. Our youth programming includes the Muslim Game Changers Network and Muslim Youth Leadership Program, which focuses on building identity, learning about systems of injustice, and working to create positive change. Finally, we are proud to have provided the community with COVID-19 prevention, education, and vaccine information since the start of pandemic. In addition to providing PPE and multilingual resources at local mosques and at food distribution events led by these mosques, we have provided information on rent and mortgage relief to families in need. With the next election around the corner, we are registering voters, planning ballot parties and candidate forums, and making sure our Muslim voters are heard. We would also like to appreciate and acknowledge the incredible elected officials and community organizations who have been partners in our work, since we have strength and power in our coalitions and shared visions, like the Fresno Coalition for Responsible Transportation Spending, which is looking for more community input into development of Measure C and to wait until 2024. I will pass it to Ahmed Sheikh from MCA, which is Muslim Community Association, to say a few words. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. First, let me thank Sister Sakina for inviting me here and for speaking at the City Hall of Fresno and being a representative of the Muslim community in Fresno here. The Muslim Appreciation Month is a fantastic achievement. It's incredibly important for both the non-Muslim community and for the Muslim community at large to feel more connected to their municipal government and other local institutions. I'm here as a representative of the Muslim Community Association of Fresno area, or MCA for short. We're a new nonprofit organization here, and we're founded just a few years ago. Just 1 year ago, and we are unique in being one of the only local non-masjid or non-mosque organizations here, and the only one that is completely youth-led. Our cabinet is full of college and high school students, and actually we're using that to integrate the Muslim student associations or the MSAs of the different colleges and high schools in order to help us connect and help us work on different programs. For example, we have the mentoring club where we hold meetups of professionals with students so they can learn about different careers, get internship and shadowing opportunities, and learn from advisors to aid them in building successful careers. Besides these bigger events and programs, we hold regular activities like baking competitions, we have pottery classes, we have community picnics and the like to help keep the community engaged and use that engagement to set up more social benefit initiatives. One thing unique you'll notice about MCA events is that they're completely open. It's our stated goal to build a more open community, and openness means tolerance and inclusiveness. And so we often have non-Muslims attend these events, and they interact with Muslims, and they often tell us how much they enjoy those interactions. And in fact, during COVID-19, when we had the second wave come around, we stopped most of our events, and a lot of people complained to us and told us they made a lot of new friends at our events, and they really enjoyed that. And so we really do work to help people connect and help build more networks amongst the community. In particular, I mentioned that we are one of the few non-masjid organizations. So we leverage that position to help build programs and initiatives which would be less effective if it was split across the different mosques, and instead we can do it as a united front in the community, and that's particularly important. So overall, you'll see a trend in our organization that we try to be open, try to encourage harmony, unity, those positive notions, and that's really what this is all about. And so I really, really encourage more cooperation between the non-Muslim community and the Muslim community, because I feel like that will both only strengthen the Muslim community, but it will also strengthen the Fresno community at large, and it's incredibly important. So thank you again. There you go.
Bravo. Try to do it without a mask so we can hear better. Good morning. My name is Dr. Humaira Mojadidi. I am a Fresno resident and a local physician. First, I'd really like to thank the City of Fresno for the resolution of Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, in addition to their warm welcome that they had offered the African refugees who have called Fresno home for the last 10 months. My family has called the Central Valley home for over 30 years, like many immigrants, and I have been lucky enough to have assisted more than 45 Afghan refugee families with medical care, translation services, assisting their children with school, counseling the families, and just providing a little bit of hope. These Afghans did fight side by side with our brave American troops to build a brighter and better Afghanistan, but that dream unfortunately never came to fruition. As refugees, they have to be brave, because once they worked with our troops, they basically sealed their fate of never being able to return to their homelands. Unfortunately, the current regime of the Taliban will arrest and prosecute anyone who aided the Americans, be it civilian or military. These Afghans still need our aid and support in order to build their lives here in the Valley. I've had the pleasure of working with different organizations to support these new families, and we are still working to make sure that they receive the support they need for a smoother transition into our communities with programs like language workshops and job placement. As Muslims, our faith does tell us to be a mercy to those around us, and supporting one's community is something we must prioritize into our day-to-day lives. To Muslims, community service is one of the most selfless acts a person can do for another. We really appreciate the city's support of Muslims and encourage others to give a little of their time, a friendly smile, just to let these Afghan families know that we do stand with them in order to create a stronger foundation between the city of Fresno and a people who are full of resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. And just in closing, as we're appreciating and recognizing Muslims, we wanted to recognize Imam Ali Shabazz. You may have heard about him on the news recently. He actually was killed on Saturday on the job. He was a civil engineer with Caltrans for 16 years. And he was also the Imam of Masjid Aqaba in Southwest Fresno. He provided food distribution events every Thursday without fail, opened the door to any community member who was looking for shelter or some support or comfort, and most importantly, he gave everyone the gift of his beautiful smile. If you met him, if you knew him, if you saw him from across the street, if you encountered him in any way, he was always smiling, which is in the tradition of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, a charity unto others. So he was giving that charity out endlessly. So we just want to recognize his lasting impact in Fresno, his wife Nia, and 8 children that he leaves behind as a Muslim that needs recognition and appreciation. Thank you, Councilmember Arias, again. To other council members, thank you, President Nelson Esparza, for not setting the timer on us and giving us a chance to share. We really appreciate the proclamation.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Whereas, enriched by the unparalleled diversity of its residents, the city of Fresno takes great pride in supporting individual religious freedoms and is strengthened by the many varied religious, political, and cultural traditions that contribute to its diverse population, including those who participate in Islam. And whereas the history of Islam in this country dates back to before its founding, originating with enslaved Africans who brought their Muslim beliefs with them to the Americas and who later contributed in numerous ways to the founding of the nation. And there are today millions of American Muslims, both immigrant and native born, of diverse backgrounds and beliefs here in California. And whereas the Central Valley Islamic Council, CVIC, brings together the mosques and Islamic centers to coordinate efforts and resources to support the Muslim community in Fresno. The mosques in Fresno include Masjid Fresno Islamic Center, Islamic Cultural Centers of Fresno, Masjid Al-Aqba, Maideen Islamic Center, Masjid Badr Islamic Center, and Mercy Center, which have contributed to the pandemic efforts by gathering donations to assist those who need help with payments, distributing food groceries, sewing masks for frontline workers, and partnered with the Council on American Islamic Relations, Sacramento Valley, Central California, to provide COVID-19 related prevention education and vaccine information to the diverse Muslim community. And whereas CVIC, along with Dr. Humaira Mojadadid, have supported dozens of new Afghan families in Fresno through in-language support, providing transportation, connecting them to healthcare providers, offering cultural education and support to help them adjust into their communities. And whereas Muslims within California and throughout the nation strive to promote peace and understanding between all faiths, identities, and nationalities, yet still they face harassment, assault, and discrimination. It is therefore appropriate to acknowledge and promote awareness of the individual contributions of Muslims in Fresno and across the country, and extend the respect and camaraderie every person deserves. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor Dyer, and Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim August 2022 to be Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you, Clerk. So the next proclamation we actually have a couple, and it's my honor to be able to welcome two of my friends here to the council meeting this morning. I'm just going to double check the names of the proclamations here. I think we named them after both of you. So I have two proclamations today, and they are for recognition of our new citizenship ambassadors, both Mr. Pao Yang, Ms. Margarita Rocha. Please come on up and join me as well. You know what, Carmen from USCIS, I'd love, and Alma, if you'd join us as well. Sherry, don't be shy. Let's bring the whole crew up. So if you've been living under a rock, maybe you have not heard this news, but there were recently 8 citizenship ambassadors appointed by USCIS, and of those 8 nationwide, 2 of them reside right here in Fresno, and these are the student standing next to my right side, Margarita and Pal. Extremely proud to be able to welcome them here to City Hall this morning. This is not the first time Margarita has stood by my side at City Hall. We've honored her for sort of numerous accolades over the years, very similar to Pal. But Margarita is a District 7 resident, so I have to put that out there as a point of pride. And we all like to point out gems and sort of landmarks in our districts, and it goes beyond just sort of physical structures. It's the people, right, that make up the fabric of what our community really is. And so, Margarita is a District 7 resident. And of course, the organization you lead, Centro de la Familia, does a lot of great work within our district as well as throughout Fresno. Same thing with Pao Yang and the Fresno Center. The Fresno Center is located in District 7 as well. Another point of pride, another proud landmark within the district. And Pal, I know you guys do work throughout the county, just valley-wide, but just proud to have you folks here in the district and see the work you do here in the city. And now that scope of work has now expanded with this new role that both of you are taking on, and we just want to say from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the council, all of us here at City Hall, how proud we are to have 2 of the new citizenship ambassadors from the city of Fresno. That's 25%. For the, it's me being a numbers nerd. That's 25% of the new citizenship ambassadors coming here from Fresno. So we wanted to bring you up here to provide you a platform, tell us a little bit more, and again, just celebrate you. I know you guys have kind of been on the victory tour throughout the last couple of weeks, but you can never have too many platforms to say what you got to say and communicate. We have to communicate to our community out here. So. Again, welcome to both of you, and we do have proclamations for both of you. Somebody asked me before the meeting, what are the names of the proclamations? I said, well, it's Pao Yang Day and it's Margarita Rocha Day. They each get their individual one, but you do have to share a day. Yeah, but it's going to be great. I think you're going to share many things throughout work. You have shared many things throughout your work, I'm sure, and so it's great to see such a great pair come together, representing and making our community proud. So before we hand it off to you two, I want to save you two for last. I did want to provide Alma Martinez here at the City of Fresno. She works in our Office of Community Affairs. Why did it slip my mind? Yeah, we helped create that just recently. It's going to be a long day. But Alma, I wanted you to talk about the role you played in sort of helping us get to this point.
So I'm just very proud to have this day come to fruition because a couple of months ago, our local USCIS field director, Lynn Feldman, came to our Office of Community Affairs and said, hey, Alma, can your office help us identify 4 leaders in the Central Valley who will be carrying the national message of citizenship? And luckily, 2 of our nominees, Margarita Rocha and Pao Yang, made the mark, and we're so proud. And we know that the work that you guys have done really means so much to our communities. You guys have been at the forefront of being advocates, of being champions for our immigrant communities, so this cannot come at a better time for our community. And going to the issue of citizenship, such an important thing in this building, right? When a person becomes a citizen, that is the American dream, right? And being able to participate civically, being able to have a voice in what happens in our neighborhoods, what happens in our city, what happens in our valley is vital. And being able to participate in the election process is so, so important. So thank you. Thank you for the work that you have done. Thank you for the work that you will do. And we definitely look forward to, as an Office of Community Affairs, to keep working hand in hand. So in Spanish, decimos enhorabuena. So congratulations, and we're right there with you. Gracias. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, we also have our friend from USCIS, Carmen Paniagua. I want to provide you an opportunity to say a few words as well.
Thank you. From the USCIS Fresno Field Office, we congratulate you. We are so happy to have you here with us and that you were selected to represent us. We will be working together for outreach opportunities and to communicate better, to build trust with our community. We are hoping that their shared experiences, not just from an immigration perspective, but through having gone through the process in many instances, that will help, I guess, convey the message to people that there's a lot of interest in becoming U.S. citizens, that there are a lot of benefits to it, and their experience as local leaders and the trust that the community has conveyed on them as well is going to help us communicate that message and build those ties. So we are very grateful that they have accepted and that they are willing to work with us as volunteers. And congratulations. Thank you so much.
And we also are joined, sorry, I missed you at the beginning, Consul Adriana Gonzalez Carrillo. Would you like to say a few words as well, please?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm Adriana Gonzalez, Head Consul of Mexico here in Fresno, California. Just want to congratulate our friends, especially Margarita Rocha, which is the leader of the Centro La Familia organization, nonprofit, and it's a great ally for the Mexican consulate. Thank you for all the job and the work you do for the community. You are an angel for our community here in Fresno and the Central Valley. Thank you very much.
Without further ado, we're going to hear from our two ambassadors. Welcome, Margarita first, and then we'll hand it off to Pal.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Please let me, first of all, convey the honor that we are receiving today, accepting it with an open heart. I feel that we are very blessed to have been selected, recommended, acknowledged, and to the council members, thank you so much for this honor. I truly do appreciate it. I promise that I will represent you well. The work that I do comes from my heart, comes from who I am, as who I was as a child. And immigration issues were clearly in our family as well. I am a US-born citizen, but I'm a daughter of immigrants. My parents never became citizens because my parents, from how I grew up, knowing they wanted no interference, no one knocking on our door that represented any type of government, because they were afraid. Even though they lived here for my lifetime, they were always intimidated about going to seek services. And I think that young exposure, without my knowing at the time, is what set me on the mission that I have been on all of my adult life. So this work, I do it on behalf of the same families that I grew up with, on behalf of the same families that we continue to work with. So my mission remains the same, to help and help bridge and help navigate. We have provided for more than 20 years under Centro La Familia immigration services of different sorts, including citizenship. And on an average, we do 250 citizenship assistance. So you figure the number of years that we've done it is a huge population. The population that we work with often are monolingual Spanish-speaking individuals who are fearful. They're ready, but they're fearful I was reading profiles on recent cases where citizenship was received. 3 of those cases, they had been what we call LPRs, legal permanent residents, since the 80s, but have been waiting to apply, one because of the cost, but the other is because there's some qualifications that if they're a certain age, you can take the test at a different level, or you can take it in your own language. And so we want to expedite that people don't wait that long to apply for citizenship, because there's great benefits, and I can go on, and I can talk a lot, so I promise you so. So I'll turn it back to you. Thank you so much, and then I'll let you do.
Speak as long as you like. I'm running the meeting.
Well, no, I just want to. Sir?
All right, thank you, Margarita. To echo Margarita, I also want to thank the council. I want to thank our local USCIS team. And also for the acknowledgement, Mayor. I was worried you weren't going to be here to see us through this process, so thank you for being here as well. My family came here as refugees, from Southeast Asia, and we came straight from a refugee camp in Thailand to the U.S. That was when I was 6 years old, and I always allude to a lot of my siblings that are a lot older. I'm the third to the youngest of 27. So it was so difficult for them. Even me right now, growing up here in the U.S., going through the education system, and now having an opportunity and an honor to work as the president and CEO for the Fresno Center to give back to my community, and to look back and listen to the stories of my siblings, of what they went through, the immigrant refugee mentality that's still in them, the fear of government. Because during the fall of Saigon in '75, my family was running through the jungle of Laos being chased by communists, North Vietnamese, and they were just trying to survive. They're trying to live, and not a lot of people made it across that Mekong River to the refugee camps in Thailand. But we did. We were one of those few families that made it and then came to the U.S. In the late '70s. And then, it took us 20 years to become naturalized citizen. It took us 20 years because we didn't understand the process. We didn't know how to navigate the system. For some of us that built that system, we think it's a smooth system. It's a smooth process. Believe it or not, it is smooth. But you got to understand the process. You got to understand the documents that's needed. So Margarita and I are very honored and very fortunate to work in this field. Fresno Center has been doing this work since 1991, when we had a huge influx of Southeast Asian immigrants and refugees that came here into the city of Fresno. So since then, the Fresno Center has been helping folks navigate, articulate, interpret, translate our U.S. System, and we have amazing resources out there on the USCIS website, but a lot of our folks that are ready to become naturalized citizens can't navigate that. It's not easy to navigate that. And somebody like myself and Margarita, who are educated here and who will lead a big team of folks, and we teach folks how to navigate that, we even have a hard time going on that website and pulling the right information. So imagine that. Imagine the immigrants and the refugees that are here who don't speak the language or who don't read and write, even in their own language, how difficult it is for them. So we're very honored that our government recognized that there's a high need here. There's a high need here in the Central Valley. In the city of Fresno alone, we have 23,000 folks that are ready, that are legally ready to become naturalized citizens. But they're not taking that step. And our job is to promote that. Our job is to inspire, to empower, to share our stories, and to let them know the benefits of being a U.S. citizen, which is The sky's the limit if you're a U.S. citizen here in the greatest country in the world. So thank you, City of Fresno, for acknowledging and recognizing us. We are proud, honored, and blessed to be a part of this amazing initiative by our U.S. government. Thank you.
Thank you, Pao, and thank you. Wonderful team here. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, thank you. But I need to recognize my staff, or when I get back to work. So would my central staff please stand? These are the folks, part of the leaders that help us in our operation. Angelica Perez is my site director in our Kerman office. Ismael is one of our immigrant advocates, and Mario Gonzalez is the deputy director and oversees our overall immigration project. So without them, I can't get a lot of the things that we do accomplished. And they have a team behind them. So, thank you. Did you want to? Of course.
Yeah, I need to recognize my staff as well. So my staff from the Fresno Center, can you guys please also stand? I always tell my staff that they're the ones that are in the front line doing all the work, and then folks like myself and Margarita, we get all the accolades. But really the accolades goes to you guys. Pachua is my immigration program manager that has been doing this work for 20 years. He's also my BIA certified leader at the Fresno Center. And then our part-time attorney is not able to join us, but her name is Bahua Lor. She was just appointed as the Superior Court judge here in the great city of Fresno. So on that note, Bahua's story is the American dream. And I just wanted to highlight that, but I know there's a different day for her. But thank you to my staff, and then Sherry Cruz is my special projects and public relations director that made a lot of things possible for us. And then I wouldn't be able to finish this without acknowledging my wife that's here in the audience. And then I talk about my siblings. I talk about the life that they go through because I was too young to experience running away from the communists, but they experienced that. They fought in the war, and it was because of them that I'm alive today. And my second oldest brother is also here. My brother Lang and his wife is here with us as well. So thank you. Thank you to everybody for being here as well. Thank you.
I have to acknowledge my administrative assistant, Edgar Oliveira, because he does everything. Thank you. Párate. Stand.
Mayor, a few short words? Very short.
Well, I wanted to start off by introducing my staff. No, I'm just kidding. We'll be here a while. Brief comments. Congratulations, Margarita. Central La Familia has been a partner of ours for many, many years, and you've done an incredible job representing, as well as you, Pal. Thank you for all you've done with the center and for all of your team and your staff. The interaction, again, has been around for a long time. I'm very pleased with the fact that 25% of the ambassadors have been named from Fresno. But I'm not surprised, because this right here is the land of immigrants, right here in Fresno. And so that is the right thing to do. And the last thing we want are people in this community who are living in fear or a lack of knowledge, because when that happens, then they do not get engaged in our community. And when people aren't engaged, we can't have one Fresno. And so that's really what it's all about. And we want our folks from the immigrant community to know that they are a part of this city and a valuable part of this city. So thank you and congratulations.
All right, and without further ado, it's my pleasure to proclaim Margarita Rocha Day, as well as Pao Yang Day here in the city of Fresno. Clerk, will you please read the two proclamations? We'll begin with Margarita, and we'll move over to Pao Yang Day.
Certainly.
Thank you.
For her tireless work and leadership in our community. Whereas Margarita Rocha, a daughter of immigrant parents, is a pillar in the Fresno immigrant community. And whereas Margarita Rocha spent a decade working for the federal government in Washington, D.C. and Cleveland before returning to Fresno as Centro La Familia's director in January 1993. And whereas, under the steadfast leadership of Margarita Rocha, Centro La Familia has provided an array of resources to more than 15,000 people annually, including consultations and assistance with applications for residency permits and citizenship. And whereas, as the organization's leader, Rocha has successfully increased staff and services focused on immigration, as well as victim services, policy, education, and health in Fresno and across the valley. And whereas, most recently, Margarita Rocha was one of only 8 persons across the nation selected to serve as Citizenship Ambassador to the first ever Citizenship Ambassador Initiative at the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Department. And whereas, Rocha's appointment to this federal initiative will serve to demystify the naturalization process to thousands of immigrants across the Central Valley region and brings great pride to the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Nelson Esparza, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 11th of August, 2022 as Margarita Rocha Day in the city of Fresno. And for his tireless work and leadership in our community. Whereas Pao Yang is a pillar of the Southeast Asian community in the Central Valley, especially so to the Hmong community. And whereas since 2017, Pao Yang has been the president and CEO of the Fresno Center, a nonprofit organization with a 30-year history of promoting cross-cultural understanding through its community work. And whereas, under the leadership of Pao Yang, the Fresno Center has grown their long-standing history of providing social services, advocacy, immigration, education, workforce training, and mental health services within Fresno County and throughout California. Whereas, additionally, Pao Yang is an active community volunteer serving on the City of Fresno Immigrants Affairs Committee, member, and the St. Agnes Hospital Board of Directors. And whereas, most recently, Pao Yang was one of only 8 persons across the nation selected to serve as Citizenship Ambassador to the first ever Citizenship Ambassador Initiative at the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Department. And whereas, Yang's appointment to this federal initiative will serve to demystify the naturalization process to thousands of immigrants across the Central Valley region and brings great pride to the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Nelson Esparza, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 11th of August, 2022 as Pao Yang Day in the city of Fresno.
Oh, wait, there's more. All right. Some days we have no proclamations. Some days we have 12. It all evens out in the end. This next one is not quite a proclamation, but it is a certificate of recognition I'd like to provide for City of Fresno resident Mireya Preciado. Mireya, are you with us this morning? Come on down, Mireya. Welcome. Luis, would you also like to come on up? How are you this morning? We'll be out of school this morning. Okay, okay. Yeah. Something fun. This is educational. So we have a stellar young individual with us here today, and as I noted, her name is Mireya Preciado. Mireya is the daughter of immigrant parents. She's a city of Fresno resident, and she speaks 3 different languages, Spanish, English, and I believe, is it French? French, all right. Yeah, so very, very impressive. Most of us can barely speak one, I think. She's studied abroad in multiple countries, and she is a new graduate of the California Young Legislator Program. And all of this is very impressive for someone who is still very much in high school. She participated in the California Young Legislators Program under California State Senator Ana Caballero, and throughout the program has become more familiar with issues that are impacting the Central Valley. And I do want to thank Luis Martinez from the Senator's office for bringing this to our attention, for reaching out. And I believe Mireya was the only City of Fresno resident you guys had in the program, this particular cohort. So just thrilled to be able to be here and recognize her. We're proud that she's a City of Fresno resident, and bringing her motivation and drive and just new experiences back here to our city. So congratulations on your success in the Young Legislators Program, Mireya. I'm sure whatever comes next for you, which is probably college, will be just as successful of a tenure as you've had thus far as a high school student. So I do want to pass it on to you, the young lady of the hour, to tell us about your experience, and thank you.
Thank you all. I would like to thank my mentor, Senor Armando Valdez, the founder of the Community Center of Technology and Arts, for nominating me for this legislative program. Throughout this summer, this program has been truly an inspirational learning experience, and it is a great honor to be here. Throughout the experiences of the summer, the meetings have been very impressive, of the guest speakers, and taking notes of everything that we have learned there. Thank you.
And then Luis, if you'd like to just say a few words about the program as well.
Thank you, President Esparza. So every year we do, every summer after school, we try to burden them with a little bit more work. But we do try to teach a little bit of civics and some of the processes of kind of the local government. So we try to divide it into 4 sessions. And then we do, the first session we try to bring in at least a congressman. We try to bring a county supervisor. We try to bring a city council member. So maybe I can kind of have one of you guys commit to this for next year. And then even just unified school districts, just kind of elected officials. By the end of it, we'll try to have a session, kind of practice how a session in the Senate would go. And then at the end of it, we do invite them to a capital trip. This year, Mireya wasn't a part of it because she had better things to do by going to Europe. But I think the invitation might be for next year as well, so since you participated. So yeah, we're trying to get some of the members to commit to come out, say the story, what motivated them to come out. We have had a couple of members of participants that have ran through our program and are now running for city councils. So I mean, it's kind of inspirational, and we hope that one of these days you are able to run for office. And we do have a certificate on behalf of Senator Caballero. I'm gonna just read this real quick. Certificate of recognition presented to Mireya Preciado, 2022 Young Legislators Program, in recognition of your outstanding participation and completion of the 2022 Young Legislators Program. Your commitment to becoming civically engaged and making a difference in your community is commendable. We wish you the best in your future endeavors. Presented 11th day of August 2022, Senator Caballero.
thank you, Luis, for joining us this morning, and again for reaching out to our office. Thank you, Mireya, for taking time out of school, out of your busy school day schedule to come out and join us at City Hall, and hope this is a memorable experience on top of the fulfilling program that you've had this summer. So again, congratulations on behalf of myself, the council, the mayor, and the entire city of Fresno. All right, congratulations again. For our last proclamation of the day, we have a proclamation for International Dog Assistance Week, and that's, is that this week? Yep, August 7th through 13th. And that's going to be sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
All right. Well, thank you, Council President. If I could have Ed Crane come up here, please, Edward. And bring Zern with you. Because without Zern, we wouldn't be here today. That's absolutely right. So I get the honor of being able to recognize and proclaim International Assistance Dog Week. And that is going to be obviously in the city of Fresno, but it is international. And oftentimes, many of us in life who do not have a physical or a mental disability take for granted some of the things in life, like crossing a street, sitting in a chair, or getting anywhere else, or perhaps, if we're, subject to some type of medical condition. We're not as concerned as folks that perhaps have one of these disabilities. And so these dogs, these service dogs, I've got to witness them in action this last year in terms of really how brilliant they are. When you talk about their ability to alert on seizure alerts and medical alerts, their ability to open doors, to open drawers, to be able to do the things that sometimes people cannot do with a disability. And that could be pushing buttons, pulling wheelchairs, aiding with various household chores, removing clothes from the washer and dryer. If you can believe that, these animals are extremely intelligent. So the truth is, without them, many of our populations would not be able to do what they do and function in a manner which helps them to get by in life. So with that, I did want to offer a few words to our Council President, if you'd like to say a few words, and we'll give the mic to Ed.
Welcome this morning to City Hall. It's again my pleasure to join you. I wasn't a sponsor, but I appreciate being invited to co-sponsor here. Our shoes here I think are. Theirs might be a little shinier than mine. I haven't had a shining in a while, but I noticed that as we were standing here. But no, listen. I mean, just in terms of who we're here honored today, it's really service animals such as their name? Zern. My name is Ed. Well, your name is Ed, but Zern here, really honoring our animals like Zern, who make it possible for many folks across our community, across the world, to be able to navigate again the world that we take for granted. So again, appreciate Zern here and appreciate Ed for turning out and for your patience this morning as we navigated through all the different proclamations. Last but certainly not least, and proud to be up here with you this morning.
You know, one of the things that I was most surprised with, I think, last year is when I was told that if a person may be subject to seizures, that these dogs can be aware of that in advance of the seizure, and alert the their handler to lay down. The animal then lays on top of them until that seizure is done. It's incredible. So with that, I want to give Ed opportunity to say a few words. Ed.
Thank you very, very much. International Assistance Dog Week is this current week we're in right now, and it's a great opportunity for myself to spend some time to, on one hand, show my thanks and appreciation for not only my canine partner here, Zern. I'm somebody who's lucky in the fact that I've had 2 previous dogs over the past 20 years that have helped me. I'm somebody who suffers from epilepsy, seizures, and diabetes. And at the same time, I have a partner here who has helped give me back my independence. And it's an opportunity to educate the general public with a couple of goals in mind, to give them an idea of what these dogs are able to do, and at the same time, to possibly educate them to possibly help them help somebody that they know. Spread the word that these dogs are available, that you don't have to go too far to find an organization, because during this week, we want to recognize and honor the organizations that raise and train these dogs. So during this week is a good time to find out about these organizations, to become educated about the wonderful work these dogs can do. Maybe you know somebody who could benefit from partnering, becoming somebody who becomes a team with one of these dogs like I have. Over the past 22 years, I've been given back my independence. I'm out on my own doing what I want to do in life these days because of the partnership that I've had. And if you know somebody, family member or friend, it could change their life too along the way. So it's my opportunity to come up here and say thank you, Zern, and thank you to the assistance dogs out there, but to educate the public that maybe you can help a family member or friend at the same time. So if I can be helpful in providing information, be happy to do that, but at the same time, if you can be helpful to somebody that you know, think about it and spread the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Clerk, if you'd like to read the proclamation.
Certainly. Whereas assistance dogs transform the lives of their human partners with physical and mental disabilities and serve as devoted companions, helpers, aides, best friends, and close family members. And whereas assistance dogs include service dogs, guide dogs, hearing alert dogs, and alert seizure response dogs. And whereas guide dogs assist people with vision loss, leading these individuals around physical obstacles and to destinations such as seating, crossing streets, and entering or exiting doorways. And whereas service dogs assist disabled people with walking, balance, dressing, transferring from place to place, retrieving and carrying items, opening doors and drawers, pushing buttons, pulling wheelchairs, and aiding with household chores, such as putting in and removing clothes from the washer and dryer. And whereas hearing alert dogs alert people with a hearing loss to the presence of specific sounds, such as doorbells, telephones, crying babies, sirens, and another person, buzzing timers or sensors, knocks at the door, as well as smoke, fire, and clock alarms. And whereas seizure alert / seizure response dog alert or respond to medical conditions such as heart attacks, stroke, diabetes, epilepsy, panic attacks, anxiety attacks, post-traumatic stress, and seizure. And whereas medical alert / medical response dogs alert or respond to oncoming medical conditions such as heart attack, stroke, diabetes, epilepsy, panic attack, anxiety attack, post-traumatic stress disorder. And whereas the City of Fresno commits to respecting and celebrating assistance dogs and their partners. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim August 7th through 13th, 2022 to be International Assistance Dog Week in the city of Fresno.
And again, thank you. Thank you very, very much.
And Zern. Do you want to say something, Zern? No, I guess he's bashful, so I'm sorry. All right, thank you guys very much. And although it's not a proclamation, I did want to make one public announcement, if I may, and congratulate one of our 2022 honorees for top 10 women in Fresno, and that is our own city manager, Georgianne White. Please stand, Georgianne. And there will be an upcoming event. This is sponsored, obviously, by the Marjorie Mason Center, but I believe, as the mayor of this city, that Georgianne is more than deserving for all of her work and all of her accomplishments, not only in my administration, but over the years serving as the chief of staff for 2 prior mayors, as well as being an assistant director in the Department of Public Utilities, and then being my city manager. So, Georgianne, thank you. Congratulations.
Council President, can I just add, because the timing,
Please.
thank you, very honored. I'm actually even more excited because we also have another city employee who was selected as one of the top 10 professional, and that is our own Mindy Casto from the police department. So I'm super, super excited. Congratulations to Mindy, so well deserved. And a lot of other very worthy women have also been selected, but I'm super proud of the selection for our city employee.
Fantastic. So again, congratulations to both yourself and Captain Casto. At this time, we'll move into council member reports and comments. Let me see here. Councilmember Soria.
I think I could get a little bit more minutes since I didn't have 10 proclamations today.
Okay.
A couple comments. I just wanted to, one, say thank you to the administration, our police department, and our attorneys for meeting with my staff earlier this week regarding issues on Shields and West. I've received, continued concerns from the residents in that area. And so my goal is really that we continue to work in a collaborative fashion to develop a robust plan of action to provide a solution because the residents in this neighborhood, Shields and the West area, or West Avenue, I would encourage folks to drive by there, are to some degree, I will say, fed up with what is happening. And so I know over the last 5-6 years, I've been working with code enforcement to try to address some of the recycling issues, but I really want to figure out a way to better address the challenges in this neighborhood, working also with HEART and the in-house folks that are consistently in that area and in front of the businesses. In the meantime, I will say that I am proud that we will be sponsoring with Beautify Fresno a neighborhood cleanup on August 20th. So I am looking forward to working with the community to work together to try to beautify this neighborhood. I also just want to say thanks to our parks, the public works staff for working with my office along with the mayor and the groundbreaking that we had on what will be the new Van Ness Weldon Park. Folks are really excited. If you guys drive by the Van Ness and Weldon area, there's construction underway. And so we ask folks for patience as the work is being continued, and we will see the construction of this brand new park. So we just ask folks to drive safely around this area, especially with school starting already, and the construction continuing through October 4th. And then just lastly, also thank you to our city crews that are currently working on trimming the trees, who would have thought we would just continue to be thankful, because I know that trimming trees was an issue that we didn't do a very good job on, and so I'm proud that this council has invested significant amounts of dollars to ensure that neighborhoods like the Maroa, Palms, Shields neighborhood in the Clinton area are also, their trees are trimmed. So just ask everyone to drive carefully, because there's our crews are out there working on these trees. Again, thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi? Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. Just a disclaimer to the city manager. I know this year's budget, we approved quite a bit of new positions. In the last couple years, we've added hundreds of new positions. So my usually normal patient self, when it comes to projects, will be a little less, since now I know that we have plenty of staff to be able to execute the work. So I'm going to ask for an update on the damaged and vandalized EV charging stations. It's been going on now 8 months since they haven't been repaired. The downtown garbage compactor, the artwork on Mariposa Mall. I don't know if you're familiar with it, right next to the courthouse, to the court, but now it's become a safety hazard since it's pretty bad condition. It's, I think, used to be a fountain with the big art piece, and it took us a year or two to confirm that it was on city property and owned by the city. And I know we probably don't have a plan yet, but with Measure P, Arts and Culture Plan, at some point there should be some resources to make those improvements. And then also the maintenance work on all the art pieces on Fulton Street. I continue to see graffiti on all those art pieces. I report them to 311, but there doesn't seem anyone to be proactively monitoring those art pieces and removing the graffiti. It's just done after it's been reported. And then just an update on the cultural and arts plan, Measure P. I know we're might be pretty close to having that wrapped up, but just an update on that. And a couple of thank yous to West Fresno Resource Center for helping thousands of kids get school supplies and backpacks yesterday at the Valdez Hall. You guys did a great job. I'm glad that we're indoors with air conditioning. There was still long lines around the building, but it was a good thing. Folks got their haircuts, their school supplies. They even got some nail polishing done. So it was super cute and great to see everyone. And thank you for the organization that continues to serve all the families. I know the event has gone from like West Fresno centric to now citywide, which is kudos to you all. And thank you for the city staff for making the city facility work out. And then lastly, I want to, on a more somber note, address a recent settlement that was published related to London Wallace. You know, when the incident occurred a couple years ago now, of a teenager being punched several times by a police officer, several of us on this dais made public comments because we were disgusted by the incident. We were criticized because the teenager was referred to as a gang member, being at a gang party, being at the wrong place in the wrong time, and that there was no investigation complete, so we shouldn't criticize the action of the officers. It turns out he wasn't a gang member. Turns out he didn't do anything wrong. After an internal affairs investigation, confirmed that the officer violated several city policies, an investigation by the police auditor that's independent, and a former FBI agent, he concluded that the officer violated several city policies and what his actions were a clear abuse of force. Yet publicly, the city and department continued to defend his actions and indicate that nothing was done wrong. Of course, we went to litigation, which keeps most of us from commenting on this matter. And in my view, what was even more shameful was after internal affairs confirms that there were city policies violated, after an independent police auditor confirms that the abuse took place, and the former chief on his way out gives them a complete amnesty and wipes away those violations. In the system that we're in today, we as a council don't have a say over disciplinary actions of employees. We don't have a say, and we're not notified of whether officers are disciplined. One day, we might find ourselves at a ceremony promoting that said officer who violated those city policies per those investigations. At the end, it costs taxpayers $500,000 in settlement, and yet we might find ourselves attending a ceremony where that said officer is being promoted to train future officers in our city. And as a council, we have no say. You know, what discipline did the officer receive? I don't know. And I don't have a right to know, even though I have to make the decision whether we settle these cases. It is extremely difficult for me to continue this kind of system. In no other industry would an employee who violated company policy cost the employer a significant amount of dollars in settlement fees, would that employee continue to be employed? In our system, that's just the norm. And I know that it's not a reflection of the current chief. Based on the quarterly reports of the independent police auditor, there's a record amount of disciplinary action that the police chief, Paco Baldrama, is taking on officers. So credit to him for trying to clean up the department and making sure officers meet the expectations of our city. It would be a shame, though, to one day find out that this officer was promoted and is not responsible for training future officers. But I want to be crystal clear. If that happens, it's not because I wanted it as a council member. I authorized it or I approved it. I have no say in it. That's the way the system, in my view, a corrupt system, is operating per state law, per memorandums of agreement, and per city procedures. So I just want to be very transparent to the mayor and the police chief that in the 4 years and 4 months that I have left, if we find another case before us in which an officer violates city policy and it results in legal action, I will not be supportive of any settlement. I will instead ask and advocate for us to go to trial. If we believe we did nothing wrong, if we say publicly that the officer did nothing wrong, if that is the case, then it's proven in a pool of juries of our peers in a trial. Because a system that continues to simply look the other way is not a system that's going to improve. And I want to be crystal clear that it's not my opinion that the officer violated city policy. It is the internal affairs investigation. It is the independent police auditor's investigation. And it is the reflection of why we settled the case. So it's very difficult for me to be in a place where publicly we're all saying nothing was done wrong. Privately, we're being asked to settle a case because the exposure is in the millions of dollars. So I hope, at least from my perspective, that it's clear to city staff and to the administration that we have a responsibility to make sure that those who violate city policy cost us millions of dollars in settlements as a result of it, and the loss of life and injuries. I don't believe that they should continue working for our city. But that's not up to me. I can only control on how I vote on these matters, and I will not continue to pursue financial settlements in these kind of cases where police officers have violated city policy as part of their duties, because that is not what we expect from our employees, whether you're a bus driver, a firefighter, or a police officer. So with that, Council President, I'll turn over my time.
All right. So next would be Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. I will be brief. Just want to give a couple of thank yous to the administration for the big cleanup. that happened out. I know it happened across the city, but it happened in Southeast. We had a lot of great organizations that serve Southeast that showed up. Ceseda was one coordinating a lot of the volunteers and as you can see when you go through the neighborhood, did a really great job with that. Also want to thank our East Boys and Girls Club for their backpack giveaway, and special shout out to my team that was out there helping distribute those backpacks. I think there was a clip in the news where some of the kids ended up water ballooning a reporter and a couple of our officers on a live shot, but that's how you build relationships with our community. Also want to thank our chief. Thank you, Chief, for the 2 bike units that are out there in Southeast. I know they've been very helpful with our residents and actually preventing some of the crime. I've gotten good feedback from residents in their neighborhoods. If we could have them ride through the alleyways, that'd be helpful too. Just a little bit of feedback from our residents. And then lastly, I want to thank the organizations that have been doing a lot of great work in Southeast Fresno this past couple weeks. We broke ground on a project that will be built in Calawa that will bring housing, restaurants, stores, and really development that hasn't happened in that neighborhood for over 50 years. It'll be right there on the corner of Maple and Jensen. And it complements all the investments that the city of Fresno has been doing in Calawa, right down the street. As many of you know, we're building the health clinic that will serve that community. And city manager, I believe we're getting ready to finalize the permits and break ground on that health clinic in conversations with our UHC partner that I know, Mayor, you were out there yesterday, I think, or day before yesterday at the new school, where they actually have that clinic built into the school. I think that's going to be a great addition for the neighborhood, too. And then lastly, I just want to, since the mayor was highlighting his team and everybody's highlighting their team, I just want to give a special shout out to our new team member, Gabriel Lozano. He was hired recently, and he's our Kings Canyon Ventura Community Revitalization person, and yesterday he had probably one of the best stories. He actually goes out there and cleans the corridor every day, and he actually, however he did it, he got some of our homeless population to help out in some of those cleanups. So we're going to be working with our staff on how do we augment that type of partnership with folks that live out there. And again, thank you for all the support. And with that, I will yield my time, Council President.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I just feel the need to respond to a couple of things that Councilmember Arias said, and he and I agree on a couple of things. And first of all, I want to be clear: I'm not speaking to anything specific about the London Wallace case or any other case. It was said that it's a corrupt system. I'm not sure what you meant, but I take exception to that use of that term because I don't think it's corrupt to address issues obviously related to the police. I agree with you about not settling cases. You and I talk about that a lot, perhaps for different reasons. I think we're advised often to settle cases that I don't think we should be settling. I think we should be going to court. And I know we always have to be and should be very concerned about the outcome and what the impact would be to our citizens. It's their money. But I think we're quick to settle cases, and we shouldn't be settling cases because often the city is in the right. Again, I'm not talking about any specific case. It is also very easy to be up here and criticize our police officers. Our police officers do phenomenal work every day that does not get talked about. They save lives every day. We don't come in here and talk about the lives that they saved or the conflicts that they mitigated and alleviated. They risk their lives every day. They work with very dangerous people under very dangerous circumstances every single day. Every single day. And so it is easy to criticize in an instant here or an instance there. But I want to be clear. I defend our police. I support our police. The majority of our community does. And so it's very easy to take one instance and throw mud or sling mud on the entire a police force or call it a corrupt system, when it in fact is not. None of it is. And these are our heroes who sacrifice every day along with their families. And I'm not going to accept or tolerate any crap thrown at our police department. They are the best. You call them when you need them and you want them there. So do I, and they show up. And so we have a big responsibility here. I'm grateful to our police chief, Paco Balderrama. I'm grateful to every law enforcement officer that puts that uniform on every single day, never knowing what they're going to face, what dangers they're going to face. And it's frankly from politicians up in Sacramento that make their job difficult, that they arrest people and they're released immediately, regardless of the heinous acts that they commit. And yet they're still out there every day doing the job for all of us to make us safe. So I support our police. I'm always going to support our police. I think we shouldn't always settle cases. I think that's often the go-to advice from lawyers, and they want to protect taxpayers. I understand that, and so do we all. At the same time, I think sometimes we should be going to trial, and because we are in the right. And sometimes we settle cases even when we are in the right to avoid spending more money to prove that the city was in the right or the police officer was in the right. So there's always two sides to every story. So I just felt the need to comment on that. Again, he and I, Councilmember Arias, agree on sometimes going to court for perhaps different reasons. But I also want every law enforcement officer to know that there are plenty of people who support them, and the majority of our community always supports them. And it's very easy to criticize all of us, no matter what profession we're in, when there's a mistake. Doesn't minimize the responsibility that law enforcement has. They have a badge, they have a gun, they have a high responsibility, and every one of them is accountable for what they do. They have cameras on, and they should be accountable. Everyone should be accountable who's involved in law enforcement, but I want them to know that many of us support them.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President Esparza. I just wanted to highlight a couple of events we did the last few weeks, as well as some upcoming ones too. I started doing this when I worked with Council President Esparza. We did a Beat the Heat in his district, his first year of office that I worked for him. And when I came into office, we started doing it too. A way to do outreach to the community, bring City Hall into the neighborhoods that we serve. We work all the way downtown during business hours. It's often difficult for folks to get here, get resources that they need, questions answered. So last year we did our first District 4 Beat the Heat. This year we did our second annual Beat the Heat, where essentially we do several different parks throughout the district every year. This year we did Vinland and Cary Park. Had hundreds of people come out. We had food, we had snow cones, we had games, we had prizes, we did bicycles. Councilmember Bredefeld will be pleased to know we got those all paid for through sponsorships this year. We had a really good time connecting with the community, sharing resources from City Hall, from nonprofits, and engaging the community. And I would just want to take some time to thank the folks that made that possible. Our sponsors were PG&E, Community Regional Medical Center, Mid-Valley Disposal. We had a lot of help from community partners like Every Neighborhood Partnership, our Fresno Police Officer Association, Ironworkers, Local 155, our Fresno Parks Department, Director Aguirre, David Rodriguez, thank you both for all the help. Fresno Police Activities League, Donaghy Sales provided all the drinks, Teens That Care, Q97.1 played music, and I also want to thank our some willing, some unwilling dunk tank participants. We had a dunk tank at Vinland Park where folks could line up. We had a little bit of a line for some of these folks, but as soon as I announced Mayor Jerry Dyer, all the adults put their hot dogs and cheeseburgers down and got in line, and I want to thank the mayor for always participating in those, as well as our Fresno Northeast Policing District Captain Mindy Casto, ABC 30 reporter Amanda Aguilar, and our Vinland Elementary Principal Janarda Coe. Thank you for coming out. It means a lot to the community to see their leaders in the neighborhoods that they live and that they work in. And I want to give a thanks to Chief Balderrama, too. We had our bicycle units out at those events, and I got so many compliments. Those guys are really well-loved and respected in the district, and I got a lot of compliments that people are happy to see them on Shaw Avenue again and on their bicycles, and so appreciate you keeping your word on that. This last weekend, we also partnered with Pastor Edward Darrell Thomas to do a Kick It outreach. This is an event the pastor does every year at Cary Park before school starts here in Fresno Unified, giving out free shoes. We partnered with him this year to provide some food to the families. We were right behind Fashion Fair Mall. Probably 2 hours before the event started, there was already a line nearly half a mile long, gave away over 600 pairs of shoes to children going back to school next week. And it's that kind of stuff that I love to see in our community. We have a lot of controversy every week in this building, in the headlines, but let's not forget there are a lot of good people out there doing good work in our community, not always elected officials, folks that don't always have the spotlight on them, that are continuing to do good work every day in the city of Fresno. And so I appreciate those partnerships. And I also want to just point out, we are going to have a community meeting at Vinland Elementary School next week with the Sun Garden Acres neighborhood. It's going to be on Wednesday, August 17th from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Vinland cafeteria. If you live in that neighborhood or around there, I want to stay abreast on some of the issues and what our office is doing to address those issues. Please swing by. We'll have dinner and beverages for folks. And with that, I will conclude my remarks, Council President.
All right, fantastic. I have just a few comments. I also participated in our community cleanup day, the mayor's cleanup day this past Saturday. I want to thank you for choosing Manchester for the after party, and I think where many of the volunteers actually went to throughout the day. There were different sites, but I think a lot of folks chose to clean up my district, and I appreciate all those folks from around the city and our own residents who chose Manchester. So that was a good time. Had the opportunity this past Monday or Tuesday, I'm losing track of the days, but we sent off the last cohort of Camp Fresno students. School's coming back, and so it's great to see their faces. I told them I never had the opportunity to go to camp as a kid, and I was excited for them and was going to live vicariously through their experiences. So they should have gotten back yesterday, I think. So they were there a couple days. But again, always great to be able to reach out and speak to our youth. Additionally, I want to congratulate Dr. Robert Pimentel at Fresno City College for his appointment as president. Our district, we represent Fresno City College, and had the opportunity to chat with him at a couple of different welcome receptions for him. So wishing him the best of luck, and again, Fresno City College is one of those gems that we have over in District 7. Lastly, tomorrow we'll be breaking ground on the Clinton Avenue Apartments, the southwest corner of Clinton and Blackstone. This is one of those projects where I can't say that it was a long time coming. I first brought this to the dais last June during the budget cycle, and ground has actually already been broken, but tomorrow we'll kind of do it more formally. So it's a very quick process, very speedy project, and I think we're all going to strive to have projects go at this very same speed that we've had the Clinton Avenue Apartments go to at. So I'll be there, the mayor will be there, we'll be joined by many different community stakeholders and folks who are supportive of that new project. 78 affordable units there at the southwest corner of Clinton and Blackstone. And with that, that'll conclude my comments. Mayor, city manager, do you have any updates?
Thank you, Council President. And, Council Vice President, only for you would I get in that dunk tank and get dunked 20-something times. So I do appreciate it. Just to reiterate on the Beautify Fresno event, it was the Mayor's Citywide Community Cleanup event. Saturday we had almost 1,200 volunteers come out, about 87 locations in Fresno, picked up just under 14,000 pounds of trash in our city. A special shout out to Mark Standriff, our Beautify Fresno director, who coordinated that, as well as all of the sponsors and volunteers. Yesterday, Council Member Arias and I attended the groundbreaking, finally, of a hotel in downtown Fresno. It is the Courtyard by Marriott. It'll be a 5-story motel or hotel in downtown Fresno next to the convention center, and long overdue. We haven't had a hotel built in downtown Fresno since 1986. So more to come as a result of that. I too got to attend the West Fresno Family Resource Center's event yesterday, backpack giveaway. Many of them are here today, and I got to tell you, it was so refreshing to see all of our youth that were at this event, getting backpacks, school supplies, haircuts, COVID vaccines, and all the resources that were available. I think there was probably 1,500 plus folks that were there, and students. So thank goodness, thank God for the West Fresno Family Resource Center. So thank you to Yolanda Randles. And also, I attended a couple of events for Robert Pimentel. Yesterday with the Workforce Investment Board, they hosted one at the Downtown Club. I got to speak about Robert. And then last week at City College when Dr. Goldsmith hosted the event for Robert. And this is an individual who is so good for our city. Humble beginnings coming from western Fresno County, but he is somebody that I deeply admire, and I look for great things to happen with him. And then lastly, on a somber note, I attended a funeral yesterday, a celebration of life, actually, for Jack Hanna, who is someone that was a near and dear friend of mine, but truly somebody that I've looked up to. He was a coach at Hoover High School for many years for baseball, national recognition and state recognition, Coach of the Year. He poured his heart and soul into our youth in Fresno. He started the Sons of the San Joaquin, which is a country, cowboy music, and they toured all over the world. And so we lost an incredible icon in our city, and my condolences to his wife, Linda, and the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, any updates?
Yeah, just really minor. We got the Trey memo out belatedly on the increase of the CPI adjustment for informal contracts. It raised from 149 to 158. So we are allowed to do informal contracts up to $158,000. Just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll take us to the consent calendar. Last call for any additional items to be moved from contested or from consent to contested consent. Any additional items?
Sorry, Mr. President, item 1H, please.
1H. So I've got 1D, 1H, 1M as in Mary, 1R, 1S, 1T. Does that sound right, clerk?
1D, I believe, is not on that list of things being moved to contested.
Could you read that again, Council President?
Yeah, so I had a 1D as in dog, 1H, 1M as in Mary, 1R, 1S, and a 1T. And clerk, did you say that 1D is no longer?
Councilmember Arias had requested it to be pulled, and then before the meeting started, he said, never mind, it's okay, it can stay on. So I didn't read that as something being pulled.
Okay, so just 1H. Yeah, it was written here. So 1H, 1M is a Mary, 1R, 1S, 1T. That sounds about right?
Yes.
Okay. Any additional items to pull? Seeing none. Can I get a motion?
Council President, I believe there's a card on one of the items for public comment that are on the approval.
Oh yeah, we'll take all kinds of public comment before we actually approve anything. I'll just get in the motion. Yeah, so we have a motion. Who was second? Second. The motion was Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we do have several cards, and we'll open up public comment at this point for for all the consent items, as well as unscheduled communication, and if you'd like to comment on the closed session agenda as well. Other items that we have, there will be individual public comments for those items that are itemized outside of the consent agenda. Like the 10 a.m. item and the general administration items and the city council items, and 3A through E, 4A and B, et cetera, et cetera. So again, we'll take public comment on the consent agenda, as well as unscheduled communication and comment on closed session. So first card we have is for item 1K. And that's going to be, let's see here, there's no name on this, but it's with respect to the MaxCL Parks contract. Someone yeah, come on up. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning.
Morning. State your name for the record, please.
Maxidale Parks.
Oh, you are Maxidale Parks.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, I can't believe it. I was like, someone wrote about it. Okay, all right. Yeah, please.
Our comments and concerns is about the contract relationship with the city of Fresno for the Maxidale Parks and the Mary Ellen Brown Center. We was under the arrangement for a 3-year contract that we had just recently signed with the Parks Department. And I believe now it's under consideration to be reduced to 2 years, opposed to the agreed 3-year contract that we had recently signed about a month maybe ago. And with the amount of work that the West Fresno Family Resource Center is involved in, and prior we had a understanding that we would be given a 3-year extension under the new contract, and that we would have to eventually look for a new home. So that reduction in our timeline would be very difficult for us to. We're looking for a new home. We know that the city of Fresno Parks has allowed us to serve in the Maxie Parks and the Mary Ellen Brown. It was brought to us to be a part of that when the center really wasn't being actively used. So the West Fresno Family Resource has really built a good rapport, good relationship in the city of Fresno and the community of West Fresno through both the Mary Ellen Brown and the Maxie Parks. We understand that the Mary Ellen Brown is going to be refurbished and brought up to a new standard, and we appreciate all that has gone into the Maxie Parks to elevate it and upgrade it as well. But we're asking the council not to reduce our current arrangement or contract with the city and the park from a 3-year to a 2-year, because it do apply a lot of difficulty to the center. We do serve this community and numerous of services, just as we were just talking about the backpack program. And the sweet potato program, as you know, is a national recognized project that we're involved in with the West Fresno Family Resource. We've been serving in this community for more than 20 years, and we would appreciate if the council would take that in consideration and not reduce the time that we have, allow us to 3 years, allow us to have the opportunity to continue to look for a new home. We have reached out to several other areas, but we haven't gotten a confirm on anything at this particular time. So we did not get a notice other than just recently that that it was being considered to reduce that contract from 3 to 2 years.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
So we appreciate that. Okay?
All right. So our next speaker is going to be Mr. Fernando Paul Elizondo.
Good morning and peace be with you. In case you haven't noticed, my poster of the day is a target. When Mr. Miguel was saying this earlier about the officer, I happen to know that officer. I had a confrontation with him, okay? Except I never came outside. So you go get a warrant and I'll talk to you. Anyway, that settled that. But what I'm here for today is Mr. Esparza. You have become a target. It's sad that in this great country, we have to deal with, the old word is racism. But today they call it systemic racism. It's methodically thought over, and it's, look, you got to look it up and do your research, okay, as I have. Methodic, systemic, they use your own people to be racist against you. The new world order that's coming, some of you heard of it, is consisting of all these things that they found the officer guilty. And like I said, it's an isolated incident. It's not every officer. We can't throw everybody under the rug or under the bus, whatever you want to say it. But anyway, in today's new world order, which is here today, I got a ticket myself, and I won the case. Yet I still had to pay the ticket. How did that happen? Okay. I won 4 cases here with the code enforcement, and maliciously prosecuted, like that's what they're doing to you. In your case, it's gone a little bit further, but it's similar to my case. It's called, your case is called assassination of character, saying that you strong-armed, that you did the, what do you call it, to Mr. so-called Stallone. I found that there's a problem in City Hall Council. It's called the little man syndrome. Those of you that are guilty of that should know who you are, okay? I hope I've sent these in your mail. You'll find one in there. It's a heads up. It's to help you. It's constructive criticism. So hopefully you'll learn something from it. Those of you that it's affecting you, you know. But today, the New World Order is taking over, and it's causing all these things that some of you, it goes over your head, just like it did to Mr. Benefiel. Thank you, and see you in 2 weeks.
So the next speaker is going to be Gloria Hernandez. Gloria, are you with us? Oh, yep, you know what? Subject Measure C, I see. Got it. However you like, however you like.
Gracias, Miguel, for having the courage to stand up and support those taxpayers that pay a lot of claims and settlements and lawsuit settlements against the police department. This is a battle that I've been fighting for since 1984. And no, they don't always win in court. And the city of Fresno has appealed a lot of those cases, and they end up losing, and it's on the taxpayers' back. So gracias for having that courage. I agree with you. There should be better discipline, and there should be acknowledgement. Families are traumatized. Not just families, but those of us that fight for social justice continue to be traumatized every day when we hear this. Selective mentalities here should not be allowed to speak, especially when they don't live in the area where most of our people are shot dead by the police and the officer says, "Good shot." Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Joseph Haydock. Joseph?
Hello, I'm speaking to the agenda item on the rezone at Bullard and Del Mar. Is this the time when you want me to speak, or do you want me to wait for that time?
We'll have separate public comment for that item, but can't stop you if you want to talk about it now.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and talk about it real quickly. So I am a resident of that neighborhood. I'm also a realtor who sells homes in the neighborhood. I'm in favor of the rezone, and I want to take an opportunity to thank Council Vice President Maxwell. He held a great couple of community meetings. His staff went along and surveyed the neighborhood because initially there was some opposition. Most of the neighbors I've spoken to are in favor of the rezone. So kudos to you, Vice President Maxwell, and I just wanted to be in favor of that rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is going to be Reza Nukaminish.
Council President, also, I wanted to speak on 1M. Should I wait or do now?
Yeah, so now would be the time for
right.
both. Yeah, I have you down, I think, for 1M.
Yeah, I know. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, Mayor, Council President, Council Members, and Chief, thank you. Council Member Bredefeld, you're my council member. Earlier, you spoke about how police save lives and mitigate conflicts and put their lives on the line, and those are true statements. These are true statements. And there's another group of amazing Fresnans that put their lives on the line and mitigate conflicts and save lives. And they've done so without any support from our city. Advanced peace saves lives, period. Advanced peace mitigates conflicts, period. And advanced peace put their lives on the line. The superheroes of advanced peace put their lives on the line every day, period. They've stopped shootings. They've curbed a possible race riot. They've made Southwest Fresno safer, something that our city has yet to be able to do in all of these years. And they do this by teaching that broken men have the right to dream, they have the right to shine, and they have the basic right to live as free men. And yet, till this day, our city has yet to find advanced peace as a partner. And now the possible money is cut into a third, right? A third. It's actually less than a third of what our own statistics in this city say it costs when somebody is murdered in Fresno. We've also heard about saving taxpayers' dollars today. Advanced peace saves money according to our own statistics. Dear Council President, Vice President, Council members, support advanced peace. Support advanced peace and support them more than is on the docket of the 375. Support them all the way because advanced peace is necessary for our community. We need them. Support advanced peace because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Sandra Saladon.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. I stand before you today. First, I want to thank Council Member Miguel Arias because I think that you really exemplify what bold leadership looks like. It's uncomfortable, it makes you a target, and it forces you to speak truth. And it's not easy to speak truth, and it's not easy to deal with the repercussions of when you speak truth. And what we do know is that it is not an absolute truth that all cops are good. Just like we know that not all cops are bad. And as the vice chair of the Fresno Commission for Police Reform, we spent months having conversations about the systemic problems that are embedded in our police department. And in fact, there is a history that can be tracked to the 1800s of bad officers that have tainted the profession, that abuse their power, that cost us not just money, but lives. that hurt our community, that perpetuate violence. And this council not too long ago adopted 73 recommendations that were very well thought out by a group of community members that engaged at the request of this council. You were presented with those recommendations and you accepted it. But there has been no follow-through on implementation. There's been an implementation team that has met once or twice, but has pretty much fell through. This council has not followed up on implementation of those recommendations. And those recommendations include a number of recommendations around how do we ensure that there's accountability and transparency in the department, but also how do we ensure that police officers have the resources and the tools necessary to implement their jobs well. And there's also expansion on the fact that safety is not just created by arrest. It's not just created by perpetuating more violence in our community. That safety is actually created by investing in prevention. That's actually what saves lives. And so investing in advanced peace and other programs is clearly outlined in those recommendations. And so I will close by asking Council President that you agendize on a future meeting a report on the status of the implementation of the Fresno Commission for Police Reform recommendations. Not a subset of the recommendations, but all recommendations that this council adopted, and that this council follow Mr. Arias's lead in bold leadership that is uncomfortable, that requires you to be honest about the truth of our community, and that also enables you to make the hard decisions of investing and actually saving lives and holding those who perpetuate violence, whether they're officers or regular citizens, accountable. Thank you.
So we have folks who are on Zoom who have their hands raised. At this point, I don't have any more yellow cards for the chamber. So if you are in the chamber and do want to speak on the consent agenda or on scheduled communication or the closed session agenda, please feel free to fill out a yellow card, hand it to the clerk. But for now, we're going to move over to Zoom. The first speaker we have is W. Feathers. If you could identify yourself, state your name for the record.
That's a mistake. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to take it down.
No worries. Yeah. So you have 3 minutes. Just go ahead and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Wonderly Feathers.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I don't have nothing to say.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. All right. So next speaker on Zoom is going to be Daniel Sosa.
Hello. I would like to, I'm Daniel Sosa. I would like to speak for general public comment. Is now the right time to speak?
Now it's time to speak, yes.
Thank you very much. Greetings, council members. First, I would like to thank you for taking the time to create a thoughtful program for cannabis dispensary licensing in the city of Fresno. I was one of the partners of Yerba Wellness, which was one of the final 35 applicants for dispensaries last year. Our location was on Eugenia Avenue in District 5. Unfortunately, while we were one of the final 35 who made the final interview, we were not selected as one of the applicants selected to move forward. My partner is Vernon Jones, who worked for the Fresno City Fire Department for 39 years and was a fire captain. We were very disappointed we were not selected, as we felt we had a very strong application. Vernon was very excited to continue to give back to the same community he served as a firefighter for several decades. Now, we absolutely respect the process, but the purpose of me speaking today is to encourage the council to consider allowing those 14 applications which made it to the final interview an opportunity to move forward with licensing. These were very strong applications, and I believe they were businesses that will have a positive impact in their respective communities. Also, I think a city the size of Fresno can absolutely support 14 more dispensaries, bringing the number to 35 total. Large cities such as Los Angeles, San Francisco, and San Diego are supporting a much larger number of dispensaries relative to their populations than Fresno. In closing, I hope you will consider allowing those 14 additional dispensaries to move forward. If the city at some point considers adding additional dispensaries, I would encourage the council to move forward with those 14 who have already gone through the process, as opposed to creating a brand new application program. Thank you very much for listening and for your consideration on this matter.
All right, next speaker is going to be Sherry Phillips.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sharif Phillips, and I'm speaking in general. I've been living in a program called Turning Point of California for the last 3 years, and I was placed here after a police brutality incident was recorded, and 4 days later I was placed here. At this program, after agreeing that I was more interested in receiving help than seeking retribution for what had happened to me. The reason I agreed is it's true. After 17 years of living in a tent, I wanted more than anything to have a home, so I could keep a promise to a son, which did return to me after moving here. But now 3 years later, my son has a daughter, and he stayed at the rescue mission with my granddaughter and his wife, where they got jobs, but they still weren't making enough to pay rent anywhere. And they still didn't receive any Section 8 or any help to get permanent housing. So he was kicked out of the rescue mission, and he returned home to me. And now I'm still living in Turning Point, and they're giving me the blues, as to say. The 3 years that I've been here, they caused me myself to lose my Section 8. They also caused me to lose an apartment because they sent a caseworker that I had specifically asked to be replaced because we weren't seeing eye to eye. And they told me that, no, I needed to learn how to get along with her. And I diligently had tried. I'm 71 days sober today. And I'm still going to West Care, and I'm still going to my counseling, and I'm still doing all of that. But since my sons came home, they've done nothing but give me leasing violation after leasing violation, because they want me to put my 2-year-old granddaughter and my son out on the street. And I can't, and I won't. And I'm wondering, where's the compassion in that? I mean, isn't there some kind of Turning Point supposed to be there to help people? Their whole foundation and their statement is to help people be productive and live lives. Well, part of being a human being and being productive is learning how to have compassion. And I'm failing to see, and I'm feeling like my system has repeatedly let me down. Falcon Court Apartments, that's ran by Turning Point, has caused me more emotional torment than the 17 years I lived in a tent. They have their story, they'll tell their story, and I'll tell mine. I want to put us all three in a room and let the truth come out, because I just can't see that if you're trying to make people live more productive lives and be better citizens, that lacking the compassion and putting a 2-year-old out on the street is the way to go about it. My wife is, in the 3 years we've been here, she has a job. It's the first time in 30 years that she's been stable and has kept a job. She works from home. If we lose our home because I won't put my son out, she'll lose her job. I mean, where's the win? Where's the win
Sheree,
there?
we're over the 3 minutes at this point.
Okay, thank
so we're
you.
gonna move
That's all I
on to
wanted
the
to
next
say.
speaker. Thank you. So the next speaker is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everyone. I think the theme of today and all the speakers is about communication. So I'm going to start on that. First off, Esmeralda, you have such a dynamite staff. I left a message in regards to an issue I had at the dog park on Wednesday, and they got back to me on Wednesday. Nice, professional, articulate. I'm just blown away by the level of your staff. And I just want to give a shout out to your staff. The second thing I want to, say that obviously there's a lot of communication issues in Fresno dealing with the city, the citizenry, and the programs that you have. I have issues with what's going on coming through your planning department and your public works department in regards to the truck route and the work with AB 617. This is a community group. This is a organization that is trying to work with the city to solve some of the problems, yet you're not having staff show up to our meetings to keep that open dialogue going. And one of the things I talked about at last night's meeting was getting the city to show up, but also the Air District to show up to city council meetings. So everybody can start engaging in a more positive manner so we can get solutions to air pollution and the planning issues in the AB 617 area. Now, the other issue I had was speed bumps. I was out when it was raining. I had a doctor's appointment in North Fresno, and I found myself on Bruno. And I think it's Tyler Maxwell's area. I'm not quite sure who it belongs to, but it's behind Fresno State. And somebody needs to paint the Ford speed bumps that I came across. The first one caught me off guard. The second one, I kind of saw. The third one, the stuff in the back of my SUV actually hit my roof because I didn't see it because the paint is so faded. And the fourth one, I kind of anticipated they don't put them in threes, they put them in pairs. Where's the fourth one? And I also got a radical adjustment to my spine. That was interesting. So I want you guys, when you go about your day today, I want you to think about communication and resolutions and how we can get a win-win for everybody. I think it's a shame that you are lowballing Advanced Peace because the work they're doing is actually saving the city more money and less lawsuits. I just don't get it. Also, to the other thing.
Lisa, we're over time. We're over 3 minutes. But thank you.
It was.
Next speaker is going to be Michael Lynn Lewis.
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael Lewis, and I live in Southwest Fresno. I'm speaking on behalf of the West Fresno Family Resource Center. I've had the privilege of working with them and for, God, longer than I want to even think about. But I do admire the work that Yolanda Randles has done and Janice Mathern has done with that community, as well as the staff. The staff works as a team at all times. They have a good time doing what they do, and it's not easy. I've recently been able to replace somebody and work on the phones, and I hear people calling not only just from West Fresno, but from all over the city needing resources. It's become the go-to place. When they don't have the resources that they offer, they will find the resources for you or at least make an attempt. So and then we were down for about, I'm saying we because I feel like I'm an essential part of them. And we were down for about a year or so for the remediation at the Maxey Park Center. So I'm not sure why you're reducing this to 2 years. It's only just beginning to come back. People are only just now beginning to come and realize that they're back again, and they're there. The traffic comes through all day long of people coming in for services, and the staff, as short staff as they are, tends to make it work and helps out. They are everything to the community. So I'm going to ask you to please extend that stay to 3 years, and if not, actually find a decent place for them to be able to operate and continue the good work. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Des M.
Hello, and thank you. I want to read a message that I was sent. Is there any help out here? Hello, my name is blank. Me and my family are homeless. I have 6 kids from 18 to 6 years old, 2 sons with autism. So pulling them from their routines and relocating again and again breaks my heart. But my boys are doing the best to adjust. My husband sometimes gets bothered that he doesn't or is unable to do more for us. He is legally blind. I tell him that his presence is all we need. My apartments were sold and I was given an eviction notice. Soon came the court summons, and instead of doing what I wanted to, I did what Fresno Eviction Protection Program said to do and ended up with a default judgment. I still can't wrap my head around how I was evicted when I was pending an application with ERAP and pending a lawsuit against my apartments. On Monday, we had to check out of our room at 10:30, and then we have nowhere to go but been sleeping on the streets. I keep reading about the millions of funds that are being given, and it seems impossible to locate anybody that can help. They currently went down to Pavarolo House to ask them for help, and they were denied just now, 10 minutes ago. That's why I'm asking that you guys stop fighting with the county, rezone for the RVs. We need them up like right now, up right now. Calwa housing, are those gonna be low income housing, or is it gonna be rent that's really too high for even the Calwa residents to be able to pay for? Also, when is our meeting for the follow-up on the town hall meeting? It's been over 90 days. I don't know if you guys forgot about it, but would love to sit down and have a follow-up meeting regarding that. The showers are still in the same district since they've opened. When will they be in other districts? Put them in Rodine Park because we have an overwhelming amount of people now at Rodine Park that have been going over trying to get into the shelters. Valley Inn, having them at Valley Inn. I know you get some people going there, but not as many as you would if you actually had it at Rodine Park and somewhere else so that other people would feel comfortable to go into a shelter area where they have showers already. We had somebody from Tyler's district catch a bus to Aries district just for a shower. This is ridiculous. We had one of our volunteers actually had to give them bus fare because they didn't have it or they wouldn't have had that shower. And I want to know, what do you all have planned when everybody heads to Parkway for a shower and they end up at Rodine Park during the day and in Homeless Alley at night? Do you guys have plans for that? Also, I'd like to address the 2 apartment complexes that are closing by Holmes Playground. It was reported to me 283 children will be evicted out of these apartments because a new developer had bought them and they're closing October 12th. And I want to know if the city is aware of that and if they are going to step in and help. I know everybody's blaming the county for everything. I'm like, please stop fighting. Y'all just get along so we can get some low-income housing going. I think that's all I have to say.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Darren Preisendorf.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Council, for taking the time here. I'm speaking on the contested item 1S. My name is Darren Preisendorf. We are a contractor that bid this project twice now. And we are recently awarded and going to start working on the water line soon in the Calwa district as well. This item is for service replacements. It's work that we are good at and we do quite a bit of. And the way the bid was written, it was for a number of units, water replacements, repairs, emergency callouts, with quantities that put our number higher than what the budget allocation was. And it's not on this bid that you would go do every single one of those. It's kind of a smorgasbord for the utilities division to pick and choose what we do on that contract. And I would recommend that this is the second time that this has gone out to bid, and we were both times we were the only bidder. But I'd recommend, instead of going through the cost of putting this back out to bid, just recommend awarding to the budget amount that's allocated for this expenditure to help free up city personnel to do other things than fixing water lines, which we can do. So that's, I guess, the statement on that. Just if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer.
So on Zoom, we have, again, W. Feathers. Do you wish to speak?
No, I don't know how to take my hand down. I'm sorry. No.
Okay, all right. I will, if I see it up again, I will not call on it. So Yolanda Randalls is next on Zoom.
Hi, good morning. I'm Yolanda Randalls, Executive Director of the West Fresno Family Resource Center. To our council president, council members, and our mayor. First of all, I want to thank our mayor and Miguel Arias for attending our wonderful event we had on yesterday. More than 2,000 families received great resources in terms of haircuts and backpacks and food and just a wide variety of resources. I'm here today to speak on behalf of West Fresno Family Resource Center, and it seems like there was a general theme about acknowledging staff. And I too would like to acknowledge the staff that's in the chamber. You know, after that event last night, I know a lot of them got home late last night, but yet they are there this morning to stand for West Fresno Family Resource Center. We are here to advocate for our original contract that we signed for a 3-year contract to serve in the West Fresno area at the Maxie Parks Community Center, as well as the Mariella Brown Community Center. We, first of all, are just blown away. We didn't know that, that an amendment was going to happen today. We were there to advocate on there was a grant and some other in our contract. We wanted you to know, City Council, that we are here to serve our community, and that's what we were about. And a two-year contract is really not enough time. You know, we understand that Maxie Parks and Mariella Brown, that those are city facilities, and we have appreciated our time, you know, in those facilities. You know, Maxie Parks was an empty building. There was no activity going on in that building before we were approached by our city to take the lead role to operate that facility. And so when we take pride in our work, I'm proud of my staff. You know, I'm proud to serve in our community, but our advocacy here today is that we would really like our original contract that was signed for a 3-year term at Maxie Parks and the Mariella Brown Center. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy News Villegas.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to be on here, so I did send some information beforehand regarding 1M with the advanced piece and the others. There is a large group of wonderful organizations that really deserve the funding that they are receiving. I want to ask, as was mentioned before, the concept of looking for and expanding and getting more American Rescue Plan and other dollars towards the towards advanced peace, as well as the other ones that should be given. We know about the concerns, the rise in different violent crimes in our community. So it is extremely important that we invest in something that will provide sustainable change, not only decreasing violent crime, but also changing lives. And so it is an item that I believe that needs to be further funded because the investment yields such great returns to our community. Absolutely needed if we want to really see a change in our community regarding violent crime. So I ask that if you're continuing to pull this for discussion, that would be the idea of increasing the funding would be on there. And there is other great organizations there that too could use more funding, but certainly ask that there would be at least triple the funding for advanced peace. Regarding mentioning about children West and concerns that Sori mentioned and other things, I want to remind you both that people have no place to go. They have, we have multiple people that we've been talking to who have been displaced from one place to the other. So those who are there because they have nowhere to go because the shelters are quite full, which has been affirmed by those who are on, those in law enforcement, those who are care providers, and we're going to have shelters closing as it's being turned to affordable housing units. So please consider rather than continuing to displace people from one to another, to ensure that to have a more reasonable response for the people who are just being, who don't know where they're going to go when they're being asked to leave where they're going. I also repeat the idea for the town hall to have a follow-up to hear from our unhoused community members and discuss positive, sustainable options. We'd love to see something happen with the tiny homes, as well as safe lots and safe camps for those who do not know where to go. I appreciate the comments by Arias regarding accountability interviews, as well as what Sandra and Gloria had mentioned, and I asked that that be pursued as well. And I appreciate Chavez mentioning how involving those who are in housing cleanups is proven beneficial. I know a lot of people who would very much like to be part of that, and I think that developing a partnership where it's a win-win for those who do want to keep things clean but need the resources and could potentially be involved in there. And since I can't be there later on, I want to voice my opposition and extend thanks.
Thank you, Brandy. We're over 3 minutes at this point. Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Cruz Avila.
Thank you, council members. This is with regards to 4A resolution opposing SB 930. So good morning, city council members. My name is Cruz Avila, executive director at Alcohol Justice. And for the past 35 years, Alcohol Justice has promoted evidence-based public health policies and organized campaigns with diverse communities and youth against alcohol and other drug industries' harmful practices. So with that being said, I would really like to thank Councilmember Bredderfield, Vice President Maxwell, and Councilmember Arias for putting forth this resolution to remove Fresno as a potential pilot city from SB 930 bill, as well as Mayor Dyer for sending the letter to Senator Wiener asking that the city of Fresno be removed. But our work isn't done yet. If passed, SB 930 would still allow closing times for on-sale realtors to be extended from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. as part of this pilot program conducted by ABC. This pilot program would still be conducted in 6 other cities, San Francisco, Oakland, West Hollywood, Cathedral City, Coachella, and Palm Springs. So it's our hope that these 6 cities would allow Fresno's, and follow Fresno's footsteps, and take action by texting justice to 313131. And with that, I'd just like to thank you all for your time and for your attention on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last speaker here in the chamber, Rachel Washington.
Hi, I'm Rachel Washington. I always wanted to do this, by the way. Sorry. I'm here to speak for, of course, West Fresno Family Resource Center. So when we got the news, we got to figure out what's next. But from my perspective as a person in the community, also as now an employee, I was given the opportunity to be an intern. For that, with everything I was going through personally, I was not able to provide for my family, find a job, or anything of such. So I went there for resources and was blessed with the opportunity to be an employee. I have grown, I have learned so much and stacked my resume. I got about 5 pages, Esmeralda. So with that being said, prolonging it, I guess, does help. Maybe it's just me, I don't know about staff, but I'm comfortable where it's at. Because I feel like it's a community thing, working with the city. We're able to watch these kids come in as well. They're able to see Sweet Potato and say, hey, I want to join. Or, families come in for even just rental assistance and say, you guys offer this, you guys do that, you guys, have all of these opportunities. Yesterday was just overwhelming for us as staff, but for me in the spiritual level, it was overwhelming because kids were able to say, I picked out my backpack and I have Nikes and I have jeans and and the parents were able to breathe because that's a stress level. So as you guys all know, what Maxie Parks bring and Mariella brings to the community, at the same time, if you just step in our shoes as a community person, not an employee, and just feel the need of what is necessary, that would be nice. I know that's my 2-minute mark.
You have 1 more minute.
Oh, okay. Just say shout out to Maxie Parks and everything like that. No, I'm just joking. But if you guys, I just want to make you guys laugh. Y'all look sleepy. But if you guys could just, you know how it is. I don't just praise dance, Esmeralda. But if you guys could consider that and just push forward that or better. Yeah, taking a walk through the communities that you guys sponsor or you guys represent is everything to the community. We support the ones that take walks. We support the ones that walk beside us and see exactly what the need is. So thank you all. Special shout out to Miguel and Esmeralda. All right.
All right, so that will conclude public comments. We already have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Clerk, attorney, you guys okay? You guys looking for something?
There's an item that requires 5 affirmative votes on the consent calendar. We have 5.
Okay.
Just
All
throwing
right.
that out there.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving the balance of the consent calendar? Seeing none, passes 5-0. All right, let's move on to contested consent. First item is going to be 1H.
Council President, can I just confirm that also the city clerk registered my no vote on 1B?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Yeah, so 1H, and this was pulled, I think, by Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes, if I can have the chief come up, please. Morning, Chief. How are you?
Doing great, thank you.
Good.
Morning.
Can you tell us a little bit about this item and then to address de-escalation training, what that looks like with the department?
Sure. So we were very fortunate to apply and receive a $200,000 grant through the COPS office. This is federal money, and this is going to allow us to buy it's a virtual reality system that will allow police officers to train in de-escalation. Now, this training is mandated. It's something that we're already doing now, but this equipment is going to help us to expand that and enhance it, be able to train more police officers, faster pace, and also to not have the need for a large facility, since it is virtual. So I would like to say that the cost of this is $148,000. It's the latest in technology, which is great for us to have something that is cutting edge here in Fresno, but also that to address the fact that our efforts to de-escalate and train our officers in the use of force are working. I submitted a memorandum to the city manager about a month ago, which details our use of force stats for last year, which shows out of 388,000 911 calls that we responded to, not that we received, but that we actually sent police officers to, the level of use of force was 0.041%, less, about half of 1/10 of a percent that force is ever used. Additionally, use of force last year, which is the first full year that I was here, were reduced by about 30%, and that's with having a call volume increase of 10%. We were also able to reduce officer-involved shootings by 63% last year. All these stats are facts, they're numbers, they don't change, and it shows that this type of de-escalation training works, accountability works, transparency works. The fact that in the last 19 months, we've had approximately, off the top of my head, about 8 police officers who were either terminated or resigned in lieu of termination. So the accountability is there, despite what you might see on the news or on Twitter or on Facebook, which a lot of times is pretty arbitrary because it's the topic at hand, and it's sexy to talk about. The facts speak for themselves. This equipment is going to bring us to a level of really cutting-edge technology for our department to be able to continue this type of training.
And then speaking on transparency, can you tell us about the retention of records? There's been some changes in that area, is that correct?
There has, and I actually had a meeting with our assistant city attorney regarding this. It was past practice to only keep disciplinary records for 5 years, which was something that was really foreign to me. I came from an agency that those records were permanent, actually, because when there's discipline imposed, we can always go back and see what the record shows as far as past discipline, past performance. And the fact that these records were only kept for 5 years meant that after that 5-year period, I couldn't use any of that information for promotions or discipline or anything like that. So we are going to make an effort to mirror the new state standards, which is 15 years to keep those records, which to me is not just transparency, but it helps a police chief like myself to make the proper decisions when it comes to holding people accountable and discipline and promotions for that matter.
Right. Now, all that sounds great, so I'm going to make a motion to approve.
There a motion and a second?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Council President, I do have a couple questions.
Yes.
Chief, I just want to acknowledge the efforts you're making. Just to reaffirm, the state standard is keeping disciplinary records for 15 years. Our practice was 5 years. It's one of the many things that for us, when we learn about these kind of situations, we're like, that makes no sense. For every other employee, if you're employed with us, we keep your records, and that determines whether you're in good standing or not. So I do want to applaud you for continuing to move the department in the right direction. And I am earnest in my comments that I expect that you'll continue to make those improvements. And I do hope that you don't, continue the past practices of, an outgoing chief clearing out somebody's record and putting you in a potential position to have to consider somebody promotion because their record was just, cleared out when the public record is crystal clear. So thank you again for your work.
Sure, and thank you for your comments. And just to reinforce, what you said, I'm not from here, so whatever happened here before doesn't play any role in my decision making. It's about doing the right thing. It's about making this community safe, and the Fresno Police Department is a huge part of that. So I thank you for your support, and as far as continued efforts, I'm just getting started. Thanks.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone punched up at this point. Is there any opposition to approving item 1H? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Next item is going to be 1M, as in Mary. I believe that was pulled by Councilmember Redfield and/or Maxwell.
Before we get to the discussion, I'll just make a motion to continue this and ask the administration to meet with the Budget Committee before this comes back on the agenda.
I'll make a second after, of course, Member Butterfield has all his, say.
Great. I just wanted to ask on the advanced piece, when I was reading about it, it says through the fiscal agent, Fresno EOC, advanced peace will provide street-level intervention services to a minimum of 60 youth to interrupt the cycle of retaliatory violence. The program will include a junior fellows program, which will reach approximately 25 at-risk youth ages 8 to 18 with violence prevention services. I just want to make sure, it sounded like there aren't stipends as part of this. Stipends don't involve this $375,000 that would go to advanced peace, is that correct?
Correct. So Shelby McNabb, Parks Department, we have reviewed their line item requests for funds, and at no point in the application were any stipends included. In fact, they spoke to that in the application and stated that no stipends would be provided under their youth program. So it's a little bit different than their adult program.
Right. And so I just want to be on the record, I will support this when it comes back because my problem is with the stipend. So I'll support this $375,000 for advanced peace and appreciate allowing me the opportunity to just talk about this.
Thank you.
Great. Any additional discussion? All right, so we have a motion. Do we have to take a vote on the tabling? Or is there consensus?
Well, we have a motion and a second, and a consensus would confirm.
Okay, any opposition to tabling? Seeing none, item is tabled. All right, moves us to item 1R, pulled by Vice President Maxwell.
Good morning.
Good morning, Director. Would you just walk me through this item? Help me understand it, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
Back in May, the Water Board adopted a new regulation which prohibits the use of potable water for irrigating non-functional turf at commercial, industrial, and institutional facilities. And so part of that, too, is it gives water agencies that have authority to impose fines the ability to do that. In reviewing the Fresno Municipal Code, we don't have that capability as far as emergency regulations. And so this proposed amendment gives us that ability.
So can you elaborate? What would this do that the state law doesn't already allow for?
I'm sorry?
What would this legislation do, or this recommendation do that the state law doesn't already account for?
It was the interpretation from the attorney's office that the way the municipal code is structured, it addresses very specific fines that we have laid out in the municipal code in the master fee schedule. So it didn't just cover emergency regulations that would be imposed by state or federal law. So this just kind of broadens the enforcement capabilities that we have as these emergency regulations are made.
So you're saying we as a municipality don't have the ability to enforce on these emergency regulations from the state of California?
That was the opinion from the attorney's office.
And the regulation that spurred this item was the ornamental lawn watering?
It was State Water Board Resolution 2022-18.
Okay. And can you elaborate just a little bit more on that for me?
So the governor has gone through a series of executive orders declaring a state of emergency because of the severe drought conditions. He issued, the last one was in March, I believe. It was in May. And then he asked the state board to review current conditions and see if it made sense to come up with regulations that would help emphasize the need for municipalities and water agencies throughout the state to step up efforts on water conservation. And so they went through that process and came back with the regulation under Resolution 2022-18.
So this would allow us as a city to enforce, but I don't see like an accompanying alteration to the master fee schedule or anything like that that would allow us to impose fines?
It would use the existing fines that are already in place in the master fee schedule. So we have, like the first incident in the first month, we just send out a warning type letter. And then if there's another occurrence in the next month, there's a $25 fine. If this continues in the next month, it goes up to a $50 fine.
And these are just based off of employee observations?
It could be employee,
transgressions?
yeah, it could be employee observations. It is rather broad in the regulation that people can call Fresno or 311 and register a complaint, and then there would be follow-up on that. I would just stress, though, that before we start imposing fines, we have the desire to reach out to people, start bringing them up to speed with what we're looking at, and just give them an opportunity to start making adjustments before we impose fines.
And this would apply to any future emergency orders from the state of California as well?
It would in regards to water conservation type acts.
Gotcha. Any of my other colleagues, questions or comments?
Councilmember Soria has punched up.
I'll make a motion to approve them.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions because I know that last time when we were experiencing a drought, we had some challenges with the implementation, and we had residents that were pretty upset, at least in some of my neighborhoods, like the Fresno High neighborhood, because we have that median island. So I just wanted to ask, what is the implementation of this adoption of the policy? What is that going to mean for that median island there? Will it go brown? I know that we do have drip irrigation for the existing 100-year-old trees, but I just want to make sure that, you know, my residents are communicated with, because I don't want to get yelled at, because now the median island, which they use for green space, they jog on it, they, you know, walk their dogs on it. I want to make sure that I can respond truthfully.
The resolution addresses that concern. It allows that if the turf has some recreational or sport kind of purpose, that we would be able to continue irrigating it. It also talks about trees being in the area. So last time when we went through the severe kind of measures, we were turning everything off. It gives us the leeway to keep the water on, especially to save trees because of the expense and cutting them down, replacing them, and all that. And so it's a little bit more robust in, you know, allowing us to keep that portion of it watered.
Okay, so then we can expect that those median islands that have trees will continue to be watered.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Happy to support.
Council President, I have a question.
Yep.
I'm looking through your resolution and the level of detail. Is it correct that you're exempting properties above 2 acres and allowing them to come up with their own plan? Let me ask you this. Why would you exempt any properties irrespective of size? Wouldn't we want to make sure larger properties are following the same as smaller properties?
So a lot of these properties, especially when you start getting in the 2 acres and larger, it requires a lot of irrigation stations to irrigate these kind of facilities. We see this with parks, schools, these larger facilities. And so there's the option of getting an exemption. You have to meet with our conservation folks, review it, and they'll look at the efficiency of the water, sprinklers and everything, and just to be a little bit more, you know, flexible in working with these larger parcels.
I'm not comfortable exempting larger parcels. I'm comfortable.
There's a whole process that you have to go through.
I understand, but you ultimately can exempt them, right? Your staff, your conservation person can exempt them.
It'll depend on what the water conservation representative sees.
Again,
if there's,
but it would be a staff exemption.
There's some paperwork, you know, it's a case-by-case basis.
Understood, but it'd be one thing for us to consider exempting parks, schools, public facilities. But if you're just happen to be a more than 2 acre commercial property, you can go and cut a deal with the low-level staff person for the exemption. Why would we want that when they're going to be some of the biggest users?
Well, we also have programs to kind of help offset, you know, the water use. We have lawn to garden programs. We have a rebate to do that. You know, we have rebates for going from spray type irrigation to a drip. And so we're trying to incentivize the conversion away from that.
I understand that, but my question is, why are you exempting the largest property owners from a regulatory authority from the city to reduce consumption of water while holding the smaller property owners to that much higher standard with no exemption?
Brock, how many do we know what the ballpark is of how many over 2 acre? And can we look at what type of properties are those? Are those old, you know, in an older part of the city where there were large lots that have maybe fruit trees and things like that? Is that generally what it is? We're not talking about schools and parks and those over 2 acre parcels, correct?
It could be a variety of different, you know, parcels. It could be residential. It could be parks.
It could be a condominium complex that's more than 2 acres.
It could be.
Right?
But
it could
in
be
a condominium too is also subjected to this because, you know.
But
if
it could
they
be
had-
an industrial site that's more than 2 acres.
And that too will be subjected to
I know,
this.
but my concern here is the policy as written is requesting exemption authority for larger property owners at the discretion of staff. I'm comfortable with giving you that authority when it comes to schools, parks, and public spaces. I'm not comfortable with treating the larger folks at a different standard than the smaller folks.
Is this a new exemption, or is it currently exempted?
So there's,
City manager, is this time sensitive?
I think, no, we'll be okay. We can maybe push
Do you
it till
mind
next
if we
week.
just push it to next week so I can
That's
get
fine.
clarification?
Yeah, no problem.
I don't want to put you on the spot to, you know, try and.
yeah, I mean, this is really to address, you know, the resolution for commercial, industrial, and institutional properties. So you were giving, you know, kind of some examples of that. And so we would be looking at all of their non-functional turf being reviewed and subject to this requirement where they would have to cease watering those areas.
Yeah, I understand that, Director, but what I'm trying to wrestle with is, I have industrial parks that have beautiful frontage landscaping, right? And then I have residential folks across the street. If we go and tell residential folks, you gotta cut off your, you know, water use, but the folks who have decorative landscape get an exemption from whatever process.
I think
I want to
there's-
be clear about how many properties are we talking about potentially exempting, and what kind of uses do they have?
So we're not really, there is that clause in there, but right now we're just trying to focus on the residential getting a 15% reduction. We're not telling them to turn off their
Yeah,
irrigation.
I fully understand that, but if we pass a policy as submitted, we would give you that permanent ability.
Councilmember, I just want to be clear. The 2-acre exemption has been in place.
I understand.
And this
Yeah.
is not a new request, so I know that's where you're focused on. The new request is to start being able to have the authority over the commercial, or the emergency regulation. So if you want to go back and address the 2-acre exemption that's been on the books for some time, we can certainly have that conversation.
I want to be able to have the conversation with staff around parity. If we're going to potentially start requiring reduction of 15% of the homeowners and, you know, apartment complexes smaller, what are we doing about the larger lots? But we can do that offline.
That's fine. Well, if we could just, I know we're anxious because we're not in compliance right now, but if we could just push it for a week?
Yes, that's
Okay.
all I need. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Council Vice President, are you open to?
I will rescind my motion, and I will second Councilmember Arias.
Motion to table the item to next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, Director.
Yep.
Okay. We need a vote to table?
Yeah.
Any opposition to tabling?
You could, that'll work.
Seeing none.
All right.
Time is it? That takes us to noon, 12 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take a lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30. We'll wrap up the rest of contested consent, which is 2 more items, and then move into the rest of the agenda.
you.
a quorum. Go ahead and resume the meeting. We left off at contested consents. We are on item 1S. That was pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. If I could have staff come up, please. I think we heard from the applicant during communication earlier, and then I read the staff report. So we've come out to bid with this on multiple occasions, correct?
That is correct.
And we only had one person apply?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me, the staff report said that this person bid too high. Was there a range that we were considering, or when you say too high, based on what?
There was a construction allocation that was put together by the department, which set the amount at $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
The lone bidder that came in this particular case came in at just shy of 3.2 million.
Can you speak
Correct.
into the mic just so that we could hear you? Sorry.
And you could bend it down if you want to. Yeah, bring it closer. Okay, so they were about 1.2 million over. Now, I don't know if we're allowed to do this. I thought I heard the applicant, and maybe you heard this too, make a comment that they would lower, I don't know how you can do this, but they would lower their bid down to $2 million, whatever the maximum was. Did you hear that by any chance?
I believe that is what he mentioned. However, I can't speak to what purchasing may allow.
Right. I don't know if the city attorney's office has any information on that, if we could even do that.
We're not able to
I
lower the amount.
figured not. It would be very odd. Okay. And then the plan is to do this in-house?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think, I had this concern, but I think the applicant had this concern too, but what is the impact on our staffing to be able to do this in-house? I mean, obviously you feel confident you can do that, but will there be an effect on ratepayers in any way? Are there any projects that are pending that'll be affected by doing this in-house?
No, we've actually had the conversation with the water division, the operating division itself, to come to the consensus that it is work that is manageable. Even if you take into account overtime pay at times, the cost is significantly lower than what we would expend in awarding the contract.
Okay, and we have the staffing to do that, right?
Correct.
City manager, would there be any interest in light of this going to another RFQ process? I'm assuming that this applicant, maybe another applicant, would kind of see what's going on and maybe reduce what they're offering, and then maybe do this for a much more appropriate price?
So like third time's the charm?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much extra time that would take if this is really time sensitive, but it might be able to reduce demand on our staff.
So if we put this back out one more time, what is that, a 6-month process? I don't know.
Yes, sir. Not quite 6 months, but yeah, certainly you're probably looking in that
Range.
3 to 5 month window.
Okay, yeah.
Why so long? Why can't we do it faster? I mean, is there a way to have a
Prepare the
shorter
bid,
window?
you have to advertise.
Despite having done it before, we can't shorten the window?
I think we would use the same specs, but legally, under our municipal code and our charter, we have requirements that you have to put it out, they have to have so much time to respond, then you open bids, so you were trying to get the purchasing manager here, and I don't think we,
Okay.
We're trying to get her hooked into Zoom.
Melissa Perales.
Okay.
Not on yet? Nope. Okay. She would be the one that would be able to tell us, if we could shorten any time. I don't think we would have to go back to the drawing board on specs. I mean, the specs are the specs, but it's just the legal windows, the time period. So I don't know, staff, on the urgency on if we did put this out one more time, what that would mean on our end. Brock, you want to speak to that?
Yeah. It's not going to impact us time-wise. It's just going through the process like you were articulating, Georgianne. It's going through purchasing, having the attorney's office review it, putting it on the street for 4 weeks, receiving bids, preparing the council report. So it's 2.5 to 3 months to get it back here for award, but that's something we can work on.
Okay. Can we shorten the 4-week process maybe to save some time? I mean, it isn't time sensitive. I'd rather have more chances for local providers to bid on this, not just one person.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think,
Okay, great.
Melissa, are you on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, did you hear the conversation prior to getting on?
I did not, I apologize.
Okay, so we're talking about the 1S, the bid that we're rejecting on the requirements contract for the polyethylene water service replacements, and the council was asking if we put this back out one more time, What's the time period for the purchasing process if we were to use the same specs that had been used previously? You know, how much time will it take to get it back out on the street, the turnaround time? Are we talking like a 2 to 3 month window? Can we shorten that at any point?
Just to go back out to bid, all we need is council's approval to reject all, and we can turn around tomorrow and go right back out to bid.
And then what's the timeline from that point on?
We usually suggest a 21-day bid period to allow for multiple bidders, allow for advertising, allow for outreach, but we can certainly do something shorter than that. If there's no federal funding with this procurement, then we can do as little as 7 days if we really wanted to.
Okay, if council wants us to put it back out, that's not a problem. We can try it one more time and see if we can get a better response.
I mean, I am interested in getting multiple bidders, but we haven't had that chance so far. Are you interested in a shorter period or not?
I think we should do the 3 weeks because, you know, we only have had one bidder and it's been the same bidder each time and they've been over both times. It was the same bidder both times, right? Yeah. So I would like to give that 21 days just to see if there's anybody else out there. And if not, if it's the same bidder, we can take a look at the numbers.
Do you have any thoughts, Director?
Well, I think that before we go out to bid, that we'll do some outreach, you know, try and get a hold of other firms so that we can make them aware of the project and try and encourage more people to participate in the bidding.
Of course. Do my colleagues have any suggestions or anything on this?
I will second your wish.
Okay, thank you. So then we just go with the current motion. We don't have to condition it or anything. You kind of get the feel of the council and you'll go back to bid.
Yeah, I think you have to reject it. And then with the conversation here, we will not do it in-house. Hopefully we won't have to come back to reject again, but we'll put it back out on the street.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll make a motion to reject all the bids with that. And then
I'll second.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none. So we're going to approve this item then, with the condition that we send it back out to bid.
The motion is to approve the rejection and direct staff to rebid.
All right. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0? 6-0. All right. So our last contested consent item, 1T. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thanks for coming forward, and thanks for the several communications we've had back and forth related to advertisement. I've made some of my initial thoughts pretty clear with staff around this item is related to the advertisement that happens on fax buses. I have a couple of questions. When did we start utilizing fax buses as billboards for advertisement?
Advertising started in 2007.
So prior to that, there was no advertising on buses?
No, not contracts with Lamar, no.
And is there any requirement under federal or state rules that we must use buses as billboards for advertisement?
No, there's no requirement.
Okay. And based on the staff report, is it correct that's about $2 million over a 5-year period?
Correct. It's $2 million for the 5 years and $3 million if we exercise the extension years.
And that's total revenue received by the city?
Correct.
And where does the revenue go for?
It goes in, it's operating support that funds, 15-minute services.
So it just goes into your overall operating budget? There's no specific
there's no specific
program
earmark
that's
used
funded?
for it. Correct. It supports general operating.
Okay. And the policy that guides what you're advertising, who sets that policy? Is that set by this body or is that set by staff?
It's an internal policy, bus advertising services. So every time we put the contract out for bid, we review the policies and put that out in the spec once it goes on the street. And so they know those are the rules that they must abide by when they are approving the ads and approving the sales.
And is it correct that this council has never approved that policy? I know it wasn't part of the package or the agenda item. It was provided after we requested it. So we've never had a debate over what kind of advertising we should be soliciting, correct?
The policy is actually in the advertisement. So as the RFP was put out, the rules for how the ads are specified, the size, the type of material used, whether things can be reviewed by the director or not based on a different category that they fall within, that's all within the RFP. So that's a public document.
But
And
it
then,
was
Councilmember, let me chime in.
Backup?
This body has weighed in on several occasions on the policy itself. I will take you back to Measure P, the for and against conversation. This body weighed in on it, and back in its original inception, it was also weighed in. And again, as Belinda has mentioned, it continues to be part of the overall RFP and is reviewed anytime there's any questions. It's us and the city attorneys.
So if the council wanted to revise the policy, would we be allowed to revise it even though this contract's already in place and that's how it was RFP'd?
I would have to defer to the attorneys on that. I don't know what the legal status of that would be.
We would have to review the RFP language to see if it was incorporated and allowed for subsequent amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to get an answer because what I'm struggling with is, as I noted in some of my communications with staff, is as a city, we're paying for advertisement on billboards, your stale billboards, digital billboards. We're paying for our light posts to have banners at a cost of at least $50,000 for positive messaging. But the one place and the one thing that we do own as a public, which is our buses, there is no advertisement of the good things in the city. What I'm seeing when I'm around downtown is bail bondsmen, fast food restaurants.
Actually, Councilmember, that's not true. So
is that true what I see?
Well, that's what we actually shared that with you. So one of the things you do see in the buses are, the Michelangelos, which are part of the artwork. Tyler's nodding because he's a bus rider.
I'm talking about the exterior banner.
If there was a department, and I think DPU has probably been the only one who's taken us up on that. If it was a department that wanted to share something, they're more than welcome to pay for it.
Parks has actually reached out to Lamar recently, and they're working on getting a lot of programs and centers.
So let me ask you this: if we just didn't do advertisement, as currently been done, don't generate the $2 million every 5 years of revenue, couldn't we simply just use all that bus square footage for free as a city for all the advertisement on parks and whatever else we wish to advertise?
No, because the revenue that's generated is actually because you've purchased that wrap. So, for example, ABC, company says, "Hey, I want to do a bus wrap," and they contact Lamar. Lamar helps them work with the advertisement, what it looks like. We approve it, and then it's a final wrap that actually goes around the bus.
I understand how that works, but what I'm asking is, if we were not in the advertisement business of exterior on buses, period, couldn't we as a city, pay for the production of an exterior wrap
and
in
what
the
I was,
Parks Department?
Yeah, and what I was getting at is Lamar is the one who's responsible for doing the physical wrap, and it's a cost for each of those.
I understand.
Right, so yes, we could, but someone would have to pay for it.
Correct. So right now, if the Parks Department advertises, they have to pay for it.
Correct.
Right, and they hire Lamar. So what I'm asking is, wouldn't it be in the best interest of the city not to spend time trying to generate $2 million worth of revenue over a 5-year period and simply dedicate all exterior bus and advertisement for public city use only?
Well,
so as part of the policy, if I may, the city has the right to use any of the unsold spaces as we desire. So that is an option that we can exercise anytime we want to. Any unsold space is ours to use.
Is there a way to get a list of, what, current?
Give you this one right now.
How many unsold spaces do we have?
It varies. It just depends on what they sell. There are, different types, and it's, terminology of the king and queen side, whether it's the curbside or the street side, the back of the bus, interior. There's different formats and different perspectives within each vehicle that the advertiser chooses to sell, and you as the business can, whatever you'd like to pay for is what you'll get.
What I'm struggling with is these are our public assets, and now we have to go ask a private vendor on whether or not we can use space on our public assets and then still have to pay for that space.
Well, it's kind of the other way around. They know the inventory, right? And as my wrap may come off, then that inventory can become available. But we have limited inventory. I will tell you that.
But
So-
isn't that a function that the fax department could play? Why do we need a third party to do that? Isn't the fax department know? Couldn't they know? Couldn't you hire somebody to manage all your open spaces and determine what's available for departments to utilize?
Councilmember, I think we have to look at whether or not we want, the fax looks at this, as you've stated, as a revenue source to help provide a source to improve and increase operations, whether it be frequencies or amenities or routes or whatever. So if the council would prefer to not have another source of funding, similar to like us going out, Councilmember Maxwell going after the Kaiser grant. So if we don't want this revenue opportunity, you're correct. We don't have to have it. Could we just use it as a moving marketing, marketing method for our city? Sure. But we wouldn't have the revenue to put towards other services for fax to improve and increase services. And yes, there would be a cost. There'd be the cost to actually do the work, and there'd be probably a minimal cost to manage the inventory. So it's either, do we want the revenue source, another revenue source to put towards increase? And if we don't, then we would also have to look and see what we've been having this revenue in our budget for many, many years. So if we've decided, hey, we don't want to have the external revenue source anymore, we need to go back and see.
The city manager,
Yeah.
right, the only gap in that description is you're assuming departments will not have to pay to advertise. Departments would still have to pay to produce
Correct.
the material for space. We just want to have to go through a third party and pay them their portion of the costs of doing all this, because there is a profit margin for them, correct?
Well, there is, but I would say that my preference and priority, and I know I don't get a vote, is finding a revenue source to help improving services for the public, which is predominantly what the ads are outside entities. And I know they're not all, I know there are bail bondsmen and other, but there are a lot of positive ones too.
I understand. I'm not even trying to get to the context of advertising at this point. What I'm trying to assess is this arrangement where we outsource and privatize the interior and exterior of our buses generates $400,000 a year, approximately, right? What is the cost analysis for us to say, hey, let's just use this for internal communication of city services, which right now we're spending on stale billboards and light poles and TV PSAs and radio PSAs across all departments, including public utilities. Is there a better economic benefit to the city to have this as dedicated messaging space for the city?
So we can certainly do that analysis, but I can tell you that we certainly are not set up. We certainly can handle inventory of what's available, but we would still have to outsource the work.
Yeah.
Okay, so the wraps, the creation of the kings and queens and whatever they're called on the sides of the buses, that would all have to be outsourced. I can also tell you that other than public utilities, we spend a minimal amount of money on paid advertising in this city. Public utilities outside airports, public utility, the enterprise departments are the only ones that are spending any significant dollars on paid advertising. PSAs are free. A lot of the stuff that we get are in kind or free. So I would not want general fund departments. I'd want to tread very carefully on having and thoughtfully about using general fund resources in any significant way. I'd want to really think about how we would do that.
City manager, I could just say for my part, I mean, overall, I don't have a problem with that. If FACTS were to make a concerted effort to reach out to the council or the departments and lay out so many days throughout the year, months, weeks, whatever, that if we want to advertise eviction protection program, hey, you're being illegally evicted, call this number. Anything like that. I think, I won't speak for you, but I think if there was a concerted effort to reach out on, programs or policies that we wanted to get out there, because fax is great. It runs throughout the entire city. Thousands of people see it every day. It's a great way to advertise programs that don't always get the light of day from a single council member's social media page.
I think we have a great opportunity right now we've got new electric buses coming on board. In the contract, there's a provision that says those will be plain and clean for 6 months. So we have some opportunity right now to, once we can put wraps on those buses, there's an opportunity to use city programs on those brand new state-of-the-art buses.
Here's what I struggle with, right? We've invested in hundreds of new positions in the city departments and a bigger communication staff than we've had in years. But we keep on getting complaints of nobody knows the operational hours of warming centers or cooling centers. Nobody knows what time our parks are open and closed. If you go to the Google app map, all the parks show as being closed at 6 o'clock when they're not, because we're all there till 10 o'clock, right? There's eviction protection program, there's code enforcement, there's, a bunch of resources that we have across the city. I don't see any of those being advertised in these buses that are carrying kids or seniors. There's no advertisement on where are the free hot meals, what time do our senior centers operate. None of that is being proactively communicated. Instead, I see us having to do paid media when we have a city-owned asset here with millions of passengers every year, and it just feels like we've lost our way with advertising Carl's Jr. every other bus, but not advertising that you can go get a free COVID test here or a vaccine there. And that's what I'm asking. I don't want to completely disrupt the whole system, but what I'm being very clear about is we don't have to do this. We can choose not to make buses billboards. So if we're not going to have an intentional concerted effort to communicate the good resources and services that the city has on our buses, then maybe we should get out of the business of advertising on buses.
Yeah, I think
that's where
we can certainly have that conversation. I wasn't, so this is the first conversation that I've been involved in, and honestly, I think there's some good ideas about utilizing the space for some of the things, like from what came to my mind when I heard you say eviction protection is also the animal center.
Yes.
Right? So I think that there are some messages out there that we could work on. So I don't know what the appropriate committee or conversation, but I think it'd be a good conversation to sit down and have.
I would just like to see a plan from the fax department within 30 days on how they intend to incorporate all the other city services. I appreciate the mayor wanting a positive One Fresno messaging and asking us all to behave so there's never a distraction to that. But the buses are driving every day, and I don't see positive messaging there from the city. So it's time for us to be able to use our own assets to provide services for the people who need it, and not simply look at $400,000. $400,000 a year is a lot of money, but not when you got CARES Act and ARPA and the millions of dollars. Not when we got Measure C coming, that's going to provide more money. It can easily be replaced.
Again,
Would love to hear your
Councilmember-
feedback.
Yeah, I was going to say, again, Councilmember, there are two sides to the ad story. The inside of the bus, which is where a lot of the positive messages are. That's where you can see about vaccines, you can see about EOC and Head Start, you can see other, things, and those are more timely. They come up and down, up and down. And so I think the director in his email exchange with either you or Councilmember Maxwell said, hey, no problem, we'll do a reach out to the other departments. So he's already made that clear as he enjoys himself in Hawaii. I hope he's not listening.
Can we
he's
also
already made
include
himself clear
council
with
on that too?
Yeah, I think getting your ideas would be a great thing. So if you could go ahead and forward them to the department on the things that you're thinking of, so we are making sure that we're hitting the mark, I think that'd be appreciated.
I'd also like for the department to maybe meet with the transportation committee and kind of lay out, hey, I know you have those new electric fleet coming, these are the open days, these are the spots that are available, these are the routes that are available. And then we can pitch some ideas too and see if we can work something out. But I'd like to kind of see that information as well as pitching.
Yeah,
some
and city
ideas.
manager, I also want to be clear, it's not just about interior advertisement and, foot advertisement. I'm talking about exterior.
Yeah.
People from the outside should know that if you're this population, you ride for free. People walking by buses, driving by buses should know what time our warming centers and whatever centers, because as they're talking to people, they need to be informed. I don't want the city simply looking at money. That's what got us into the drunkest city and the most concentrated liquor stores. So it's about, we're going to generate money. Nobody ever talked about the negative implications of generating money without any, guardrails and without any purpose on why we're trying to do this. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve, knowing that the staff has heard us today.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, passes 7-0. So that concludes the contested consent agenda. Good for us, pat in the back, 2:02 p.m. So now we're gonna move on to the rest of the agenda items. We'll take on the 10 a.m. number 2, and then I did want to, just to give notice, I did want to skip over to the Measure C materials. I know we have folks online and in the chambers for that item. So let's take on the 10 a.m. item number 2, and then we'll skip over to Measure C, just so folks have a little bit of notice.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to introduce Aubrey Richardson. This is her first time and her first presentation in front of this body. So Aubrey, you got it.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Aubrey Richardson, and I'm in the Planning and Development Department. Today, you will be considering rezone application P22-451 and the related environmental finding. Staff has nothing to add to the staff report, but we did prepare a presentation if you'd like to hear it.
Being as my district, I'm okay without the presentation unless any of my colleagues would be interested in hearing that. Okay, we have a council member that'd like to. All right, I'm trying to get you off the hook, but.
Thank you. So today you'll be considering rezone application P22-451 and the related environmental finding. Slide, please. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of West Bullard Avenue, and North Del Mar Avenue, and it is currently zoned public and institutional with conditions of zoning. Slide, please. To give you some background on the application itself and the history of the property, rezone application R41 passed in 2001 rezoned the subject property from residential to administrative and professional office with the condition of zoning that only a school or a college can be developed. In 2015, City Council adopted a citywide rezone which rezoned the property to public and institutional, keeping that condition of zoning. This application requests authorization to rezone the subject property and modify the condition of zoning to the following. To install a wall with a minimum height of 6 feet to be installed along the southern property line. Vehicular access to Del Mar is limited to emergency access and allow the included uses. Public or private schools or colleges, emergency shelters, and social service facilities. Slide, please. Staff received several calls and emails of concern regarding the application. These concerns were about transparency, traffic, funding, and noticing. The public and institutional zone district is consistent with the general plan public facility land use designation, and the code requires that notices be sent to property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property. However, staff sent notices to property owners and tenants within 1,000 feet of the subject property. Slide, please.
Councilman Barrios, pay attention to the reading.
Staff recommends that the council adopt the environmental assessment P22451 and approve the rezone application P22451 to modify the conditions of zoning to the subject property. This concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available.
I want to say that was an excellent presentation. Good job to you. I have met extensively with staff, with folks that own the property as well as the surrounding neighborhood. It's all been really great discussions. I'm going to make a motion to approve with a couple of additional conditions, which I've spoken to with folks before, including internal staff. My motion is quite lengthy. It was drafted by attorneys. It includes language from the recommendation as well as additional language that was provided to me from city staff for additional conditions. So my motion will be to adopt and approve the rezone with the following conditions of zoning for allowed uses to include public or private schools or college, emergency shelters, or social service facilities. Again, vehicular access to Delmar Avenue is limited to emergency access only. Southern and eastern walls shall be 7 feet high, measured from the higher of the 2 grades. Property owner must notify the city of intent to sell or lease property. Buildings of 2 or more stories must have screening measures to provide a reasonable degree of privacy. Screening measures include, but are not limited to, landscaping, alternate window and balcony placements, placing window at least 6 feet from the floor of the interior of the unit on second and higher stories, using glass block or other translucent material, and incorporating wing walls or louvers. And that will complete my motion.
Could you also provide that to us, council member?
Absolutely. I'll have the city attorney's office
Thank you.
send a copy over.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Councilmember Arias, I see you're punched up.
It wouldn't be a proper presentation by staff if I didn't have 15 questions, so don't want to cheat you. Couple of questions on this item specifically. What happens, you're asking for essentially a rezone for expanded use. Is shelters to include a homeless shelters? Is that the definition we're using?
Let me pull up the exact definition.
Okay.
So our code defines emergency shelters as the following: a temporary or short-term residence providing housing with minimal supportive services for families or individuals experiencing homelessness where occupancy is limited to 180 days or less, as defined in Section 5801 of the California Health and Safety Code. Medical assistance, counseling, and meals may be provided.
And I know this is at this point the zoning, but typically shelters, if you're going to shelter women and children there's typically some green space. Does that facility have any space for green space, or is it just parking lot?
So currently the site is developed with an existing building and a parking lot, but as the project comes in, staff will review it with the development code.
And I could assure you that we've had several, probably 4 or 5 community meetings with robust input from the community, expressing, some things they'd like to see around there. And I could tell you, property owner and potential applicant are very interested in accommodating many of those things.
Is it my understanding that this is kind of step 1, step 2 would be once you actually have a tenant and a project, and at that point, would that come to the council for a separate vote? Or is it by right?
I don't think it would come back. I mean, this is changing, removing some conditions of the current zoning. The property owner is free to sell it to whomever they want. They would be the property owner with the new zoning at that point.
All right.
I did want to make a quick amendment to the motion I made, and that was just to add the adoption of the CEQA on top of the existing motion I made already.
And then just my last comment, kudos to Member Maxwell and folks. This would be the first shelter outside of my district. Other shelters are located essentially in my district in South Fresno. I think this is an example that there could be shelters across the city that can meet the needs of the significant amount of folks who are experiencing homeless in our city, which is growing every year. So I'll be happy to be supportive. And I encourage other council members to identify similar properties that could easily be rezoned for the purpose of housing our homeless.
Councilmember Kabasi, were you cool with?
If it's any consolation, Councilmember, this was almost District 2, but you guys redistricted. One more chance. Thank you.
Councilmember Kabasi, you're amenable to that last amendment he made? Okay, making sure. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I see no one punched up. Is there any opposition to the 10 a.m.? Oh, sorry, we need to do public comment. All right, so we are on the 10 a.m. item number 2. We can't take a vote before conducting public comments. I see one person punched up on Zoom. That's going to be Lisa Flores.
Word on the street is that it's also going to house women and children. And are they going to put the structures for them to reside in the parking lot, or is it going to be in the building proper? Because my concern is safety. You could have freestanding stuff in the parking lot, but at night, and safety for the level of clientele that may be coming up in that area, I would think instead of having massive office spaces that I think this building is going to end up being, I'd rather have individuals actually living in the building. That's my only concern.
Okay. I don't see anyone else punched up on Zoom. I had one yellow card, which I called earlier. Joseph Haydock, are you still around? I think he spoke already on the item during unscheduled. Okay, I don't see Joseph anymore. Any further additional comment? I see one person. Come on down, please say your name for the record.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Brady McGinnis. I'm an attorney that represents the real estate interest of the property owner, Austin Enterprises. I wanted to give you guys a little bit of prefatory information about the property, what's going on here, to make sure there isn't confusion about, the entitlement we're going through and a lot of the reasons.
You also want to make sure you're not opening a can of worms, because we're just about to vote on this.
So. No. And I agree with you. I just wanted to make it clear that this is a property that's been vacant for some time, and it needs to be re-tenanted and used, and that's really all we're trying to do here. I did want to make sure we understood the eastern walling feature. I know we had talked about a six-foot wall between the residential on the southern end. I don't know if there had been any discussions in the past about the eastern perimeter, and just wanted to make sure, and obviously it becomes an element of cost on future site planning, but to make sure that that's something that's viable and can be done. But I just wanted to give you an idea that we're fully in support of it, and we want to make this site productive. Property owner's been responsible in keeping it secure and trying to deal with the fact that it's been vacant for some time. So any questions of me, I'm here to answer them, but obviously I know when to keep my mouth shut too. So, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further public comments on Zoom? I don't see any further public comment in the chamber. We'll go ahead and close public comments on the 10 a.m. item number 2 regarding the rezoning at West Bullard and North Del Mar. Is there any opposition to the motion amongst the members? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Okay, so we're going into general administration, as I had noted earlier. We'll skip over to the items 3C and 3D. I know we have folks here in the chamber for that. And then we'll snap back into order and go back to 3A and 3B after that. So we'll move forward toward the workshop.
And for the workshop today, you have Mike Leonardo and Tony Bourne. Mike will do the workshop, and then Brianna, if you could just pull up the PowerPoint, and he'll walk us through it. Thank you very much. And then if you want, Council President, at the end, we could combine the conversation of the resolution with the questions and answers. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Mike Leonardo, the Executive Director for the Fresno County Transportation Authority. I'm pleased to be here today to present to you the final Measure C renewal expenditure plan. This plan has been adopted by the 14 other cities in Fresno County, as well as the County Board of Supervisors. While this plan does not and cannot address every transportation need in the county, it does make substantial improvements to every mode of transportation utilized in the county, and it will benefit every neighborhood. I know you've heard much of what I'm about to present today, and so I'll try and move through it very quickly. I'll start with a quick summary of the process used to develop the plan, then a summary of the plan itself as developed by the Technical Working Group and Executive Committee, a discussion of the changes that occurred in that process, and then the final approval process. So in August of 2019, the FCTA board authorized staff to begin efforts to renew Measure C with a target of November 2022. An executive committee and technical working group were to be established to develop the framework for a Measure C renewal expenditure plan. The executive committee was made up of a diverse group of community and business leaders as well as local advocates. I know you can't read the names, but at least it gives you a sense of the scope of the committee. This executive committee met 17 times during this process. The technical working group included every Measure C eligible agency as well as various business and advocacy groups. The TWG met a total of 22 times. Together, these two committees consisted of 80 individuals representing very diverse interests across the county, and they met a total of 39 times. This process started with a needs assessment, so staff developed an assessment of transportation needs for Fresno County based on Fresno COG's 2022 Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. The RTP is a compilation of the needs identified by each of the local agencies within Fresno County. As those needs were identified by category, we also identified existing funding sources that could meet those needs, and then we came up with a funding gap that still remained to be needed to be met, and we applied the plan to try and meet those needs as closely as we could. With the assistance of FCTA's financial advisor, we identified that a 30-year measure would generate about $6.84 billion over its 30-year lifespan. Throughout this, we had a very extensive public engagement process. FCTA, Fresno COG staff and consultants engaged in 14 community workshops and meetings throughout the county. There were thousands of door-to-door contacts made. This was primarily in the smaller communities and in the rural unincorporated areas. We had thousands of online and handwritten surveys that we collected, and there were 2 public opinion polls that reached almost 5,500 people throughout the county. I know you've seen the entire poll. I just wanted to highlight a few, three of the slides from the poll. So this first one shows you what the support was, and this poll was taken back in May of this year, so this is contemporary. This is not the poll that we did a year and a half ago. And I'll just point out that regardless of duration, whether it's 20, 30 years or until ended by voters, support is very high. 80% of the people support renewal of Measure C. Also, as importantly on this chart is the 10% no vote. That's almost 20% when you start out, and so we're starting out really with half of the firm no vote on this measure. This slide shows the next 2 slides actually show the top priorities that we gathered through the poll. Fixing local roads is clearly the highest priority for everyone in Fresno County. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter what the demographics are. This was universal across all areas and across all people. Creating local jobs, keeping transit fares low for seniors, students, and the disabled, and veterans was also rated very high, as did congestion relief. Interestingly, I guess not surprisingly, the polls were very consistent with what we also found in our public meetings and our face-to-face. And collectively, I'll say again that the #1 priority for residents throughout Fresno County is to fix local roads. We had a number of allocation principles that the 2 committees used to develop this plan. Local choice, local control. That's really been kind of the mantra of Measure C since the beginning. Is it's our money, we get to decide what to do with it. The state doesn't get to decide, and the federal government doesn't get to decide. Flexibility, that's really about tailoring the Measure C funds to each agency, letting them make the decisions on how to best spend this money. Because each elected body knows what their issues are, and the issues in Fresno may be very different than the issues in Huron. Fix it first, and that goes to, primarily it goes to the road repairs, but really it's across the board. We want to maintain what we have. We have significant investment in transportation infrastructure. And so keeping it in good shape, both physically and operationally, are very important, and they're a cornerstone of this measure. No neighborhood left behind. We really want to make sure that this $6.84 billion touches every neighborhood in Fresno County, and we think this plan does that. We want to improve safety, and we want to make sure that funds are equitably distributed, and that really goes to the comment I made about no neighborhood left behind. So this is the allocation plan that was originally developed by the Technical Working Group and the Executive Committee. As you can see, the first category is local and neighborhood street repair and maintenance, 51%, $3.5 billion going towards these fix-it-first road strategies. Local control is 18%, $1.2 billion, and that goes to what I said earlier about giving each elected body the ability to tailor their Measure C funds to what their highest needs are. And so depending on the city, some cities may feel that they still need more road repair money. Some cities, I think, are going to, they want to invest more of this money in transit, more in sidewalks, more in active transportation. And so with this significantly increased local control allocation, they can do that. Safe bikes and peds, it's a small percentage, but if you look at the column on the far right, it meets 95% of the need. And so again, as I said earlier, this need was established through the COG RTP process. Urban and rural transit, 12%, $812 million, which is not quite, but almost double what transit gets in this measure. So while it's a smaller percentage, it's significantly more money. And when coupled by the flexibility and local control, I think will do a good job at meeting our transit needs. Major roads, highways, safety improvements, and congestion relief. In the existing measure, that's over 30% of the program, but there's a recognition that that system really is largely built. It needs spot improvements. There are congestion points. There are safety issues that need to be addressed. But this measure is not about expanding that system. This measure is about making sure that that system operates well. And so there will be improvements to the state highways, but they're really focused on operation. They're not focused on expansion. And then the last area is environmental sustainability, 2%. Again, a small amount, but I want to emphasize that really sustainability, in our opinion, is built into each of the other categories. This is just over and above that to allow us to tailor to a few particular areas that are of interest. And I know transit-oriented development is an area of big interest for the city of Fresno. So the allocation plan was approved by the Executive Committee and TWG, and it became the basis of the draft expenditure plan. These documents were posted in early July for public comment. Staff received comment and incorporated almost all of the public comments that we received. The documents were scheduled to be presented to the Fresno COG Policy Board at their June 30th meeting. There were technical difficulties that prevented that from occurring, and so there was a special session held on July 7th in order to consider the plan. During the same approval process period, the city of Fresno indicated that they really didn't support the allocation plan at that point, and they were looking for a series of changes. And so there was a series of meetings held between the city and COG and FCTA to talk about the changes. And then on the morning of the July 7th, which was when the COG board meeting was to meet, there was a revision to the city's proposal, and that revision appeared to have significant merit. It was presented to the COG board that night, and ultimately the COG board did approve it. And what that revised plan did really is it better reflected the population basis. So, and not just for the city of Fresno, but any of the cities. It better reflected the actual population versus the road miles, which the prior plan had placed more emphasis on. So, the revised Fresno plan, it did closely follow the allocation plan developed by the Executive Committee and TWG, and this slide shows the changes that the city requested. So first, their revision allowed sidewalk repairs to be included in the street repair and maintenance program. It revised the distribution of the street repair funds, putting more emphasis on population and less emphasis on road miles. It revised the distribution of the local control program funds so that it was 100% population-based. And really, this makes sense. I mean, those funds are not, the local control program is really not road funds. It's more general than that. And so it made sense really to make that based upon population. It established an annual $100,000 minimum allocation within the street repair and maintenance program for each of the 16 cities. And that was really targeted to the smaller cities that might have difficulty, even with these increased allocations, they might have difficulty putting together a good road repair project. And so this gave them a base each year to work off of. There were a few changes to the major road and highway program, but these changes were all within the city of Fresno. So the city basically changed priorities on a few projects, moved some out, moved some in. And then the last two, there was a desire to tighten up the criteria for transit-oriented development, what actually would qualify and what wouldn't qualify. At the COG meeting, there was a decision to allow City of Fresno and Clovis and COG staffs to work on that wording, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. And then last, to include local hiring preferences within the Measure C program. So I know the numbers are probably hard to read, but this is a comparison between the two plans. So the second from the left column is the original allocation that each city in Fresno County would get. The middle column is the plan that the city of Fresno presented and ultimately adopted by the COG, and then the differences in the right column. And so you can see everyone is in the black. Everyone gets more money out of this except for Fresno County. But ultimately, the Fresno County was okay with this. They recognize that they represent they represent Fresno and the small cities as well. And so this was a change that they were willing to accept. This chart itself does not include the transit allocation. That's over and above this. So when you add the transit to this, Fresno will receive $2.9 billion over the life of the measure. And then if you include just the Fresno-specific projects in the road and highway program, so not the state highways, but the local roads that are included in there, that jumps up to $3 billion for the city of Fresno. The policy changes, the TOD and the local hiring, the two city staffs have met and developed mutually agreeable language for TOD development within the urban area. There was also an agreement that that pot would be split along urban and rural lines. So the urban area makes up about 70% of the population, Fresno Clovis urban area, and the county about 30%. And so the proposal in TOD is to split the money that way as well so that the urban area will receive the vast majority of that. And then we'll be working on the local hiring preference language, and the commitment is to have that in place before the November election so that we can let the voters decide if all of this makes sense to them. So after all this, again, the COG board approved this plan as presented by the city of Fresno. The Board of Supervisors approved the plan on July 12th, and my board, FCTA, approved it on July 20th of this year. This just shows the differences by city. So these are the amounts of increase that each city sees under the existing plan. And again, this doesn't include transit. So there's another $812 million going to the local agencies over and above this number. So I mentioned the Major Roads and Highway Program. That's really, it's focused on safety and reducing congestion on the urban highway system and on improving connectivity between communities in Fresno County. It also invests in Fresno Yosemite Airport. And again, the intent of this program is to manage the system we have, not to have a significant expansion as the first two measures did. We have a Tier 1 list and a Tier 2 list, both for the urban and rural areas. The Tier 1 list is focused on the first 15 years of the measure. The Tier 2 list is focused on the second 15 years. So unlike this measure, in this measure, there's really a firewall between Tier 1 and 2. You have to finish Tier 1 before you can go to Tier 2. But we did it this way because we couldn't really anticipate what a 30-year project need would be. And so this proposal more or less locks down the first 15 years on what we'll be working on, but the second 15 years is still up for discussion. And that firewall between the two does not exist as it did in the first. So all of these projects, they came out of almost all of them. There were a few that were not, but almost all of them came out of the COGS RTP. They were prioritized by local agency staff. So on the urban list, it was City of Fresno, City of Clovis, along with COG and FCTA that prioritized that list. And then on the rural list, it was the other 14 cities with COG and FCTA doing the prioritization. Over the life of the measure, we anticipate an additional $1.5 billion that we'll be able to leverage with this money as well. And that's been one of the strong points of Measure C all along, is the ability to leverage additional money from other sources. So the overall needs, transportation needs in Fresno County exceed the revenues that can be generated by a half-cent sales tax. However, this plan makes substantial progress towards meeting a high percentage of those needs. Collectively, this plan will improve neighborhood roads, improve safety, reduce congestion, improve air quality, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And it will focus on improving facilities in disadvantaged areas, all which is consistent with the COG RTP SES. This plan will be beneficial for Fresno County as a whole and good for each and every city in Fresno County, including the city of Fresno. So in conclusion, I believe this plan does an excellent job of addressing the transportation needs for everyone in Fresno County. Most importantly, it will fix our roads, but it will also improve other modes of transportation as well. By passing this measure now, it gives us the opportunity to bond against these funds so that we can start fixing these roads in the next year or two and not have to wait until 2027. There are probably other high priority projects that we might also want to consider bonding so that we don't have to wait until 2027. So that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. All right, I have Councilmember Carbasi punched up, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Leonardo, before I joined this council as a member of the public, I really thought Measure C was something I voted for in the past. Very popular. I could see the benefits of it. We have Veterans Boulevard in my district. We have improvements on Herndon and Shaw, and so many other great things in our city. But now as a policymaker, I have to balance what is in the best interest of my entire district and some of the changes that have been made to this policy. So I have been on the fence about this, to my surprise. So I have a couple of questions I wanted to ask you regarding this item and some of the changes that have been made. So I know that we're talking about this today, and it looks like there's a special meeting tomorrow for the Board of Supervisors. I'm curious about the timing. Why is this coming to us today? And if we don't vote on this today and approve it, will that prevent it from being on the ballot?
So yeah, timing has been interesting in this process. The fact that basically the plan that is before you today was presented the day of the Fresno COG meeting for approval, we really had little choice but to do it in the direction that we are. But we did want to follow up. Really, we wanted to follow up with the cities for two reasons. One, I know that the city of Fresno is very familiar with the changes. I mean, they were generated from you, but not every city was. And so we've gone out to every city to explain exactly what the plan is, what it'll do, and what it'll do for each of their cities. So timing-wise, that's sort of the best we could do is after the COG vote, when we actually knew what the plan was, then we went out to the various cities. In answer to your question about what happens if you don't act today, we believe that we have been in substantial compliance with the enabling legislation. For the reasons I just described, we're not in exact compliance. And so I can't predict what the board will do tomorrow. The board has the authority either to say, if Fresno didn't act, we don't really want to go forward without Fresno, or they could put it on the ballot. But, in my mind, it's almost immaterial at this point. I think it's crucial that the city of Fresno be on board with this. I think everyone, I'm not talking staff, but the 14 cities in Fresno County really did a great job of seeing the benefit of adopting the Fresno plan, even though it was presented at the 11th hour. And so it just makes sense to have Fresno on board to be part of the other 14 cities that said, Measure C, it may not be perfect, but it's going to do a lot of good for our city.
Okay, so because on the flip side for me, I'd like to know the answer to that, and thank you for clarifying to a point, because this is also about jobs. And one thing that I can tell you this council has supported is the opportunity that comes with the building trades and labor, especially when it comes to upward mobility in our society, people that need a second or a third chance and get that through their workforce readiness programs and pre-apprenticeships that can move up. And being able to ensure that our dollars are spent here, hiring people from here, is very, very critical for me personally. Because I'd rather have my tax dollars spent in our own backyard than going somewhere else or benefiting someone from someplace else. Not to be selfish, but that's just the reality. The money multiplies within our own economy. So another big policy point for me, I'd like some clarification on, and this has to go with an issue that happens often in my district where I get calls for. So the plan states that we will not be able to use our local road dollars to carry out the complete street renovations. It only allows very specific repairs on sidewalks and the gutters, for sidewalks that already exist. And we have repairs that need to comply with ADA, but also oftentimes we have tree roots that come up, and that happens a lot in District 2. And so, you know, we can only spend, I think it was, the repairs can't exceed 20% of the total cost of the road repair project. So why are the local agencies prohibited from using the largest funding category to pay for sidewalks and curbs and gutter and bike lanes in neighborhoods where these amenities don't already exist? And this also goes to the whole issue with safe routes to schools. We have areas where in my district, you have to get to a school. There's no sidewalk there at all. So why are we prohibited from being able to do that?
So I'll try and keep my answer short, even though it's a very long answer.
Okay.
When a prior version of this plan actually had, I think it was close to $1 billion more in the street repair category. Mm-hmm. And the idea was to do exactly what you're talking about. Let's get everything. Let's go in and get everything. That money got moved to the local control program, and with I think some good reason. You know, it didn't change the amount of money that you got. It just increased your flexibility on what you were going to do with it. So part of the answer is it's there. It just got moved from the rehab program into the local control program. But more importantly, I think that the first things that you described, I mean, we're not, sidewalk repair is a legitimate part of the repair program, and I mean, that was one of the changes that the city asked for and got included. You don't not address the tree roots, or you're going to be back in 2 years fixing the same sidewalk. So, you know, I think in my view, it really is about fixing that prism, back a sidewalk to back a sidewalk. So I think you have the flexibility to do it there, and the money that had been set aside to add sidewalks where they didn't exist was just moved from that program into the local control program.
So you're saying that, my impression was that when I heard about the changes in this idea of flexibility, it was to give more local control. So you're saying this happened during that process?
Yes.
Okay. So there are items that will continue to come forward as a council or as councils throughout this county for new developments. What requirements are in place to ensure that the public outside of COG and FCTA board provide input on plan amendments and the implementation of our plans? Will we, as a council, be able to weigh in on future infrastructure projects? What does that look like?
Well, there's a bunch of layers to that question. So
Okay.
Let me start with saying that there's a Citizens Oversight Committee, and the Citizens Oversight Committee is intended to be that. They're not really a watchdog, but I'll use that for lack of a better term. Their job is to look at what's going on, and they're not just looking over the shoulder of FCTA, they're looking over the shoulder of each city. Are you spending your funds appropriately? Are they going for the types of projects that you're supposed to be using? Now, they don't have the authority to withhold funds, but they can highlight that. If things are going that are inconsistent, they can highlight that to the board. Secondly, I mean, in the case of the city of Fresno, you have 2 members on the FCTA board, and we're working very hard, and we think actually we have a good candidate to fill the urban at large position on the FCTA board. So that would really be at least 3 members. Now, Fresno and Clovis have to agree to that person, so that's not exclusively a Fresno position, but their role will be the urban area. And so that's 3 out of the 9, really, that are focused only on the urban area. The Board of Supervisors has a responsibility within the city. So I think that there are opportunities there, particularly with the council and the mayor being on our board to know what's going on in the projects. Now, as far as the projects themselves go, under this measure, we don't administer any of the projects. So, I mean, Veterans Boulevard, for instance, that's administered by the city of Fresno. We provide the money, and that's generally what our role is to provide the money. So as far as, which projects are going, you're going to know through your representation on the FCTA board what the funding is, what the schedule is. All of that will be transparent because, I mean, you've got members on the board that will know what's going on.
Okay. No, I like the idea of a citizens advisory or citizens oversight board, but it sounds more advisory. So let's say one of the agencies is not spending the money properly or following the rules. Who has the authority to prevent that or to correct that? Does that go back to the entire FCTA board, or will individual agencies, I mean, how would that work exactly?
So we do an annual audit of each agency. And I mentioned that the Oversight Committee has that role, but so do we as staff. And I won't name the city, but we had a city that actually, they probably borrowed their Measure C money to do, they had an issue they needed to deal with. They borrowed their Measure C money to do it. And we basically, at that point, we escrowed their allocation. So we didn't take it away from them, but we basically put it in an escrow account and say, we're not going to let you have this money until you pay that money back. Right. And they did, and now they get their money flow. So
that wasn't us, was it?
No, it was
not.
not.
Kidding. Right. Okay. Going back to the issue of the biggest pot. So, are you saying is there a set aside for sidewalks then in that portion we talked about earlier?
Actually, I'm glad you reminded me of that. So the 20% figure, that actually, I asked Scott Mosier, in a typical project, how much money do you think you would need? And he gave me the 20% figure as being, that's a reasonable estimation of the cost on what sidewalk repairs would cost through a road project. So that's really where we got the 20% number. 12 million?
12 million, okay. Okay. Okay, let me ask another question. So I'm a pro-growth person within reason, especially for the new neighborhoods that pay for themselves. They have less demand on the fire department and things like that. But we have to be concerned about the connections between those new neighborhoods and existing neighborhoods and reinvesting in our existing neighborhoods that have more challenges. How will Measure C as a city help us having this situation where we have new neighborhoods and old neighborhoods? How will this measure enable us as a city to be able to continue investing in our older, more established neighborhoods in the city?
I want to make sure I understand. So are you asking about how it does growth or how it does the existing areas?
We have to coexist with them.
Right.
So while we are building these new neighborhoods, they have CFDs, they pay for their own maintenance. We also want to focus on our existing neighborhoods. Right. So how will this measure, with the constraints that there may be in the terms, allow us to continue investing? In a sense, we'll have to invest more in some of these older neighborhoods because they have bigger demands. How will this measure, in your mind, help us do that over the next 30 years?
80% of this measure is focused on local agencies. And the vast majority of that is focused on existing infrastructure. Mm. And so whether it's fixing, within the local control program, you have a lot of flexibility. It's really any legitimate transportation use. That's your decision. But the road repair money can only go to existing roads. 80% of that is, and it's unprecedented. I mean, I think you get 30% in this measure, or 30 plus the transit in this measure. So 80%. And it's focused on that fix it first. Now there are, in the growth side of things, Measure C doesn't fund growth. We have the Regional Transportation Mitigation Fee Program that we collect, and that funds transportation needs for growth. There can be some Measure C money that goes towards, we call them gaps. So, when you've got growth here, and the parcel in between is not going to grow for the next 20 years. You've got bottleneck, you've got safety issues. Measure C can be used basically to fill that gap, but it's not intended, growth is intended to pay for its own way. Measure C just helps with those things that growth can't pay for.
Okay. Believe it or not, I'm still weighing this. I have one final question before it goes to my colleagues, and I'm curious what their thoughts are. So I don't know if this was before or after the Council Transportation Committee and the mayor came back and there were some changes made, but I'm trying to understand how the shift in in categories and money went. Were the increased allocations because of changing priorities, or was it just the formulas changed? Does that make any sense?
Are you speaking to the city of Fresno changes?
Well, the whole program itself and the different categories that were created.
Oh, okay.
It seems like there were new restrictions put in based on, you said local control or local autonomy, but there were dollar amount changes with that too. Is that in response to shifting priorities, or were those dollar amounts required because of certain formulas?
None of it was required. We started out with a very technical analysis. You know, I talked about we established what the needs were. We applied existing funding sources against them, and then we said, okay, you know, could we get every funding source at 80% of the need? What would that look like? And I don't remember the number we ended up with, but it was a very analytical, just a number exercise. Okay, this is to equalize each mode of transportation, to equalize the amount of need met. What would that look like? And that was sort of the starting point. But then there were discussions within the executive committee and the technical working group that, okay, well, that doesn't really work. It doesn't put enough money into transit. It doesn't put enough money into some of the other categories. So there was a discussion within those two groups on what those numbers ought to look like. And so, I mean, that's kind of the nature of building something like this, is you have these individuals with very diverse interests trying to come together around a plan. And that's largely how the numbers changed. That and we had, in consultation with City of Fresno, there were some changes that were made as well. But that was kind of the process that led to a changing of the numbers.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. Director, just want to clarify again for the record. So is it your position that if this body doesn't vote on this item tonight, that the Board of Supervisors can still proceed with putting it on the ballot?
They have that authority. I don't know what they would do it, but they do have that authority.
And that's your position, that they have the legal authority to do so without the City of Fresno? Okay. And then, is there any plans to eliminate the regional transportation mitigation fee?
None.
Even when this measure was to pass?
It's in the measure. It's absolutely in the measure.
If the FCTA was to eliminate the fee in future years, how would you make up the difference?
Well, first, FCTA couldn't do it. Any amendment to the expenditure plan has to start with the Council of Governments. So if there was a drive to get rid of the RTMF, that would have to start at the FCTA board. I'm sorry, the Fresno COG. They would have to approve it. It would come to the FCTA board, and the FCTA board would have to approve it.
Correct. But
So
FCTA is the
both-
final approval.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they're joint. You can't get one without the other. But yeah, so it would have to get amended by both of those boards. As how you would make up the difference, I don't know that you could make up the difference.
How much money are we talking about if that fee was to go away?
I honestly don't remember how much the RTMF is expected to generate.
Is it $1 million or?
No, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, just as an example, in the existing measure on the City of Fresno Caltrans project at North Avenue, I think there's $45 million of RTMF money just on that project. And there's RTF money on veterans. There was RTF money on 180. So I mean, it's hundreds of millions of dollars in this measure, and I expect it to be much more than that. I'm sorry I don't remember. I could get you the information because we did calculate what we thought we would get, but it's hundreds of millions of dollars.
You referenced that you did a needs assessment to establish a technical needs assessment, and that you, in that process, or the team, identified alternative funding sources. One of the, to see whether how much money you had to allocate for each of those needs. One of those, that analysis determined that the safe routes to schools in the county, that their needs are being met, I think, at 95%, even though the commitment from the measure was very nominal. I'm assuming that you went through the analysis that your analysis including an assumption that the CDBG funds, the general funds, the gas tax that we get could all be directed as eligible expenditures to Safe Routes to Schools, but historically speaking, none of that money has gone to Safe Routes to Schools. So isn't it fair to say that there's no way that we can state that 95% of the Safe Routes to School needs for the county are being met with the current allocations proposed?
So Safe Routes to Schools was not singled out as its own individual category. It was included in the active transportation category, which bikes, peds, basically non-motorized. The only data we had to go on for what the need was through the RTP. And as I said, the RTP COG gets that information from each local agency. So the 15 cities plus Fresno County, they provide the information to Fresno COG, and that's the data we use. So I really can't argue with your point. I don't really know the answer to the question. All I can say is the only data we had is the data that each agency furnished to COG on what the needs were.
So it's fair to say that the source data was probably inaccurate if your conclusion is that 95% of Safe Routes to School needs are met countywide.
I'm not sure I'd use the word inaccurate, but it is what we receive through each of the cities in Fresno County.
So let me walk you through a basic Safe Routes to School. So in my district, the Safe Routes to School is probably $2-3 million in order to build the sidewalks that don't exist. This proposal only provides the city of Fresno $1 million a year for Safe Routes to Schools. So practically speaking, we would have to save 2 or 3 years worth of funding to do one school. Just based on the natural growth of the city, we open a dozen schools every 10 years in the 5 school districts and college campus that feeds us. As designed, we would have more schools without Safe Routes to Schools after this 30-year measure than we do today, because it's not keeping up with the pace of the construction of new schools. It's not a assumption, it's just basic math. There's no way that $1 million a year can satisfy. We have dozens of schools that don't have sidewalks and safe routes now, and we're gonna load another dozen as the growth in the fringes of the city continues between rural and urban. The local control that you cited, I want to go back to the questions that Member Carbasi had. You indicated that, what exactly is the cap that you're putting on sidewalks being built when we use these funds?
There is no cap. It's only in the rehab program. So there's no cap in local control.
How much is the rehab program?
It's $3.5 billion total. I'm not sure I have the city.
So approximately 50% of the fund?
Yeah.
We cannot use to build new sidewalks?
Correct.
If you're suggesting local control, then why would you impose that limitation?
It gets to, so the rehabilitation pot that was identified, that is the minimum amount necessary to get to a pavement condition index of 70, which is in the good area, in the good category. If you use that money for other purposes, other legitimate purposes, then you can't get to that pavement goal. The change that the city of Fresno asked for was, well, let us manage that. And so that's how we came up with the language that allowed 20% of a road's project's allocation to go towards sidewalk repairs. But as far as new sidewalks go, I mean, I would challenge you that I think we talked about growth. I think that's partially growth's responsibility, and it's our job to fill in the gaps. It's not
I understand
our job
that, but it also demonstrates a gap in knowledge of our city for you. I have Muir Elementary that was annexed in 1885 and doesn't have sidewalks today, and it's in the core of the city. We have dozens of schools in the core of the city that were annexed 100 years ago and still don't have sidewalks. Your limitation that you're imposing on half the measure wouldn't allow us to build new sidewalks in those schools. So they would just permanently have no sidewalks.
There's $1.2 billion in local control. It's not fair to say that you wouldn't have any money to provide sidewalks for those schools.
Right. But it's not fair to say that this measure is about local control if you are intentionally imposing limits, right, on half the fund.
That's been it's the positive and the negative of measures. Because, ideally, I think any elected body would say, just let us have the money and we'll manage it. We know what our city needs. But that doesn't play with the voters. You've got to put boundaries around this or the voters aren't going to support it. And so every measure has had those kind of limitations.
But you know what also doesn't play with the voters? Informing them that the money that they pay to fix our roads cannot be used to put a curb and gutter in front of their house or a sidewalk in front of their school. Because some bureaucrat in some place impose that, an unelected individual impose that in their master plan for a measure. So it's very difficult for us to say, this is gonna, you just described what I have accepted to be the truth, is that road conditions are about the complete street, not just a pavement, the condition of the bike lane, the curbs and gutters, because you need to do flood control in an urban setting, in a rural setting, in suburb, and the sidewalks, because you have to be able to get kids to school, and they have to be ADA compliant. But as you say, this is about the whole complete street and alternative modes of transportation. On the document, you're intentionally putting limitations that force us to only address a pavement while not being able to address the complete street.
Well, first off, I'm not making that imposition. I'm presenting what the plan says. I didn't.
You've never recommended limitations on being able to build new sidewalks or fix existing sidewalks?
It's my job to make recommendations, but you all are the decision makers, not me.
Well, technically it's not us, because as you know, another gap in this process is that this body has term limits. Unlike any other body in the county, the COG has a weighted voting system, FCTA does not. So as a majority of the population, the COG and FCTA have proven in the past to change the rules when the city is better at applying for money, is better at building higher density projects in public transit corridors, so that a city like Clovis or Wheatley can get money when they're not building what's currently, how the plan is currently structured for transit-oriented development, which is another pet peeve of mine. So you're asking us to sign off on a $7 billion 30-year tax and a structure that intentionally minimizes the majority of the residents of the county by not giving us equal power. So do you plan to recommend changes to the FCTA system to make it a weighted voting system?
That's not my authority to make. I don't.
Aren't you the professional staff for that body?
Yes, but that's actually, I'm not sure how the first FCTA board membership was established.
By Harry Armstrong on a piece of a napkin paper somewhere?
It was probably part of the initial enabling legislation. But, I mean, who would I recommend that to?
FCTA?
FCTA doesn't have the authority to change their own membership. I mean, and be careful going there.
They can have a member of the Assembly or Senate carry a bill to make that change, right?
Okay, yeah, that may be the only avenue for that occurring.
So,
but I mean, that's not something I can do, is my point.
Do you think it's in the best interest of all the members that there be a weighted system at FCTA like there is in COG?
I don't think I'm in a position to make an opinion on that. I mean, I will tell you that Fresno has at least 2, and with the urban at large, maybe 3 votes off of a 9-member board.
Which is not 55% of the population, which is what we are.
True.
And I'm sure we generate more than 55% of the revenue. So and this measure gets us 48% of the revenue?
It depends on what you include in it.
So how long have you been leading FCTA?
A little over 5 years.
Okay. A couple of other questions. The Supervisor Brandau, in his opposition to this measure moving forward, suggested that there's been Brown Act violations during the process. To your knowledge, has there been Brown Act violations throughout the process?
I don't recall him saying that, but I'll take your word for it that he did, but no, to my knowledge, there have been no Brown Act
I think he used a
violations.
little more creative language like shenanigans and things of that nature that are not, expected from, somebody who's developing a $7 billion tax.
Right.
Have you read this is the elephant in the room for the moment. Have you read the Attorney General's letter?
I have.
What's your response?
My response is that most of it is inaccurate.
What specifically?
If I may. So the first, in the second paragraph, the AG expresses a concern about a lack of adequate public process. I talked about that in my presentation. I think we had a significant public process, and considering the struggles we had with COVID in the middle of this, I think we did a really good job at having an adequate public process. And I didn't try and do a point by point. Again, he talks on the next page about a lack of an adequate process. Probably more importantly is his discussion on whether there's a CEQA violation by adopting this plan without having CEQA approval. And he mentions that it's unclear who will be responsible for conducting an environmental review of specific projects and when that review will occur. This is the same process in this next measure that we use in this process. Each project has a lead agency. And so, for instance, even though Veterans is on a state highway, City of Fresno was lead agency on that. And so whoever the lead agency is has to conduct the environmental review. They have to follow CEQA. It's a very exacting process. And so each of these projects will have a designated lead agency. We haven't done that yet. I mean, we kind of got to get to that point to where we actually designate who's going to deliver them. But whoever delivers it will be responsible for conducting the environmental review to make sure that it does follow CEQA. If it is capacity increasing, that it's got the appropriate mitigation for VMT and greenhouse gas increases. Whatever the environmental impacts are of any of these projects, they have to be mitigated consistent with state and federal law. And so that will occur on each project as they move forward. I guess those
fair.
are the high points where I took issue with the AG's letter.
Do we do CEQA analysis before we allocate money to these projects?
No, but I mean, as an example, again, Veterans, the City of Fresno did the environmental document. We helped fund the environmental document. So before there are any Measure C money that goes towards acquiring right-of-way or building it, that yes, the environmental document has to be done before we allocate money for those. But allocating money for environmental clearance, for preliminary design necessary to do the environmental clearance, that occurs prior to the environmental findings. It's during the environmental analysis, but before the environmental document is done.
Okay. My last question is, in your view, is this the best plan to move forward?
I'm sorry, I'm smiling because, it's, there's lots of cliches about, sacrificing the good for the perfect. And this plan is not perfect, but I think it's really good. I think it clearly follows what we've heard, whether either through the poll or through public outreach, through the surveys. It's what people are the most interested in. And it's hard to stand up here and say, our pavement is so bad, that's the number one thing people are interested in fixing, but yet that's our reality. And so, yeah, I think it's a good plan. I think it's certainly as good a plan, if there was a desire to wait till 2024, I don't think we'd end up with a better plan. In fact, I fear what would happen if we waited that long, but I think this is a really good plan.
Okay. Thank you, Director. I will tell you, I probably spend more time on this than I have on most matters recently. And I still lose sleep over this $7 billion decision, primarily because I know that as much work as this plan took in its second version, that it could be changed overnight by the COG board, which no fault of their own, but I doubt one mayor read the plan before they voted on it. The original plan, the new plan, It's just, it's a different world. They don't get paid six figures like, Mayor Dyer and have a staff of, 4,000 to do all the analysis. They're small town mayors. And my biggest fear is that I know that history will repeat itself if there are no changes, and that COG, any given day in FCTA, in which we have an outside disadvantage, could change this plan on a whim. And I'm concerned about giving FCTA $7 billion when we're not fairly represented and when we don't have a voice that equals the population that we're responsible for. I'm also still wrestling with comments that I've heard in the past that somehow other communities should have a say on what freeways are built in Fresno because they use them too. Other communities should have a say to prioritize certain projects in Fresno because they come shopping in Fresno too. But I've never heard them say that Fresno should dictate what Reedley Street gets expanded, what interchange on I-5 gets expanded. But they surely don't have to deal with the consequences that tear up neighborhoods when additional lanes are added or on-ramps or interchanges are expanded. So I still think this plan fails to address the other elephant in the room, which is Madera County. They are at the pace that they're growing. They're going to collapse to 41. And at some point in the future, another body will be asked to tear down another neighborhood or two to alleviate the traffic congestion. And the science on urban planning and transportation is clear. Adding more lanes doesn't reduce congestion, it increases it. And that's not an answer. So I'm still undecided on how I'm gonna go. As much time as I spend trying to improve this plan, I don't think it's ready for voters to consider. And I do believe that we have been rushed through this whole process artificially. I don't know since when did we become scared about presidential election cycles. More Democrats, more young people turn out. Those folks know the value of infrastructure. I don't know when it became a standard to ask voters to renew a tax 5 years before it expired. My residents are still waiting for California Avenue to be fixed in the just about 20th year of the last measure. There seems to be this artificial push to get this before the voters without spending the time that's necessary. And I've said before, this body spends 2 weeks on $1 billion budget, and we hammer the mayor with 1,500 requests and 20 different, motions on any given day. And the $7 billion tax wants to get through with, a 20-minute presentation of slides that don't show you the limitations, the legal limitations that have the $7 billion, tax actually includes on what future bodies can do. And I'm not comfortable committing the council of 2027 and 28 to a tax in which they cannot use half of it for existing neighborhoods that need sidewalks and safe routes to schools, or to close the gap between the Central Unified Schools and the 9-9 that were never filled. Because development in this town doesn't pay for itself. And new development does not close infrastructure gaps. The county is in the business of not building curbs and gutters and sidewalks. They've made it crystal clear. They're in the business of public safety, seems like, full time. So if Measure C doesn't cover it and is artificially limited to paying for it, I don't see what other way we're going to be able to address it. So thank you for the time, of course.
If I could just quickly address a couple of your comments. Specifically, Fresno COG can't change this plan. It takes both boards to do it. And in the history of Measure C, I think we've done it 6 times. Both boards take the plan very seriously. It's part of the promises made, promises kept. And so they try very hard not to amend the plan. The other point I wanted to make is I think your observation about Madera County is spot on. That's as a transportation professional, that keeps me awake at night. And I think that on a positive note, That is one of the Tier 1 projects, is to look at that corridor. It's not to build a fourth lane. It's to look at that corridor and how do we mitigate for what's going to happen when we can't control land use north of the San Joaquin River. How do we keep what's happening there from blowing up our system? And I think that there are some solutions other than adding an additional lane. But I don't want you to think that we are not unaware of what's going on in Madera County and that we're not doing anything to try and address that.
I appreciate that, and I do just want to make it clear too that the last time the plan was changed, it was to change the transit-oriented development that was benefiting Fresno.
That wasn't an expenditure plan amendment change. That was
A rule change, criteria change,
yeah.
but it wasn't the end result that it would no longer benefit Fresno the way it was
Well, it allowed other cities to compete.
by changing the definition and the criteria for transit-oriented development.
Right, but that was not in the expenditure plan, so it wasn't an expenditure plan amendment.
So you can, through the process, without changing the expenditure plan, you can set new criteria that would disadvantage the city. That's a yes. That's
Well,
a yes.
you say I. No, I can't.
Not you.
Could a board? Sure. I mean, and that's
Could the
struggle
board
we,
have
that's the
the
struggle we
yes?
deal with, right? I mean,
Right.
you can't blind future elected bodies. That's the, and I'm not, that's not a, I'm not making an opinion one or another, but that's what we struggle with. I know that's what you're struggling with. And yeah, I mean, that is the reality. Some things that, I mean, even as hard as it is to amend the plan, a future body could amend the plan if they get enough support on both boards.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, President Esparza. And you were smiling, but I was smiling because you are now beginning to work with where we work, and that's working with the advocacy community. When you get 100 people in your chambers wanting to participate, it's exactly what we do every single year, right? And so you're dealing with the challenge that we go through during our budget. How much outreach is enough outreach? Is it 10 meetings? Is it 100? Is it 1,000 meetings to engage the public and get your input? But that's also I think one of the toughest jobs that this body has is how do we include everybody's perspective, input, and you're not ever going to get to 100%. I can assure you that. I don't think anybody ever has. It's one challenge to get 2 jurisdictions within Fresno County to agree on something, whether it's Fowler and Fresno or Fresno and Clovis, but to get 15 cities and the county to agree on something is almost nearly impossible. And I want to thank my colleagues that were part of that process, Mayor Dyer, Councilmember Soria as our representative, Councilmember Maxwell, and Councilmember Arias, I know were at the forefront of making sure that we included some of the provisions in here. I can tell you, having been in this building for almost 12 years, that Measure C has improved our communities. 24 of the 35 neighborhoods that I represent have gotten repaved. They've gotten curbside, gutter, drainage problems have been resolved, and that's a good thing. And that really, for me, is the lens that I see this plan. Is it a perfect plan? Absolutely not. But I don't think with as many entities involved, we're going to get to a perfect plan. I think, the conversation always segues into what is the compromise. And I know that there was a lot of hours, a lot of sleepless nights. And I think we're starting to get a collection going so that Councilmember Arias can get some sleeping pills because he loses a lot of sleep, particularly today. But that is a challenge that we are faced with as a body, right? And I think for me, one of the biggest components of this is what I just referenced, being able to help those disadvantaged neighborhoods. I know that Measure C, SB1, general fund dollars were used to help Calabar when we repaved Orange. That was a city-county partnership. The neighborhood that's known in the area as Food Town was repaved. The neighborhood over by Maple and Church was repaved. That wouldn't happen without these funds being available. So for me, I was actually paying close attention to the 51% to the local neighborhood street repair and maintenance component. I think that's what we use primarily to fund a lot of these programs. There'll be a lot of opportunities in the future, obviously, to leverage those resources with Safe Routes to School and all the various different pods of funding that we're going to get. But one of the biggest components that I see in this measure, and it hasn't been discussed very much, and I don't know why, is really the workforce development component to this. The close to $7 billion that are going to go to get our building and construction trade folks back on the job and continue to do that. Right now, as you know, the city of Fresno passed a $1 million threshold for our public labor agreements plan that we have. What I see there is creating this pipeline for a lot of our building and construction trade folks to have that social mobility. And I can tell you, representing a large part of them that are from Southeast Fresno, that that's been a life-changing moment for them. So I think, you know, and this is not a criticism, but I think we need to do a better job of communicating what the workforce component of this project will be, because those are, you know, good paying jobs that are going to be going to our folks. And I think what I'm really excited about is the leveraging of resources. We just got $20+ million awarded at the federal level to our EDC that will help spearhead the effort on getting jobs here. I'm a little bit more realist, having gone through a couple of election cycles. I think, you know, and everybody sees the indicators. We are going to go into a recession. Some people say we already are in a recession. Inflation's going up. Gas prices have yet to stabilize. So I think the environment in 2024 is going to be a little bit more challenging to pass this. And I think if we have an opportunity this time around to do that and solidify those investments and allow every single jurisdiction to plan long-term, and you folks know this, that you need the certainty of having those funds available in order to plan for major street projects in your own neighborhoods, in your own towns, whether it's in the city of Fresno or our rural communities. That is a huge component that we need to have, that certainty. And here's the way I see it. It's not a very difficult decision for me, because I think all we're doing is we're asking the voters if they want to support this, right? We're allowing them to participate and give us input in the most democratic, grassroots way. If they like the plan, they'll support it and we'll work with it. If they don't, then we'll come back to the drawing board and work accordingly. So I'm going to keep my comments short, but I'm going to support this and allow the voters to, you know, weigh in and get the true community input into, you know, back into each jurisdiction. And what is important to also recognize lastly is that every single project that comes through here will have community input. We have conversations about our transportation plan, about our housing plan, about what roads need to get fixed. And the public has an opportunity, and you saw that today. They come and voice their concerns. So we will have community input should this plan pass. I can assure you that the city of Fresno will have that. I'm not sure what the other cities' process is, but we will be engaging our community on an ongoing basis. So with that, I'll reserve my comments because I think Council President, just a point of clarification, this is the workshop, the resolution is next, or are we doing it jointly?
Right now, we're on 3C. When this conversation concludes, we'll move on to 3D. And that's another opportunity for conversation, but we'll take public comment on 3D.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up, we have Councilmember Soria, followed by Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Mike, for the presentation. I think I've heard this presentation now, I don't know how many times. But thank you for answering all the great questions that my colleagues have asked. I also want to just do similar thank yous as Councilmember Chavez made, because there are a lot of folks involved, other folks even much more than me. I've just been sitting on FCTA, on some of the other meetings through the subcommittee, the transportation subcommittee here in the city of Fresno. So I do want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Arias and Maxwell, who I will say dug deep into the weeds of the measure. I know that the mayor was at every single meeting, and the staff. So thank you to those folks that were part of these, what I feel were some hard but robust conversations. I think that one of the things that I've learned through my time here is you're not going to make everyone happy. And while not everyone is happy, I think that this measure today is better than what it was when it was originally outlined. And so I am grateful for the participation of folks in the community that pushed the various bodies to consider and reconsider and get to this point. Again, you said it, I think, very eloquently. It's not perfect. I also believe that Measure C is not the panacea for fixing the significant challenges that not just the city of Fresno has, but the Fresno County. And those challenges really are a result of what historically has been poor planning, way before my time. And I'm not going to sit here and tell my constituents that I'm going to fix all the problems that everyone else created for me, but that I've made an attempt every single year to try to rectify that. And I think while Measure C won't solve every single issue, it continues to move the ball forward and continues to help us address some of those significant challenges that the city of Fresno, the county, and these small rural communities do face. I did just want to recognize also that I did get a call from the Attorney General's office, but the conversation was just, they wanted to make sure that there was environmental clearance that would happen. And at least from my experience sitting on this body and being part of FCTA and participating from time to time in COG as an alternate, I know that we've done every single time the diligence and have met those requirements. And so in my conversations, I assure that at least as I continue to serve on this body, that's what I will commit, that the bodies that are responsible for that environmental review accomplish that. And I think that's the least that we owe it to the residents and part of kind of the legal process. But other than that, I think that we obviously value the outside participation of our state officials, but I think that there's a recognition, at least I feel, that I've represented my district and know the challenges, and will make sure that I represent those well. I also just wanted to make comments in terms of the funding that Measure C makes available. As I mentioned, Measure C is not going to fix everything, but it does provide us a source to leverage other funding. Currently, when we look at the budget, at our city budget, and when we bring forward any project here in the city of Fresno, it's usually a combination of funds. And that's what Measure C really is doing, is helping us leverage and fill in those gaps. We have SB1 dollars, CDBG dollars, the Safe Routes to School funding, not just state, but federal funding. We also have active transportation dollars. We also have AHSC. AHSC, even though is geared towards housing, provides opportunities for those missing sidewalks. I know there's been a lot of conversation about missing sidewalks. We're not going to solve the issue with just Measure C, because there is, I will say, there should be a recognition that there's a number of different resources that we have been creative and leverage those resources. I can point to just one of the projects in my district that provided sidewalks in District 7 that were missing in really old neighborhoods. So it is really through a combination of funding that these types of complete neighborhoods would eventually get built. And hopefully we'll, year by year, continue to try to rectify some of the ills of poor planning that happened in the city previously. And so with that, I already essentially casted a vote at the FCTA meeting. So I don't think there's a secret in terms of where I'm at on this proposal. I think that we have an opportunity to put it in front of the voters. If the voters like it, they will vote for it. If they don't like it, they will tell us, and we'll have to roll up our sleeves and work on, if it's something different that they want to do that. And so with that, I just also wanted to also highlight the local hire policy that I think for the first time kind of was talked about and kind of included. I know that the city of Fresno has been essentially a lead in this policy issue. I think one of my colleagues on the other side across this dais, Councilmember Carbasi, mentioned making sure that those dollars circulate in our community, and I think that's the least that we can do. And that's why this council has led efforts to ensure that we create policies that benefit our local community, our local residents in terms of the jobs, our local businesses. And so I'm hopeful, and I know that there was questions when we first passed the citywide PLA, whether Measure C would be eligible, and whether even the federal dollars that we receive. Thankfully, we have an administration that recognizes the value of putting people to work and putting, especially making sure that those dollars stay local. And so we know today that the current, I guess, direction from the federal government allows us to actually, and encourages us. And there's actually a lot of funding out there. So I hope that we don't miss out on opportunity. And as we're having these conversations that we create at the FCTA, at the COG level, at the county, and in every city, these policies that are going to put folks that are unemployed or underemployed in the pipeline to be able to be part of this workforce that will essentially continue to build our community through these infrastructure projects. So I'm hopeful that you guys are hearing loud and clear that that's really a priority for folks here, especially at least for 50% of the population, right, represented by this body. And so I hope that you guys really take that to heart. But with that, I just wanted to make those comments. I've kind of asked my questions, in the other meetings that we've had, and like I said, I've casted my vote previously on this current measure. But I do want to thank all the folks that have worked on this to get to here today.
All right, Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Leonardo and Mr. Boren. Before 45 days ago, really didn't work with you much, and feel like over the last 45, spent a lot of time sitting in the same room or Zoom chat rooms as you. I appreciate all the time that you've spent. I know it's frustrating, when you have ideological differences, which we've had, but you've always been willing to be diplomatic and come to the table and talk with us. Like Councilmember Carbasi said, most of the time I got to come up here and vote. I know what I'm going to do well in advance. Even if it's a hard vote, I usually have a pretty good idea of what I want to do. This is one that I've really kind of been on the fence about. Transportation is huge for me, as I'm sure both of you know. I don't think that's been a huge priority for councils of the past, unfortunately. I've tried to make it one for me, not necessarily because I want to be the transportation guy, but I feel like it's something that has to be paid attention to and invested in. Or else those investments might not happen. I will admit that, working with my council colleagues, Arias and Soria, I think that we took the initial proposal and made it better. I don't think it's perfect by any means, but I do really appreciate their support, as well as Mayor Dyer. I mean, he really had to put his neck out on the line to do what was best for the city, even when everybody was, condemning the move for Fresno to, come up with this 11th hour plan. The role of the mayor and the city council to serve the people that they were represented to be in these chairs to represent. And I think our mayor did a good job of getting us there. I don't think we're all the way there, but with most pieces of legislation that I've worked with on this dais, you're never 100% to the place that you want to be. I think the goal should be getting close enough to where you're comfortable. There are some things I like about this proposal. There are some things I am less comfortable with. I don't think it should be a surprise to anybody that we're in the situation that we are now. Last minute, making deals and negotiations up to the 11th hour, having a council meeting literally 24 hours before the Board of Supervisors has to decide to put it on the November ballot. Because I think there are some parts, and this is not your fault, but that are inherently flawed with the system, with how this process is governed. I do hope the folks at the state level pass legislation to make it better for, whether it's in 2 years or 30 years when this goes back on the ballot, for the city of Fresno, which is the largest city in the county, to have more of a say, to make significant reforms for the city of Fresno to have more say when it comes to dishing out the money too. As Councilmember Arias mentioned, we're the largest city in the county. We generate the most tax, and we need the most of that money for the significant repairs we need here in our city. I really do hope there are significant reforms made at the state level to cure some of those, what I perceive to be flaws in the procedural portion of this process of Measure C. Now, with that being said, like I admitted to earlier, I think this is a much better deal than what we started with. In my personal opinion, the last couple of Measure Cs have been created for what I think would be suitable for a 1950s America, not necessarily America in the year 2022. This is a 30-year tax. It's going to be me and my family that grow old with this. And we have very different priorities and needs than folks that are from different generations than me and my family. And I wish that when it came to the engagement, I know you're showing that number, a lot of the community meetings that you had. I, as the decision maker, you're not the decision maker, as you've made clear several times, it's elected bodies, would have been more engaged throughout this process instead of 45 days out. I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone that we are here at the 11th hour making this tough decision. I can't ignore how beneficial this is going to be to local workforce and to labor. To me, that is really one of the strongest motivators is in this recession that we've had, the inflation going up and the economy we've had over the last couple of years of getting local people back to work with good paying jobs. And ultimately, that's going to be why I support this, is because I think that we have an opportunity here to put people back to work, get them paid, keep those dollars in the local economy, which is going to be game changing for so many of the families that I serve. And to me, that's really the biggest motivator behind my decision today. The money divided among the different buckets is not necessarily the proportions I'd want, but I do recognize and appreciate that we do have additional flexible funds that will allow whoever's in charge of the city at the time to hopefully move those dollars into places that this council prioritizes, which is safe routes to school, public transportation, and not just sprawl and freeway development. So with that being said, again, I appreciate all the work that you and Mr. Bourne have put into this. There are parts I'm not happy about, and I hope there are some reforms made so in the future this process can be a better one. I think that's what we should always strive for. Fresno having a bigger seat at the table, but ultimately there are too many good things in here that I can't ignore. And if the other cities disagree, contest it up until the November election, if that's how they feel. But I will leave it up to the voters from here. Thank you, Mr. Leonardo.
Okay, I don't see anyone else punched up. A lot of good information, I think, in this workshop. Very transparent conversation. I appreciated the answers about timing because myself not being intimately involved in the process, it really only came to my attention the last, couple weeks through the administration that we would even be taking a vote on this. My prior understanding was that we made the appropriate appointments and those folks worked on behalf. I guess even with the assistance of some council members that were not technically appointed, but worked on transportation. So this was all, in terms of us voting as a body on this, a bit of a surprise. And so I wish I had known from the beginning that that's what the process would be. And it sounds like your position is, it may not be necessary, but here we are, and I think we're not the only legislative body in the county to take up a vote on this. So appreciate all the information. And I know, Mayor, you wanted to chime in very briefly before we move on to the actual item, which is going to be item 3D.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Mike, for incredible presentation. And I know you've had to do a lot of them, so you've had practice with those. And I want to thank the council for all of the dialogue that we've been able to have and debate, as well as the community input. I've been involved in this process, from the onset, and it's been quite a learning experience for me, as I know it has been for some of our council subcommittee on transportation. The current Measure C and past Measure C, largely, if you look at it, we're focused on regional projects, expanding freeways, which ultimately Much needed, but ultimately, although for the intended purpose of reducing congestion, oftentimes resulted in the unintended consequences of urban sprawl. And so this measure allows for a change. In fact, the regional dollars got cut in by more than half, and the dollars went into local neighborhoods. 51% of the dollars going into local neighborhoods for streets, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, bike lanes, all those things that we know have been neglected in many of our neighborhoods. It also requires, this hasn't been said, but that a minimum of 30% of those dollars in that fund will go to disadvantaged neighborhoods. And I think that's overlooked. Of course, we know in Fresno, we could probably put 80% of that in some of our disadvantaged neighborhoods. But having 51% of the dollars is very important. It also provides much more flexibility than past measures, 18% into the flexible fund, and that is going to allow us to meet many of our other needs, to include funding our public transportation at 100%, and taking care of some of our other neighborhoods. The local hire is huge for all of us, as we know that we need more good paying jobs in Fresno, whether it's union jobs, prevailing wage, whatever the case is, this measure will provide that. And the Fresno alternative, thanks to our council subcommittee and Scott Mosier, who came up with the plan, the alternative, albeit at the 11th hour, it made the plan better, especially for all the cities. But it is given us in the city of Fresno an additional $97 million over that 30 years. Not given us, it gives our city residents $97 million to increase the repairs within their streets, et cetera. So that is important, and again, I want to thank the council for that. This plan is good for Fresno residents. It's good for Fresno residents. And I think that's what we have to keep at heart. I think it was said best up here at the dais that we represent the citizens of Fresno, the people that live in our city. And this plan is good for them. I too had a call with the Attorney General last night for about 30 minutes. He called me, and we had a very good conversation. I explained the process, and one of the things I said was when I first started this process, I was leaning to 2024. I did not think we should go to do this measure in 2022 for a lot of reasons. However, along the way, in listening to the community feedback, seeing the surveys, seeing the polling, and by the way, 82% of Fresno residents, 82% of the people who live in the city of Fresno were in support of this Measure C renewal. And so that is very, very convincing for me as an elected official. And so I think this is the right time, and I do believe it's going to pass in 2022. And as was stated earlier, it will give us the opportunity to bond in advance so that we can perform much of those street maintenance jobs in our city at a much cheaper rate than if we waited 5 or 8 or 9 or 10 years. So with that, I know this is only the workshop portion and the other items coming up, but I wanted to support what our COG and as well as our FCT has done. And thank Council Member Soria. She sits on the COG for me most meetings, and also is on FCTA, and has done a very, very good job in terms of representing the needs of Fresno. So with that, thank you.
All right, with that workshop, we'll move on to, we'll roll right into item 3D. This is the actual resolution in support of the Measure C renewal expenditure plan. So an actionable item on 3D. We'll go ahead and move into public comments, and then we'll come back up here to the dais for any final discussion. I think folks have heard the council speak quite enough on the matter. We'd like to hear from the public. So I do have a few cards, yellow cards here in the chamber. Additionally, if you are on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand as well. So first up here in the chamber, we have Gloria Hernandez.
Hola. I'm here as Mothers Helping Mothers. It's a committee that goes out and helps people out in the rural communities who are suffering from the drought. And so, You know, when I think about the families that I go help, I think about how selfish Fresno's is right now. How selfish that we're only thinking of one Fresno, or you're only thinking of one district. But you're not thinking about the families that keep us alive, that come shopping in Fresno because they have no stores out there or the stores are not competitive. I'm talking about Raisin City, the Jungle, I'm talking about Lanier, different little communities, Cantua Creek, who have no sidewalks. We've had Measure C since 1986. They have no sidewalks. They don't even have streets sometimes. You know, the guy talked about the pole, he talked about all these. If we were to go back and do the Dyer plan, the Fresno plan, and do a poll, you'd be surprised. The communities out there would say no. I know I would. I have always supported Measure C. I've always voted for it because I've always had dreams that we could do something for everybody in the county, not just one Fresno. Flexibility, you talk about the flexible plan. Those little communities don't have a flexible plan. Only the communities with mayors have flexible plans. And by the way, not the 14 communities voted, because Huron didn't vote on the second proposal. They might have voted on the first proposal. I attended several of the meetings out in the rural communities, and a lot of the city council people kept asking for public hearings to be able to understand this new Fresno plan. And we never got the response. Did the Clovis-Fresno issue ever get dealt with? And then there was discussion right now that we're going to review this again in 15 years. Then why are we voting for a 30-year plan? And then you talk about old neighborhoods versus new neighborhoods. What are the developers paying for when they develop new neighborhoods? Aren't they putting up anything? So is it actually 30 years or is it 36 years? Because you're starting to get the money once it passes, if it passes. And I'm going to work very hard to make sure it not passes. You're saying it's not going to cost anything, let the voters decide? It's going to cost resources to put it on the ballot. The elections department's going to have resources. People are going to have to campaign, both sides. So yeah, it's going to cost money, and that's ridiculous to make that statement. So 36 years, because you look at the money that's going to be start leveraging now. Why aren't we using the money that's already there? Since it doesn't run out till 2027, where's that money? Nobody's answering those questions.
Thank you, Gloria. Next in the chamber, we have Jason Martinez. Jason?
Hello, council members, and everyone in attendance. Thank you for your time. My name is Jason Martinez. I'm a field representative with the Carpenters Union, and I would just like to have a few comments on today's resolution. When I want to start off is, as a field representative for the Carpenters, we represent 892 carpenters in Fresno County, and I not only want to speak on their behalf, but all workforce labor on all their behalf, because I think there should be stronger language on a couple of topics. One being local hire. I'd like to see better language placed on that, not just what local hire is, but what it can be and what the stringent circumstances need to be around it. And then apprenticeship standards, there's no mention about apprenticeship. So when we're talking about bringing careers towards people in your community and the constituents you represent, I think it's very important that we put some kind of apprenticeship standards, because this being a 30-year tax bill or measure, it needs to be seen for members who I represent right now and all constituents who are going to be working on these upcoming projects. But not only that, ensuring their entire career, because we don't want job opportunities alone. we want career opportunities for members of the community. And I think putting in apprenticeship standards would really help with that, because it doesn't necessarily only represent my members, but all workforce labor. And with that also being how we are dealing with a pandemic and, you know, the aftermath and everything with that, we've seen lack of health and welfare for some members in our communities. And we need to ensure that we have stronger language that provides them health and welfare for all laborers who are working on any kind of project that's funded through Measure C. And the last, but I think most important, is requiring prevailing wage on these projects. Anything funded with this measure, because of the fact that I want to mention it, once again, is it should be for all labor workforce employees and construction workers, not just my members, because it ensures that they all have good living wages and opportunities to, as one of the council members were speaking of earlier, elevating their economic benefit for themselves and the community. And all these wrapped in one will benefit the community itself, as well as those families in the community, to elevate Fresno as a whole, like one Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Next here in the chamber is Sukaina Hussein. Sukaina, are you still with us?
Thank you. Yes, still here. Good afternoon now, council members. My name is Sukaina Hussein. I'm here with CARE, Council on American Islamic Relations, and a Fresno resident. So I am here to specifically ask the council to vote no on the resolution to approve the renewal plan that you've discussed today. I sincerely appreciate the commitment that some of you stood up here this morning with marginalized and vulnerable communities. I know that that's where your values lie, and as we heard from Councilmember Arias, vulnerable, marginalized communities are going to be greatly impacted by this plan for decades to come. I'd like to highlight a specific need that you heard about earlier from one of the speakers during the resolution regarding the Afghan refugee families. They are some of the newest residents in Fresno who've moved here less than a year ago, and one of the biggest challenges that I personally witnessed them face and continue to deal with is the use of public transit. Not only did they face so many difficulties because of lack of translated resources, even with what improvements we've seen with apps and resources online, but navigating our transit systems and using them in a way where it actually provides reasonable transit time to the places that they need to go. These newcomers struggled with accessing healthcare, they struggled with accessing healthy food supplies, and they couldn't even make it to the mosque for Friday prayers, which you know is a big part of our faith in the Muslim tradition, and meet with people who were speaking similar languages or find community within them because of the difficult transit systems that we have in our community. I'm asking specifically for the Fresno County Council of Governments and the FCTA to better engage and involve the community. I know you've heard that there were measures taken. We're asking for a lot more of an inclusive effort, a lot more of an intentional effort, and to actually use the extra time you have available to hear from residents directly. We're asking for clear, accountable, and a transparent public process instead of the confusion and uncertainty that not only the public has endured, but it sounds like you all have endured too. I heard Councilmember Maxwell say it's been 45 days. Others have said they didn't know this conversation was happening. So if you're confused and you don't know the technicalities, imagine what it's like for the public who's been seeing a lot of this in the media and are facing a lot of confusion themselves. We're asking for transparent performance and evaluation metrics to be included in the renewal draft, and we're asking for you to put on hold the inclusion of Measure C, to not have it on the ballot this year, but to put it on hold until 2024. We've heard some of you express, and we heard the mayor express that it can be put on hold, and so we'd really like for that extra time to be used for a more community-driven process. Thank you.
All right, next speaker here in the chamber will be Veronica Garibay.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to make comment. My name is Veronica Garibay. I'm the co-director of Leadership Council. I'm going to focus my comments on a few things that you've said today, that you said in your previous workshop when we were here a couple of weeks ago, and through comments made in the media and other public hearings. You asked for flexibility in the largest funding category. Several of you have spoken to the 51% local streets, neighborhoods, and what you actually got is language that prohibits you from using funds to put in sidewalks, curb and gutter, bike lanes, tree shade to address existing heat, extreme heat. And you can't use more than 20% of the total project. That can't cost more than total. So you've heard that, I won't repeat it. That's what you got when you asked for flexibility and you asked to be able to use that money. You talked a lot about public transit. You've talked about the opportunities that public transit provides. It connects people to opportunity. It connects people to school, to a job, to a doctor, to healthcare. And it addresses climate change and our worsening air quality crisis. Yet, despite you actually are getting more money in your local control category, there was actually no increase in the public transit category, which provides no guarantee that these dollars will actually be used for public transit at all in the next 30 years. In fact, what it actually does is it'll make communities yet again come year after year asking you to invest in public transit, in access to opportunity, and you to convince your colleagues to use that local control money in that way. At your council workshop, you also talked about targeting dollars to disadvantaged communities because that's who needs it the most. We've heard it again today. Yet the plan uses a definition that would qualify all of Fresno County as disadvantaged, except for maybe Clovis, which means there's no real targeting happening at all and no real focus on disadvantaged areas. You asked about local jobs, which has come up a lot today, yet the language says FCTA and Fresno COG, working in connection with the member agencies, will develop a reasonable local hiring and contracting goals to ensure those benefits are maximized. That language says goals. It doesn't say preferences, it doesn't say requirements, it says nothing. We have really nice goals about climate inequity and public transit in the plan itself, but those goals materialize to nothing in the actual expenditure plan and the implementing guidelines. You asked about FCTA and FCOG discretion. There are no requirements or any money allocated for public outreach, public engagement in any amendment to the or implementation plan updates. Every taxpayer deserves to know and make sure that the money is spent in the correct way. The plan says that staff will prepare performance measures after you've adopted this plan. Several projects in the major roads and highway categories will perpetuate poor air quality and do little to address environmental issues in the communities that you know rank as the most disproportionately burdened neighborhoods. City of Fresno is #1 in the entire state of California. I could go on and on and on about the deficiencies in the plan, but it appears that it will fall on deaf ears today, and it may not matter to you. How you vote will tell us where your values are and what you stand for. If you stand for democracy, for accountability, for good use of taxpayer money, you will vote no today, and you will call for and join a coalition of 36 groups, which now includes the Attorney General, calling for better public process, environmental sustainability, and climate resilience in Fresno, because you too will know deep down that we deserve so much better, and we shouldn't always settle for crumbs.
Thank you, Veronica. So we're going to move over to Zoom, and the next speaker is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon. There is so much I want to say. First off, I think it's ridiculous that you guys are even considering this and putting it on the ballot in 2024. We all know it's the midterms and there's a lower turnout, so there's going to be an actual lower threshold of the community voting it up or voting it down. And it's really sad you're not going to do the presidential cycle where there's going to be a higher turnout, so you actually get a better representation of the community. That's really sad because, you know, it's about public engagement. You know, this is just, it undercuts labor. The process was rushed. I was on Zoom. It was at 11 o'clock at night. There weren't enough copies of this plan to go to everybody that needed to vote, no less the community that was there to voice their opinions. So the 14 meetings that Mike Leonardo talked about that had input into the process, you can scratch those all off. It was that one meeting for those 3 hours, and the majority of the county did not get to see that plan till after it was voted upon. So, there really isn't a public engagement. Also, too, you're looking at approving something for 30 years, 3 decades. And it just doesn't make sense. It's a bad plan. You need more public input. And I actually believe the AG. I don't think you're gonna stand up for CEQA, actually, because of the public outreach. And then bonding for future dollars now. What you also aren't saying is when you bond for those future dollars, you also have to pay for the cost of that money. So your project costs are going to be escalated because you're tapping into those future dollars. No one's going to give you a loan for 0%, guys. So now you're actually building into a negative. It just makes no economic sense to me. 30 years plus a multi-billion-dollar tax. You only had 14 meetings, and you flipped the switch the last minute, and only a few people got copies of it, and there's really no public input. And Esmeralda, I'm ashamed to see that you're going to vote for this. Just, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Sarah Harris.
Hello and greetings, everyone. This is Sarah Harris. I am the Director of Programs with Resources for Independent Central Valley. I also served on the Executive Committee, and I am very much in support of putting Measure C on the ballot this year. And there's a couple of different reasons. Number one, Measure C is the foundation, to really build our infrastructure. And I want to thank Council Members Chavez and Soria for really pointing that out, that, this is just part of it. It's not, the end all to everything. And I also want to point out that what more public engagement can we get than the fact that this has really been spotlit, and it's really going to get, hopefully, people encouraged to get informed and to learn more about how transportation infrastructure works, and to get informed before they go vote. So that's my piece, that's my say. I encourage all of you to, really think about endorsing this today. Thank you.
All right, next speaker is going to be Sadia Khan.
Good afternoon. My name is Sadia Khan. I am with the Council on American Islamic Relations, also here to urge you to vote no on this plan. I've attended quite a few meetings urging you for this no vote for a while now, and I'll share the same sentiments that I've shared in the past. This plan, has not come to the community in a way where we have been able to offer our thoughts or input on what our community actually needs. Those of us that are going to be impacted, this is a 30-year plan. My son will literally be in his 40s by then, and to know that, folks like him, folks like myself are not being considered in this plan, and how this actually impacts us 30 years out from now. We already know how limited our public transportation system is. There are folks that have to rely on a 2-hour bus ride to get to college. That's not what our public transit system should look like at all, especially because we know those that are trying to, build themselves up and build themselves out of poverty are the ones that are trying to get to school on those bus routes. And if our bus routes are not meeting the needs that we actually have, that's quite sad. And the fact that this plan doesn't have, stuff in place to actually propel our public transit forward is also frightening. And on top of that, we're looking at the climate crisis as well, and knowing that this plan, again, does not include or really, strategically think about those issues is terrifying. And like the speaker before me mentioned, the new plan that was shared, we've only seen it in one actual meeting. That is not enough time at all for anyone to give comments. Others have also mentioned this, but the fact that even, our city council is unsure of which plan we're working with or whatever is going on, like there's so much back and forth. There's no clarity in this. folks literally have not been included in a healthy way, and it's terrifying to know that we are okay with pushing forward, even when the Attorney General himself has also said that this is not a good idea and that we should wait. We have plenty of time to work on this plan and put something together while including our communities for the 2024 ballot, and I genuinely want to urge you to consider that and vote no tonight. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Angelica Perez Flores.
Hello, yes, good afternoon. My name is Angelica Perez Flores. I've been part of the process through one of the meetings that was hosted here in Kerman. Been following up the process. I definitely understand, the confusion. I'm very confused about all of this, very insecure about the elections that are going to be, the decisions that are going to be done, that have been done and are going to continue to be done. It's disappointing to me, because I know that it hasn't been an inclusive process, including, the opinions and the points of view of the community. Yes, I keep on hearing about all these meetings, all these surveys. It would be very interesting to dig in there and really find out how many people have been part of those meetings. Are these surveys representative of the communities that encounter Fresno County, the languages, the various languages? Were these surveys done in various languages? How accessible were they? I don't think there has been enough involvement or inclusion of the community and their perspectives. They have a lot to say, a lot to share. It is a decision that is going to impact us for many years to come. I think the easiest, when somebody states that, they're going to put it in the ballot for voters to make the decision, I think that's the easy way out, to put it out there. If council members or people, elected officials are confused about all of this, how confused can we be with the plans that are being done? How deeply do we understand as community residents everything that, all the decisions that are being done in our name? So I definitely urge you to say no to this, wait, be more inclusive of the opinions that our communities have to say. And let's not forget about our unincorporated communities. They themselves don't have basically anybody that could represent them, but they do need to be heard, and we do have to be inclusive to everyone in our Fresno County. So thank you.
Okay, next speaker on Zoom, it's one named Andrew.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Andres Camilla with California Environmental Voters. I'm also a resident here in District 7. I think it's been clear the last few weeks that I think how we feel as a community we've been engaged is different from how FTCA believes their model of engagement has been, which in my opinion, it's been poor. That has really led to no real public discussion or input. And I would say a way of like tokenizing our community when they have been involved. And so apart from how we've been engaged with as a community, I was actually really disappointed to hear no one talk about climate or the environment in a way that I think it should be talked about as far as the folks on the council. And so I think if this measure were to pass as is, it's definitely going to speed up the pace in new types of development zones that involve logistics, transportation, industrial zoning, and logistics and warehousing. It's going to promote urban sprawl, all while increasing the stressors of pollution burdened BIPOC communities. And so I would strongly encourage this council to not support this measure as is, and I hope to see that through. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further hands on Zoom, I don't have any more yellow cards here in the chamber. We'll go ahead and close public comments on this item, and we'll come back up here to the dais. I have Councilmember Arias punched up, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Thank goodness. One question for Mike. I read the specific language on bonding. It specifically indicates that the FCTA has the authority to bond out Measure C funds. Can you clarify, does that mean that FCTA could vote to bond out resources without the jurisdictions approving that?
I don't know specifically if they could without, but I can't imagine that they would without.
Does the current measure allow you to bond out?
It does, but we haven't bonded.
So there's no clarity if FCTA can one day vote to bond out 2 years of revenue.
Well, and now I'm speaking for me, and obviously I'm not the board, but the only reason we would bond is if you wanted us to, you being the local agency. If you had, the last thing we would want to do is bond money and then have a local agency say, we're not ready for it. And then it sits there and we're paying debt service on it. So to me, it's got to be a collaborative effort between an agency that wants the money in advance and FCTA. It could also be, we could bond against a program, right? We could bond against the payment program. But we also might want collectively to bond a project. Shaw 99, everybody I think realizes the problems there. So that could be a project that we might want to actually get started on early. But it would always be a collaborative decision because we just wouldn't want to have money without somebody that was ready to put it to work.
The second question is, I still don't, the 20% limitation that is being imposed, whether it was Scott's idea or not, which Scott, we will take that up later, because every time I ask, you tell me Measure Z that doesn't allow us to use money for sidewalks that are missing. So we will have that separate conversation and see if we have to take it from the general fund or the police budget to do it. But my question is, what if we were to approve this plan with an amendment that eliminates a 20% cap?
At this point in time, the expenditure plan has to be it's a binary decision. If you were to make a change, then it's got to go all the way back and start the approval process over again. That's not to say you couldn't amend it. It could be amended afterwards, but for you today to change the expenditure plan would negate the approvals that we've gone through so far, and we would have to start over.
It's technically not part of the expenditure plan, it's just a limitation. We're not changing the amount of money going to each group. We're simply saying, if you're gonna suggest this local control, we want to have the full flexibility on whether we built a missing sidewalk on McKinley Elementary or Muir Elementary, and we don't want a 20% artificial number imposed on us.
Right now, I can't remember if I thought we actually put it in the expenditure plan based upon the city's proposed plan. But I do want to remind you that, I want to remind you that that's only, again, we took $1 billion out of that program and put it in local control. And that $1 billion was exactly for what you're talking about. So we didn't eliminate it. We simply limited the amount of a typical paving project that could be spent on repairing existing curb gutter, sidewalk, trees, that kind of thing.
And I know you did so with the 20% mark, but what I'm asking is, what happens if I make a motion to approve this plan with the amendment that it eliminates the 20% cap and the body approves it as is? Is that something that you all can live with? It doesn't disrupt anybody's allocation. Mendota really doesn't get any less money, nor does Clovis, nor does the county.
It's inconsistent with what we have told every other local agency.
Correct, but
and COG and FCTA.
But we're bigger and we get to do the full analysis and we have the time. And without us, you probably can't proceed. So why can't we remove that 20% cap?
It's my recommendation that you don't. I don't know that I can answer why you can't.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to approve the plan with an amendment that the 20% cap is eliminated so that the city of Fresno can have full authority over its allocation.
So to clarify, that would not reset the entire process?
That may be a question for legal counsel. Again, I think it does. Because, again, all 14 cities, Fresno COG, FCTA, voted for it under those circumstances.
Mike, so you said that a vote today on what is in front of us wouldn't prohibit us from us going back and changing it. What would that look like? So we approve it today. Board of Supervisors put it up for a vote tomorrow. How does that process work out?
As I stand here, I can't recall if the language is specific in the expenditure plan. If it is in the expenditure plan, then it would take both boards, the COG board and FCTA board, to approve an amendment to change it. If it's not in the expenditure plan, then I believe the FCTA board could make that decision on their own.
Okay, so, but at what point would they? So would it have to, once Measure C is approved, could that be done as we speak? So maybe the motion is, approve as is, however, begin the process to, allow cities to not have a 20% cap.
I think you could make that recommendation as a part of your motion, yes.
Yeah.
I believe.
So I think, if that's the desire of the body, that would,
I'd like to hear city attorneys weigh in, otherwise I think I'd be
Yeah.
supportive.
So the expenditure plan has gone through the 14 other cities as drafted. I have not had an opportunity to get an analysis from the other entities involved, and I think that we would need them to weigh in. So that's my, and so the state code requires that prior to placing a tax on the ballot, the associated expenditure plan must be approved by the city councils representing both a majority of the cities in the county and a majority of the population residing in the incorporated areas of the county.
I guess the question is, city attorney, is it part of the expenditure plan or not?
So what's been voted on already is this expenditure plan as proposed.
But does that include the language about the percentage going towards the complete streets?
I don't think anyone can answer that right now.
Why is that?
I'm
Okay.
gonna have Raj Badeja come up. He's been tracking the Measure C.
Raj Badeja for the City Attorney's Office. I don't know the answer to the question. That's a technical question, but I think that staff should know the answer to what is in and is not in the expenditure plan.
Didn't you write this plan, Scott? Don't you know the answer?
Not the expenditure plan, but
We need to be very careful.
I think there's another point that I think would be helpful, given the discussion and Councilmember Soria, that Scott might want to clarify on the funding level for sidewalk repair, if you'd like to hear. Okay, Scott?
All right, good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So just to kind of quantify, why does 20% feel like a very workable number? So let's say we are talking today's dollars. We have about $6 million that comes in for the rehab category for street maintenance, and that's paving only. So today, 0% of that funding can be used for sidewalk repairs, adding sidewalks, so that's zero. We spend about $3 million of SB1 and gas tax funding on sidewalk repair, curb gutter sidewalk repairs. So with these new formulas, the street maintenance category goes up 3.5 times what we have today. So that 20% cap winds up being 4 million of the measure, so far more than we're currently even spending with our other resources. The city would still have gas tax, the city would still have SB1, and the thought being, even if that were not enough, SB1 has no restrictions. There's no cap of 20%, 50%.
Don't you have the current estimate of the broken sidewalks? Isn't it like $1 billion? What's our inventory of needs?
For broken sidewalks, so we have not estimated every neighborhood in the city simply because that would divert resources from the actual repairs into just doing engineering type estimates. Based upon what we've estimated and how much is out there, we estimate about 200 million worth of essentially tree damaged curb gutter sidewalk in the city. The paving needs still are much higher. The pavement, we'd need to invest 600 million over the next 5 years just to get it. Our numbers are very similar to what the COG and FCTA have shown countywide. So asphalt is the big need. But we, as staff, we do submit recommendation to the council that 20% of Measure C, coupled with the rehab category going up 3.5 times, and the 30% for disadvantaged neighborhoods does a tremendous amount and would really enable us to achieve the goals for sidewalks.
Hey, Scott, why did we agree to a limitation that we can't build new sidewalks? Since we know that we have a lot of schools that are in the fringes of the city that don't have any sidewalks.
And I believe, as Mayor shared earlier, the local control category, the flexible, that does allow for that, coupled with the active transportation category. And there's currently, the past several years, there's been a lot more funding available for active transportation for new sidewalks, and we'd see these measure funds really leveraging the dollars available. But the local control increase is very significant for us. That's more, significantly more than we have today. And really all of that comes at the reduction of the regional program of cutting that in half, not having, a 180 extension, a 41 extension, nothing like that is in this new proposed measure. So that's where we pull the resources to address more of these local needs. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria, are you?
Yeah, no, so I think that was good information to get. I would feel more comfortable with offering, that we approve as is, and then look into if it is the case. But from what I'm hearing and what I've known, at least in my work here, there are a combination of funding that can still be utilized. And I think that as a council in the past, I think that it was Councilmember Chavez, Arias, and myself did have a press conference, if you guys recall, on the SB1 and the need to prioritize policies to invest really in more complete streets. So I feel comfortable, approving as is. So my motion would be to move this item as proposed.
I'll second that.
All right. So Councilmember Chavez.
No questions. I was just going to make the motion, but Councilman Soria made it.
All right. Councilmember Carbasi, followed by the city manager. Okay, everybody is concluded. I guess we're ready to vote. Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor currently, first and a second, to vote on the item as is. Is that correct? Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, clerk, roll call vote for dramatic effect.
All right, motion to approve as is by Councilmember Soria, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
I'm voting with Steve Brandau. That's a no.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
I'm going to cast what I think it might be my first ever abstention. Yeah, mark it in the books.
You gonna do it, Chavez?
5-1, it passes.
5-1. I didn't walk out. I took it. Yeah, I took it. You know, like I said, it was a bit of a surprise that we had to vote on it at all. And I think if there had been some clarity from the very beginning, you would have seen more engagement from the council as a whole instead of just a couple of appointees. All right, item passes 5-1. All right, that is it for items 3C, 3D. Let's snap back into order, go back to 3A, 3B. Council, are you guys feeling chatty? I don't need to order dinner, do I? Okay. I think we'll get out of here before dinner time.
Okay, good afternoon, Council President and council members. Henry Thompson, Director of Aviation.
Council President, can I make a motion to approve 3B?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on item 3B.
Council President, I do have a question.
I see you punched up, yes, go ahead.
Just for clarification, we're still on 3A real quick?
We skipped to 3B.
I think we just moved into 3B.
All right.
The motion and the
3A
second.
presented.
Okay, so we've switched over, I guess, to 3B. Just, Director, wanted to ask a question because I know that during the conversations that we had when we first approved the expansion of the airport and also the parking structure, we were having a robust debate about the apprentice program, our local hire, our first kind of pilot policy of the project labor agreement. So I wanted to know, as it relates to the terminal expansion, originally at that time that administration, the federal administration wasn't supportive of the types of policies, but we've seen kind of a whole 180, and now we're being encouraged to do some of these policies that we've adopted. So wanted to ask about the application of the local PLA policy that this board passed. Is that going to be part of this 10 million allocation?
Yes, so things have changed on the federal level, and so as we move forward, we will see PLA incorporated into all of the projects at the airport, both the local paid as well as the federal projects.
So my question specifically is to this one, the $10 million, does the local PLA apply to it?
This is federal, so yes, it does.
Yes, it does. It's in the staff report.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear because I know years ago when we first adopted the program expansion or the expansion proposal, it was said that we could do it for the parking lot, but we couldn't do it for the terminal. So I just want to make it clear.
Things have changed, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So with that, I will be supportive.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? This is on item 3B, actions pertaining to the Terminal East Apron Reconfiguration Project at the airport.
Public.
Okay. Let's move out to the public and get public comments. Again, item 3B. If there's anyone in the chamber who would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card and bring that on up. Or if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Seeing no public comments, we'll come back up here to the dais. Is there any opposition to approving item 3B? All right, seeing none, Director gets a free pass today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Henry. And thank you, Mark.
You better leave before we start the workshop.
That was an invisible workshop.
All right, if we could have a couple of our members step out for 3E, we conduct this item.
Can we volunteer to step out?
Council President, Council, this is really just a long time in coming. It's an opportunity for us to just refresh what our baseline services agreement was. The prior one to this still referred to Fulton Mall, which we've updated and taken out. And then some of our departments have changed when it comes to the services that they provide. And so this will, again, allow us to move forward with our baseline services memorialized as of 2022 and this day.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Let's move out to the public comments on item 3E. Is there anyone in the chamber or on Zoom who would like to comment on item 3E? Seeing no hands raised or no cards, I'll go ahead and close public comment on 3E. Is there any opposition to approving item 3E? Seeing none, item passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Go get our colleagues and we'll move on to item 4A. He went to get you. All right, so we're moving on to item 4A. This is sponsored by council
To approve.
members. Okay, we have one motion to approve item 4A.
Second.
We have a second to approve item 4A. While everybody finds their seats, we'll go out to the public on item 4A. This is a resolution opposing proposed provisions of Senate Bill 930, identifying the city of Fresno as a qualified city eligible for the SB 930 pilot program. Is there anyone on Zoom or here in the chamber who would like to speak with respect to item 4A? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comments on item 4A. Come back up to the dais. I don't see anyone punched up. Is that correct?
Yeah. Does the mayor want to give a speech on it, or are we good? I think we're good.
Okay, all right. Any opposition to approving item 4A? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Moving on to item 4B, resolution updating the Council Orientation Act, sponsored by Council Members Carbasi and Council Vice President Maxwell.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion, we have a second. We'll go out to the public on item 4B. Is there anyone from the public in the chamber or on Zoom who would like to speak on item 4B? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment on item 4B.
Can I just run, what was that motion in second, the makers? Thank you.
Is there any opposition to item 4B? Anybody? No? Okay, I guess that's a 7-0 vote.
Oh, he's over there. All right, yep.
He's back here. And I'm not sure I'm missing something. I think that concludes the open session agenda.
Yeah, that
All
covered.
right. So we do need to go into closed session. City Attorney, if you could read off those items, and I believe we did take public comment on that toward the beginning.
Good afternoon. In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, security officials, matters that pose a threat to essential government services and the public's right of access to government services and facilities, cybersecurity assessment. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Pismos of Fresno LLC versus City of Fresno. Conference with real property negotiator regarding South Stadium and specifically assessor parcel numbers 468-28-205T, 468-28-222T, and 468-28-223T. Soria, Councilmember Soria did announce a conflict in that item, and we would not expect to have any reportable items after closed session. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Have a good week.